I think I said this in another interview, but I said like tactical consistency. I don't really like esports titles that change meta too drastically often. Obviously, meta does change in CS, but it's a lot of things stay relatively the same, and I think that creates good storylines. And also, I mean, a lot of people call it the chess of esports, so I like that aspect.
The competition, honestly, I think is just amazing how like the high level that you can reach in this game.
Probably just like the competitiveness. Like the game has a lot of depth to it, you know. Like it's not just shooting; it's strategy, teamwork. Like there's a lot to it. Like a lot of levels.
The capabilities of being creative and like putting your own style to everything you do. So I would say that.
I love that it's competitive. Yeah.
Headshots. Yeah. Like me, makes me to want to wake up, you know. Yeah.
Are they just very satisfying?
Yeah, it's very satisfying. Yeah.
Oh my God, I think competitiveness, I don't know, team play, popping heads, you know, but a lot of good things about Counter-Strike.
Probably just like the feeling of winning, honestly. I'm a super competitive guy, and then just like winning games is just like everything.
I feel that this game is very dynamic, you know, and you can have a lot of great situations in the game. You can change, like to do some clashes, you can change the result of the game on your own, which is really fun to play.
I think the whole 1 month, or okay, I guess 2 or 3 months in this Fnatic team, it's the funniest thing that ever happened to me, because you cannot leave one day without laughing with this team. It's impossible. Blemaf, Freddy, Rodya, everyone is very funny. Mix, everyone.
The funniest thing is the boot camps in Navi Junior. They were like so fun. Like each day we had a lot of fun and trolling each other and just were enjoying.
I think winning the 1v5 in 2017 against Chelo was quite funny from my side. I think from his POV it was a nightmare, but I mean it was amazing winning the round.
I had a funny game yesterday. I missed like 7 grenades. Just kept blowing myself up. So maybe that.
It's both funny and controversial probably at the same time. Me and Res, who I'm currently playing with, when we played in NIP during the old online days, we played the RMR, and I don't know if it was ever happened before, but we got to rematch in a game we lost because of some unfortunate issues, but it was quite funny.
I would say playing with Fallen one time in a Cash Cup in North America. It was funny because I didn't expect him, and he just said, "I will play with you guys," because we were missing one guy, and then he just left my bear house, and then he just came to play with us, and then from one day to another we were playing with Fallen, and we were just laughing and playing, and that's it, you know. Yeah.
I'd say like living in the team house on Energy in like 2018 with like my old team like Cirque, Ethan, Breezy were living with me in Vegas, and we had a lot of like good fun memories. Like we had a water fight. Like I sprayed Cirque, I think, accidentally with like a bottle of water, and then he like took it to the next level, and then we were like dumping bottles of water on the floor and stuff. That was pretty funny.
How excited are you for your first matches?
Of course, super excited. That's what we're here for. So yeah, let's go.
I hope we will do better than the previous major. So we will qualify for the stage 3 and get to the playoffs, and then we will see what's happened.
We've had a week-long boot camp, and we'll try to, we'll see how well it goes. So.
I'm really excited. We've been watching at home like the last couple of days, so yeah, like the hype is real, and we are happy to be back at a major again.
Yeah, very exciting to play the major, to be honest. Doesn't matter the stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, just focusing on the goal.
I was telling my teammates that I just want to go to the major and play the match, because I'm so excited and I just want to play.
How excited are you for stage 2? I mean, there's a lot coming. What are your feelings about that stage 2?
I mean, it's nice. We had a long boot camp now. We feel ready, and we were watching a lot of the stage 1 games, so we already got into it a bit. Yeah, it seems rough. The games are tough, going both ways. Almost losing yesterday. It was very close. But yeah, I mean, excited as ever. It's a major after all.
And what are your expectations for the tournament?
Expectations. I mean, of course, we would like to make playoffs and obviously just do better than the previous major. Our Austin major run was pretty bad, so hopefully at this tournament we can improve and do better, and hopefully put up really good results.
No expectations really. Just want to play as well as we can. I think that all of us want to make the playoffs. I think that's a goal of every team, and yeah, we just here to win.
The far that we can go, I think I will think like match by match, and that's all.
The thing is that I feel like even if the season didn't go too well, I'm still aiming to do the best we can here. I'm still aiming to be in the playoffs, to do whatever I can to reach the finals, and that's what we're here to do.
I think simple. What he brought to the game. He was kind of one of the first ones to really sentiment what legacy he had as a clearly #1 player in the world.
Forest.
Simple.
Both of CS. I'll go simple as well.
Simple. I like simple so much. I think he's the good.
Let's go for Get Right, I'd say, or Forest.
I think it's simple as Zayu, but I don't really know, to be honest, because there's two different versions, right? But Zayu's, I guess, you kind of have to say Zayu just because it's gone from two different versions, right? But I don't know, I remember playing Burst Simple like 2018, 2019 was very fun, so yeah.
Right now, I think, right now simple, but they was getting closer. He's grinding CS2 a lot.
Simple. Thank you so much.
Simple.
I think simple.
I think I'll go simple just because of the magic he brings in the server.
Simple.
I still think simple, but give Donk a few more years, he'll probably be up there.
Yeah. Simple.
It's always between Zayu and simple, but I would put simple because of his personality. Even being like, we'll say he's toxic or whatever, but I think it's about personality.
I would say Dupree.
For me, simple.
My Counter-Strike goat is Robs.
I still want to say Zayu. I'll also go with Zayu.
Again, simple as Zayu.
Simple.
Fallen. Fallen.
Fallen. Simple.
Simple. Easy.
Simple.
I think simple.
Yeah?
It's the goat for me.
Forest, I think.
Simple.
Simple. In my opinion, if you take all the games, it's Zayu. The goal. For me, it's simple. It's too simple.
Simple.
Forest. Yeah.
For me, it's simple. I think it's Donk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, simple. Zayu.
Simple.
It's simple, for sure.
Probably Zayu. Yeah, I think simple was just kind of gone for a long time. I think that kind of hurt him for a while, but I think Zayu just kind of caught that with him. So.
I mean, it's between simple and Zayu, I think. It's probably simple. But he hasn't played for a while, so he's on his way back, maybe.
All time, simple for sure. And I think Device was closing in on him, and I still think simple was definitely on top.
I'll go Zayu again.
I'd have to say Zayu, in my opinion. Simple. That's it.
At a certain point, it was Device, in my opinion, and then simple, but right now, it's Zayu.
It used to be simple, but now I think it's Donk. Yeah, Donk is so good.
Right now it's simple, but I don't know. I think Donk could do better.
Simple. Still simple.
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 It's simple because of the era of Navi.
Hi, my name is Chris Gomez, and I'm the General Manager of FlyQuest CS2.
My name is Adia, and I'm the CEO of the Hans Esports from Mongolia.
Hi, I'm Ross Rooney. I'm the Strategy Analytics Lead at Fnatic, a London-based esports organization.
Hello, my name is Vlad, and I'm the CEO of Byte Esports.
I think the best way to describe what I do is just making sure the players are equipped and they actually make it to the tournament on time and they're comfortable and everything's taken care of so they can just focus on the game.
Ultimately, it's player recruitment, building models, data, player evaluation to make sure the Fnatic are constructing rosters that are competitive and value for money.
I had a 10 years plus professional gaming career. Before I was playing CSGO and then I switched to Valorant. I was IGL in teams, managing them, building them.
My background is I'm a software engineer. So I was a software engineer back in States.
Before esports, my professional background was IT. I went to university, did a degree in IT and e-commerce, and then got into Counter-Strike just after that.
I've always been involved in esports since I was young, but my formal education and kind of traditional background is in finance. I've been living in London for 8 or 9 years now, and for the first kind of 5 or 6 I was working in finance. In capital markets and kind of treasury teams, and as an analyst for a while. My passion was kind of always esports and finance, and then I found a way to kind of synergize both together, taking a lot of the learnings from the world of finance and applying modeling and to financial problems, and then applying them to how we evaluate players and teams and decision making in sport.
I represented teams such as Bait, Navi, Team Spirit, Kick, Anthropic, and many others. 1 year ago, I got an offer to take the role of COO of the club, and I saw a huge potential in our CS2 roster. So after a successful year, from now on, I'm a CEO of the club. And by the way, it's the first interview where I'm kinda announcing it.
Actually, the Half-Life was my first game played, and then the Counter-Strike came in, right? I had a team, like in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, we had a team called MOB. So the team was doing really good, like top 3, I would say. It was like a 1.6 era, so really all the time. Yeah.
Originally I was a player, but as you can probably tell, I'm a bit older than some of the players at the moment. So when I was playing, there was no prize money, there was no tournaments, there was nothing. As I got a little bit older and I was studying at university, I got a job at HLTV.org, and I was just helping them with the Asian Australian time zone because they were all asleep and they needed someone who spoke English in that sort of time zone for Chinese events mainly. So that was me. I worked there sort of part-time whilst doing university stuff. I made a lot of contacts with HLTV, with ESL, PGL, StarLadder, different tournament organisers.
I always obviously played when I was young, and I think that's normal for most people who do end up in kind of roles like I have within esports. I also coached Counter-Strike team prior to making the full transition to esports. So I was still working in finance, and kind of just before COVID hit, I got back into coaching kind of full-time-ish with an organisation called Endpoint, which is a UK team, where I was kind of applying the learnings from the world of finance into how we signed players at Endpoint. So it was trying to build player evaluation models off of the data that was available to us at the time. I had kind of a fruitful period at Endpoint where we signed a lot of players and we turned them over and sold them to other organizations. And one of those players ultimately was Mezzi, who sold from Endpoint to Fnatic. Then I joined Fnatic. They said, do you want to come over and kind of try and do this full time, look after our kind of recruitment strategy and roster construction within Fnatic across our esports rosters. And then I had the displeasure of selling Mezzi again to Vitality, where he's gone on and had great success. So yeah, it's kind of trying to apply a lot of what I've learned from finance into esports.
Yeah, so my day to day, it's a bit challenging being from Australia because of visas and so much travel. It takes us 30 hours to get to a tournament and 30 hours to get back, and we have limited days that we can actually be in Europe. So we have to plan our schedule pretty carefully and make sure we don't run out of days, because you can't get extensions. If you run out, you're out. So for this tournament specifically, I think we've got 5 days left. Assuming we win the entire tournament, we'd have 5 days spare. So just trying to plan exactly that throughout the whole year is very tough.
My day-to-day is business development, operations, and team management in the club. Daily routine starts with checking our current partnerships to make sure we do all the deliverables from our side while managing our CS team to know that everyone is feeling good, financial planning. So essentially every process that is going through the club is going through me in one form or another.
Basically, we discuss everything we do in organization, like sponsorship. For example, Major, we have a lot of coordinations, right? We don't want to bring any necessary tasks to the players. Pretty much I'm really involved on that area. Even detailed stuff also, financial, jersey, logo printing, etc. Yeah.
So besides the actual roster and stuff like that, we're also looking at sponsors and sort of what they want and what they need for the ones that we already have, and then the ones that we're obviously trying to get. Budgeting is a big one. It's hard to know exactly how many tournaments you're going to play in a year. and then sort of like the costs that go associated with that. There's a big difference between playing 6 and 20 tournaments.
We still have quite small teams, so we have to kind of pick up things, and there's still a kind of a startup environment within esports where you're never too big to do any job. You have to just be willing to pick up and do anything. I'm out here working with the team, on the day-to-day, helping them with little things, acting as a runner at times for them, because that's what esports is.
Ours, once again, is a little bit unique because we're from Australia. We don't live in Europe, but we spend at least 6 months of the year in Europe. So boot camping, things like finding places to practice and train, is a six-figure sort of investment to find computers, PCs, monitors, desks, chairs, hotels for up to 8 people for half a year. That's quite large. And then you obviously got player salaries. They have rights to stickers, prize money, and then on top of that, they have bonuses for certain achievements at different tournaments. And then there's staff and those sort of things, and then there's food as well.
So every day I wake up with this thought that I would like to build one of the best clubs, esports clubs in the world, that's gonna be known worldwide and be on top of CS. Of course, we would like to expand in the future, but our priority is the best game, Counter-Strike.
The vision for Hans is we have a goal, like basically Mongols have a very huge presence in esports, right? We would like to have also to follow that path. I mean, our vision is to create a big organization in Mongolia. So we're in a major right now, so the first step actually achieved, I think.
Trying to represent Australia, but live here is probably where we're at the moment, and I think it'll stay like that until our scene becomes a bit stronger. Unfortunately, we can't play against any Asian teams, the ping's too high, so it's only Australian teams, and there's just not enough support in the Australian scene for pro teams to exist, so there's no one really to practice.
Counter-Strike is so central to everything Fnatic and the DNA of Fnatic, and it's been so far removed from the Swedish kind of glory days of what it was. So our vision for it is being back at these kind of events. We've spent too long out in the pale and struggling, and it's been really rough times for fans, and as a fan as well of the team, it's been brutal for us.
We have been growing really steadily the whole year, so we qualified for 2 majors in a row, and lately, for the last 6 months, we have been competing consistently on Tier 1 events. So this is what matters, and I would like us to stay on this track and getting even higher and higher. So I expect us to be within top 10, maybe in the next year or 2.
StarLadder Major here in Budapest. It's time for stage 2 to kick off. Dinko Moses here above the player lounge area. You know, we've got fans down here. We got the stage over here. Jason is looking good.
Yeah, it looks really nice. It's all set for a bunch of excellent Counter-Strike coming in stage 2 off the back of stage 1. Obviously, some of these first matchups, one of the ones I'm interested in the most is this M80 versus Aurora. M80 surprising everyone, kind of going 3-0 in that opening stage, looking good. And then Aurora, as we remember, they ended the year with a win at PGO Bucharest, but it wasn't a convincing win. They look still a little bit flat during that event. So I'm really curious what kind of a level Aurora is going to bring in right out of the gate, and if M80 is going to be able to match that.
Yeah, for me, it's FlyQuest versus Navi is the game I'm looking forward to today, because I've got FlyQuest going 3-0 now, Jason. They convinced me out of that first stage.
You've gone insane.
Yeah, with the best of ones, though, you know, I feel like Navi are right for the taking, and from that point onwards, FlyQuest could get it done. But the big names have started to come in. We obviously wait till stage 3 till the biggest of the big come through, but you got the likes of Liquid. You got to be happy about that, Jason.
Yeah, I actually think Liquid's poised to have a very good major. Alicia's come out in an interview and said they had a really good boot camp. They spent significant time working on things, and this is maybe the first significant chunk of practice. But I'll tell you what, this Liquid bait game is the very definition of a bait game. That is a huge trap set up for Liquid right out of the gate. So if you have them at 3-0, this first best of 1, that's going to be the high pressure one.
Well, you haven't done your pick'ems yet, Jason.
I haven't. No.
Who are you going to put 3-0?
I don't know actually. I think I'm going to go with M80, just because I'm insane. Because why the hell not? I actually think they're going to beat Navi as well. The other one, you're going to wait and find out. I'll put it on Twitter.
Okay, it's probably going to be Liquid. That's what I did anyway. Well, we're getting into stage 2 in just a little bit, so stick around here in Budapest.
Joy, tears, ruined pick'ems. Stage 1 of the StarLadder Budapest Major delivered a chapter worthy of the Counter-Strike history books. 8 teams survived the first cut. Let's see who earned their place for stage 2. With flawless runs, FlyQuest and M80 stormed straight through, silencing doubters and showing everyone they mean business. At 3-1, NIP recovered from an early stumble to a strong finish, while both Fnatic and Bait fought through setbacks to stay on course to stage 2. And lastly, our 3-2 records, with Imperial rebounding from a mid-stage slump, FaZe stumbling through by the skin of their teeth, and Paravision showing impressive grit from 4 rookies, taking it to double overtime to secure their stage 2 spot. Our 8 teams have earned this step, but there's still a long road to lift the coveted major trophy. Our 8 qualified teams are seeded by their performance and face 8 invited teams placed by their VRS rankings and regional standings. Like stage 1, 3 wins advance, 3 loss eliminated. Early round matches will be best of 1s with qualification and elimination matches as best of 3s. We've met our qualifiers, now let's meet our newest challengers. Europe brings a big pack, each team with its own mission. National pride, legacy, glory. Aurora, with the storied core of Maja, Zantares and Voctiry, bring their signature Turkish flair and firepower. Navi chase another major trophy for the legendary organization and a first for rookie Makazi. Astralis seek former glory by making some real magic happen. 3D Max, veterans on a mission to prove French Counter-Strike is still a tour de force. And Liquid, reuniting Elysia NAF to finally claim the big one. From across the pond, our Europeans are joined by MIBR, who've gone international for a major to come back to Brazil. Passion UA, eager to turn Star Series heartbreak to a StarLadder major victory. And finally, there is Tai Lu, the sole Asian representative and last hope for China. In the last battle of the year, passion and ambition alone isn't enough. Only victory matters, because history isn't written by those who tried. It's written by the victors, those who refused to be erased. And it'll be written right here, right now, at the StarLadder Budapest Major.
Hi guys, I'm TC from Passion UA, the coach, and today we're going to be doing pick'ems for the stage 2 of the StarLadder Budapest Major. For the 3-0 teams, I think I'm going to go firstly with Navi. I think they're not going to get upset in the best of 1s, so I'm going to put them for one of my 3-0 teams. I'm going to put Liquid for my second 3-0 team as a bit of a dark horse. Move on to the 0-3 teams, which I think are a little bit tougher for this stage. I'm going to put Imperial as one of the 0-3 teams. I'm going to put Fnatic as my second 0-3 team. And then for the 6 teams to progress, I'm going to go with Aurora. I think they'll get through this stage and make it to stage 3. Astralis, Passion, of course. We had a pretty good run in Hong Kong and a top 3 finish at Dracula, and I think we've had a good amount of time to practice. I'm going to back ourselves to get through as well. FlyQuest, got to back them as well. They were looking really strong in stage 1. I think they've ironed out a lot of things. When I have to back FaZe, you know, even though they weren't playing their best Counter-Strike, I do think they still have a chance to make it through. You know, you can never count them out. It always looks like they're down. I mean, they were down against Red Canids, they were down against Fluxo, and it always looks like they're out, but somehow they managed to come back. So I'm going to back FaZe to also get through. Going to back the NIP guys to get through to stage 3 as well. And that should be all of them.
Aurora will be the 3-0 team. I think Aurora is the best team in the stage 2. I have to be confident and trust my work, so maybe 3D max. 0-3 will be Passion UA. They can be a strong team on specific maps, but I think one of the worst teams right here, but we never know. This is the major, so best of 1, stuff like this. And I think Imperial will be the 0-3 team too. It will be too much to go through the stage 3, I think, in my opinion, obviously. Navy, obviously, I think one of the favorites on this stage 2. It will be Liquid, Astralis, can be, I think, Fnatic. FaZe is always a good team, always a team who will fight until the end, so they can be there. And I think the last team will be KRiMZ, I think. They did a great job. Jamie did a great job with Destin and all these guys, and yeah, I think they will go through this stage.
Okay, the 3-0 teams, I'm gonna put Liquid, and the second one I'm gonna put Aurora. Has the 3-0 teams, is the 2 best teams in this stage. I think 0-3 teams, I'm gonna put Tyloo here, and the second team 0-3 is gonna be M80. I think Tyloo and M80 don't have like a really good last tournament. And the team is gonna advance, I'm gonna put us, of course, in IBR. We are really confident. Navi. I'm gonna put FaZe. I think FaZe is gonna surprise us. They have a tough time in the first stage, but I think on the second stage they're gonna improve a lot. I'm gonna put Astralis, 3D Max, and to finish the last one, I think I'm gonna put Fnatic because we practice sometimes against Fnatic on the last days and they are in a really good shape.
Welcome back, everybody, to the StarLadder Budapest Major. Here on the B stream, Scrawny and Launder is going to be taking you guys through the opening games. 4 of the 8 opening games, Mohan, as we get into stage 2. Stage 2, we've made it. They've already had Heartbreak, we've already had Progression, and now we get some fresh faces to talk about in the hopes of winning the last event of the year.
People hate the best of ones. I love them. I love them. Even though they can be pick'em ruiners, even though there can be a lot of upsets that just lead teams down the weird paths. Like we got Paravision versus Legacy in the 2-2 game where it felt like they both definitely would be competitive in the stage over teams like Imperial, who it feels like, you know, they come through, but we're still not confident about them.
Right.
But it's just so fun.
Yeah,
you get so much variety. I just love today. I love the first 2 days of the stage where it's like, every game you just got a new matchup. You never know what's going to happen. You know there will be upsets. It's the day of the year where there are just the most upsets overall. And yes, not as fun for the teams who expect to win. But this is an entertainment product, Connor.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're here for, right? To be on the edge of our seat. And I think one of the teams that kept us on the edge of our seat were the likes of Paravision, the likes of Bait as well, you know, trying to piece together another major run. We had that interview with the Bait CEO who said, like, this has been a fantastic year for us because we qualified for 2 majors in a row. Bait's story was always coming up short, right? Being in that critical game and then something going wrong, right? Alex 666 with that insane clutch to get them to the previous major. I mean, that's what really kind of solidified Bait in their 2025. So I think those teams are definitely going to be benefiting from warming up, playing on these stages, playing on this exact setup. Like, we always go through this conversation every time the major rolls around. And so I think the question for me is always, who's going to be slow of a start? We hear all this talk about boot camps. We hear all this talk about actually going to LAN events that, you know, could be comparable in setup, right? Passion UA coming off of a Draculan just mere days ago, right? Using that as kind of their run up to the major. And I love it. In a way, there are parallels between an event like that and stage 1, the opposition you'd meet, etc. Of course, Passion UA would have liked to win that event. Not the case at the end of the day. And so question marks still around who's going to hit the ground running.
terms of who's going to hit the ground running, I think we saw some of the great content there to check out the the insider look at pick'ems, and people are feeling strong about Aurora. I think, funnily enough, I think if the field was a little bit more reliable, I don't think Aurora would be as consistent of a 3-0 pick. Even when we saw them win at PGL Bucharest, they looked like they were done with each other.
Yeah.
And that was the most funny part about it. But they still looked solid, obviously, and they pick up a LAN trophy. And for a team that we just can't stop talking about how tired they are throughout this year, I think if you're going to have any extra stamina left over, it's going to be for a major. Will probably get their best form right now. I think the biggest question mark for me this stage is Na'Vi.
Okay, well, let's take a look at it, right? We've got team participants coming in for Stage 2, and then the 8 teams joining us from the first stage. So let's take a look at the Stage 2 teams, Mo, guys that are just arriving. We've got Tyloo, the tippity top, Passion UA, MIBR. I think those are the weaker links that people are expecting to write off. As for Aurora coming through, there was a lot of confidence, I feel like, in people's Na'Vi expectations. Is that somebody that you kind of put your chips on coming into this stage?
I really just don't know. I feel like I just have zero information about how good they're going to be. It's like they have the team that can break into top 8, on a good week, a good couple of weeks, going to be formed for them. But I know that the mood over there is just not good. Right. I know they're not feeling their best. I know they're not really happy with how their roster is playing right now. But I mean, I like the analysis. I can't remember if it was from TC, but saying that I just don't expect them to get upset in best of ones. And I think that is something interesting about Na'Vi. Now you take a team like FaZe and you go, they don't ever 3-0 a stage, right? That's more, even though we've seen more form from them, it's more likely Na'Vi they handle the best of ones. They come in really prepared with Blade behind them. I think they find consistency even where they don't feel good. And so I think it makes sense to be high on Na'Vi, even if you're a little bit in the dark.
I think what's cool about Na'Vi all the time is that we discuss, Blade and his approach to this. When I remember even with shortcomings earlier this year, he still said, that's fine. Things are going according to the plan. And the plan for him is always this 6 to 9 month run of a roster, right? This onboarding of Makaze and trying to get the best out of him. I mean, you never know what Blade's plan is, where they need to be kind of on the checklist of accomplishments. And I wonder that, I think he's somebody who understands the idea of peaking at the right time.
Yeah.
So coming into this, super well prepped. They've got the previous Star Series in their back pocket, right? We talk about teams that have won events recently and tried to use these other events as springboards. Na'Vi's definitely in that place. And speaking of place, first place for the StarLadder Budapest Major. This is a big old prize pool to kind of round off the year in addition to the sticker money income that all the teams are always celebrating, just qualifying for this. So there's a lot at hand. There's going to be a lot of pressure as this event goes on. And I think a lot of people also thinking this one's kind of open for the taking.
It's kind of open. I mean, let's be real. We're talking about teams that aren't even in this stage right now.
Yeah.
And you think, all right, this is probably some kind of toss-up between Falcons, Vitality, and then Furia, who is might be the favorite. And it shows you how shaky everything is, that right now it feels like Furia are the most firm team at the whole event. Will a team from this stage make it that far is the question.
Fingers crossed, man. We always want those Cinderella runs. The run here, Stream B, 3D Max Fnatic kicks it off. Paravision, Tyloo, Aurora, M80, Liquid Bait. Mo, I want you to pick the 4 winners from our Stream B games, please.
Okay, I'll go right away. 3D Max. Paravision, I think this would be the upset of the day if Tyloo could win it. Aurora, I'm expecting them to go 2-0. I'm expecting them to go 3-0. And then for Liquid and Bait, this is the most 50-50. I don't feel comfortable saying I'm liking Liquid a lot. I know that they had a good boot camp. I know they had a good week. I'm a little bit worried about Bait's power up. I think Bait disappoint you when the pressure's on.
Sure.
They get the yips.
Yeah.
But if they're well prepped, they can be a strong team. And Liquid typically can be the team that are shaky at first.
Right.
Sometimes they're shaky on both ends.
You never know.
They're always
what
a
you're
little shaky
get.
somewhere, though.
Ooh.
So that's the only thing I would say that might not even be an upset if Bait win that game. For Aurora, I think it would be a pretty big upset, and for Paravision, I think that'd be the biggest.
That'd be the big one.
Tyloo can be good, but Paravision, I think they have ascended. Like we've seen the interviews, the jubilation. Deston coming up to me yesterday out of nowhere. Lunders! He's so happy. I was like, nice pop off. And he's like, it was all fake emotion.
For the cameras.
No, he was truly happy.
Yes,
and he said, I didn't expect us to be able to win that. And so that kind of unlocks a new level in your brain. Now we know we can.
Right. Now, of course, we've got to focus in. These are Mohan's expectations, but where does this day begin? It's with 3D Max versus Fnatic.
This is the most prestigious place to play Counter-Strike, and I think the pressure is at the highest possible. If we get everyone our shit together and we just focus on ourselves and we play like the best individual Counter-Strike and we know how to, we'll be able to play the best 3D Max CS.
I understood, especially for myself, that we will qualify to stage 2 no matter what. It was my minimum goal for this tournament. 3D Max are a very good team. I really like how they're playing, how they're reacting on situations. To perform well, we have to be confident, enthusiastic, do what are we capable of. Don't think about rest, just click heads and that's it.
Yeah, they are playing good CS. We practice against them a lot. They are very good opponents, so we will take them seriously. And even we beat them recently, we are still like taking them really seriously, so we will prepare them nice.
First of all, our team is a very strong unit. Everyone is ready to help each other. So I will say we are like a family. Let's go, boys. Good luck.
I think my team is way better than the rest in terms of chemistry and like being able to trust each other. Yeah.
My message to 3D Max, just be ready. We will be.
Tomorrow, it's gonna be a different game, for sure, than in China.
Got to be ready to come out of the gate swinging. I think that is the 3D Max strategy. And when it comes to 3D Max, I feel like it's a team that everybody kind of got behind at the start of this year. We weren't privy to casting some of the games that 3D Max, I think, left the best impression on others. And I think throughout the year as it's gone on, we've also seen some disappointment from 3D Max. Their most recent run of events going from China back to Bucharest, back to China a second time, that was really where we saw 3D Max, I think, pushed by the schedule and the kind of out of the server elements of this esport. They didn't really follow through with any kind of consistency throughout that, and I think that exposes what at times is the downside of 3D Max, is that they can just fall apart. I can't help but remember at the start of this year, Cluj-Napoca, a layup of a playoff event for an event that was very open, right? Mao's favorites maybe with Valken, the couple roster moves in there.
Yeah.
It was time for 3D Max to really show they could win an event, and then in the 2-2 game of that Swiss group, they lose to a SAW team that was barely cobbled together for that very same event.
That was a team that was breaking up.
That was their freebie, right? That was the 3D Max trophy that could have been in 2025. And I always just have to think back to that because I feel like you never know when the floor is going to fall out for this roster.
Yeah, it just sort of feels like forever tier 1.5. And those stories change. The one thing is they're staying together. It's a team that we know a lot of people really look up to them in the tier 1 to try to borrow stuff, but a team that's more tactics than strategy sometimes. I think that's where their floor falls apart. Over to Fnatic, a team that I mean, they got through last stage, but they're sort of still in a basin of disappointment for me when I think about how their stage went overall. Even in the games they won, I still saw so many big mistakes. I think KRiMZ made sure that they could, he got that ace versus Red Canids, and then they won in OT. They barely got through that first match. I feel the trajectory of their, of stage 1 was just, they narrowly avoided a big tragedy. And again, kind of like FaZe for me, even when they won, I'm still not totally confident. So the best thing about it, I think, is they wouldn't have survived this stage without that practice stage. And now we find out, how much are they going to build on it. But I'm not totally sold yet. And I'm also with you on 3D Max, going to Asia, going to Europe, going to Asia, and then, definitely playing below expectations. I just don't see them going down that low, that consistently, playing an event here in Europe at the Major. So it's a little bit of hope because we don't have that recent proof.
Sure.
But I don't know. I can't see them playing. They can't play as bad as they have.
Well, I mean, hope's a powerful thing. We'll get some words from Fear ahead of this opening game to see whether hope is something he's utilizing today.
Fear, welcome to stage 2. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys fought through the first stage. Can you just summarize how the experience of the first stage was for you?
We'll never know.
Okay,
we'll never know what Fear has to say.
So the last stage?
Or maybe, nope. Oh, no, sir. Okay, so Fnatic come into this. I think Fnatic have to find themselves, right, coming in clean, starting well, riding momentum. It's the same thing from all the Stage 1 teams, right? This is the words we use to describe the flailing around that is trying to find your moment. What worries me still about this Fnatic core, Mohan, is that there's this interview from Jack Asmo that says, all the time when it's just the 3 Ukrainians alive, we just start speaking in our own language.
I hate that.
I wonder how that puts BlameF and KRiMZ on the outs. Like, it's one thing with maybe 2 people in a clutch. You know, we've done that before when there's an onboarding process within a new roster.
Yeah.
But this is the majority of the team, and it's very clear the direction that Fnatic wanted to go.
It's something that, okay, I say I hate it because short term, it's always going to be a good idea, right? You're going to be comfortable and you switch over. But long term, like, that's all that time that you're spending. I think Alexi B said once that he doesn't like in an international lineup for there to be more than 2 of one player from one country. If it's going to be a full lineup from one country, then it makes sense. You can all speak the same language. And that comfort, again, in the short term is going to be good, and that might be good for them this week. But overall, there's going to be some confusion that comes out. There's going to be stuff that gets missed when people are speaking a different language that in following rounds, you might have assumed that they heard it, but you were actually not speaking in English or whatever it is. And then there's just going to be a culture that gets created where 2 players are going to be on the outs. We've seen this happen before in lineups, and that's, again, a concern that Alexi B brought up a few years back, and that's always made sense to me. So that's a point where I think the chemistry of the team, you know, it could be good if that Ukrainian core is going to be doing a lot of the carrying, and maybe, you know, KRiMZ and BlameF are totally fine with it, obviously. But I've seen, you know, Stewie and Tarek go to Brazil, and I've seen, you know,
that's fair.
I've even talking to Yakinder and a lot of players who are joining into these, into other regions where they're sort of surrounded by a new culture, that there becomes 2 things to learn. It's playing CS, but then also like existing within this new lineup that has its own culture as well. And so there might be a little bit less meeting in the middle, and even if it's copacetic in terms of how you look at the game or whatever, there are going to be some differences that cause rounds to be lost.
Yes.
I think. And when I see mistakes in some of the Fnatic rounds, I can't help but feel like obviously it could partly be that. It could also partly be because they're now a relatively new 5 and that they have to work through things together. I just wonder if we're... I don't expect it to be clean today.
Right.
Basically it.
I think the biggest point there is just the one where it's like, you know, missing out on information because you switch languages and then not being able to build your strategy as a game goes on, right? Round to round, missing those details. Like, that's the point that you highlighted just now that I think is really needs to be emphasized, is how can you, you know, how can you maybe micromanage small little things, or even if KRiMZ and BlameF are meant to bring in experience over this newer core, how do they get into that, right? They're literally missing out on parts of the game, and they don't know about it even. So we'll see how it comes together when on the other side we've got this very gelled, very French unit in 3D Max.
Let's see if they can impress us today.
It's all about starting strong for the 3D Max core, whether or not they can hit the ground running. And they will kick this off best of 1 on Inferno with a T-side challenge ahead.
.3D Max on Inferno here versus Fnatic. The setup is very leaned towards stopping any type of B or B split. Fnatic not expecting any kind of Halls pop for this type of round. A smoke to imply that they can go forward with a lurk, but then a Moto smoke coming out. If it is going to be a lane hit, it'd be good, but you see this lurk happening and xKacpersky goes down.
Damn, insta-kill out of Jambo. Easy shot to the back of the head. No short side support, as alluded to, and so no resistance really here for Fnatic, barring that arch side. They're going to be queued up for the retake in the pistol.
It's just kind of a quiet plant. But a retake is totally viable.
Doing this one with no kit.
Actually.
Doing this one with no utility. Just going to have to be some clean shots out of the Fnatic camp.
He's get 1 kill early. It's going to get really scary. Gravity in an interesting spot there, holding down the stairs. Oh, and Maka gives 1 back.
Yeah,
that's massive.
That's the opening, right? It's going to kind of flush everybody else off the site to try to get a little crazy. Lucky finds a double kill. That bomb planted deep into the site, being covered, of course. He's got a peek out, and it's not going to happen. Jambos, Berettas find another. Fnatic coming through with a clean retake. One that was set up with man advantage, and I think one that was made even worse for 3D Max by that Maka pit peek.
Yeah, Maka gave him the lane. And the thing is, like, you normally sit in big pit and you hold an angle that covers the side of default and you let them run up. And you kill a lot of time off the clock as they keep assuming you'll peak eventually. But letting him have this fight early is, I think, brought about because they got the first kill, and he just felt like, I need to get one before I hide. When in reality, we saw that Fnatic didn't have a kit. So either way, it's a great round for Fnatic. Pistols are going to be massive in best of ones, and they start off well.
Plant money's going to be enough for 3D Max, though. Always happy to come through with a force. This round will be no difference, but Fnatic going to apply some pressure down middle, and that bit of pressure finds Body down to 3/4 the health.
Those nades could have been a lot worse. They're standing very carefully right there.
There's a 3D Max team that has had far more opportunity at bigger events as this year has gone on than the likes of Fnatic. Fnatic have been on an absolute grind of the lower circuit.
Oh, this is huge.
Good flash through, but a missed opportunity from Lucky. It'll at least come with banana control for 3D Max. Posturing outside B. KRiMZ clipping xRC's towards middle, though. 5v4 again for Fnatic in round 2.
The opposite side of the half wall. But I think that was his team's second flash, right?
I believe so.
They went out. Either there was only supposed to be one, because it wasn't like he peaked out of pressure. He peaked right after the first flash because he wanted to. So a couple of mistakes right now. 2 players here to hold down. Rotation comes over towards B. 3 actually here. Let's see if they run through this.
Forces Blame F to reposition. Bit uncomfortable in the back of the site.
Oh,
jumps into the fire. Yeah, a little too soon there from Blame F, and maybe xKacpersky saves it. Oh, they're pushing through with the Galil and the Deagle shot, clearing out the B site, so they think. Still another layer here. Spam was almost on the mark. Fast move out of KRiMZ, though. Well-timed into this, pressures the last remaining player in Maka behind the new box, who swings out with fire in his feet.
Early.
Maka goes wide unexpectedly, and all of a sudden we've got that force buy from 3D Max winning out despite the 4 versus 5.
Yeah, it was real quick here for 3D Max to get back on the board. That's a nice response out of them. There were some excellent trades that happened very quickly on the B side. I'm already liking the B exec overall, even though the first tactic didn't work out. Look how good these flashes and mollies are working together. And Maka, you could tell he almost half expected a molly to come out with how ready he was to go for that swing.
Yeah, the moment that nade touched the ground, he was already on the other side of it. So, a little desperate act here from Fnatic. Kind of the first time that they've cranked the dial this aggressive in the first 3 rounds, and they were hoping to get much more than a kill and this much damage. Could have caught 3D Max off, but 3D Max will see that as a chance to just capitalize. Deagle shots from xKacpersky.
Oh, this can be a win back.
Finishes off both of the 2 players that were tagged up by his teammates. That's a big moment for xKacpersky, and it just brings 3D Max to a halt at the moment.
This is kind of crazy because they actually had a lead to go back towards A, and I think Fnatic are the ones thinking about this, so they start to walk back. Now it's a recovery situation, a really big chance here for Fnatic.
xKacpersky 2 kills deep, looking for another as the smoke about to fade. Oh,
he was
peak,
exposed
just
to that.
missed it. That could have been xRC's dead. Blame F damage into the background as well. Queued up 2 more frags here for xKacpersky. That's the triple. And a missed shot for the quad would have given it over.
No, he hit him 1 HP. He hit him
1 HP.
Oh, they barely survived that.
Oh, he's not gonna know. Nobody tell him.
My goodness.
Wow.
But still, what a round.
Kill on Lucky's the cleanest. The other one's just capitalizing on damage that his teammates did. That shot's hit in the feet for 1 HP. Oh man, we got a 1 HP clutch. 3 rounds into day 1. And that's gonna send Fnatic down to just vanilla pistols. 3D Max win the Force War. Come out with a great chance for T-side momentum. Swinging off the smoke. Not bad, making the most of the USPs for 1.
Yeah, Fnatic doing a good job even with very little to at least get damage. even though they could have converted the situation. Three getting comfy in the site, but you see the mollies here on the T side. And we know the exact comes out in full with 3D Max. They don't like to just contact play, which is something I definitely appreciate about them.
Ooh, just running through it, still offering up another kill. So little invested, 2 frags not so bad. And well, we'll see if Body can get toppled as well, as Jambo, unluckily, is going to make contact to xRC's first. Oh, nope. But timing is on his side here. Oh, he slips in at the perfect time. Could have been a death for xRC, maybe would have led to a frag on Body. Who knows what more is to come from that one, but instead 3 alive for 3D Max and the 3-1 lead.
Yeah, overall that's money made here for 3D Max, and good start after just a pistol one for Fnatic, which again, I think for a team like 3D Max coming in cold, they just want to know, are we going to play well this week? It's sort of it's not a question of like how good we were in our boot camp or anything like that. Everybody learns how good they're going to play on the day, and so you just kind of clasp your hands and pray for a good start. Deep smokes again on A. Got to pay attention to the utility, because the utility is looking very good for 3D Max. Apart from the one tactic that I think Jet had xRC's blind. Oh, that's an excellent grenade out of Fnatic. Square between 2.
Fierce is going to try to follow that up with aggression. This is wild. I mean, careful now.
Yeah, they're still very close here.
Poke the bear like that. Body's coming through with 1, but it is still Fnatic to capitalize. Coming out on top, 2 kills off that one. Trying to round the corner. Access denied, and a 4v2 Fnatic. So I was worried that Fear was just playing far too aggressive. I mean, when you're going for jumping Thomas shots, but
it's because they had the extra player there.
Yep, kept 3D Max locked in.
So good.
BlameF eats it fully.
Yeah, and BlameF wanted to play on Car, so slight risk. xKacpersky so good on the Deagle. Oh,
more,
but he geeks out early.
This is them giving up a 4 versus 2 advantage, down to just 2-2 now. Fire slows it down momentarily. They're going to try to go for the boost, but the smoke covers that. So Jambo's going to have to wait his time. Sitting there still as that smoke is thick, and xRC gets over towards the coffins. Gravity even gets off the bomb site, so now Jambo's not going to find anything. He's going to have to come off this position at some point. Gravity might just tiptoe underneath him, snaps the shot up into the head of Jambo, but took damage in return, and KRiMZ will capitalize. Fnatic makes sure that 4 versus 2 doesn't get fully lost, but still costly, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, you see the mistakes that they make, and so that's why, you know, Fnatic can win. They can win rounds, they can win off of plays individually, but sometimes it's just so many loose ends that you wonder, like, are they going to be able to be consistent? The situation was, I feel like, already won when all these players got these kills, and I'm wondering why is BlameF by himself here when they have a massive advantage? If it's a one-player up advantage, okay, maybe you feel like let's hold on to more control, but we can at this point expect 3D Max to throw flashes for peaks, to molly positions on sites before they exec. They go fast, but they don't rush. I think there's a really important difference. It does still become an expensive situation here for Fnatic, so they've got to be very careful about this round. Look at the Jambo op.
Jambo's op has been good throughout the first stage for Fnatic. He's the player behind BlameF in terms of rating and success. Kind of banking on those two to fire up Fnatic. So let's see if the investment's worth it. He's also got a good spawn, leaning towards middle. We'll see how aggressive of a look he wants to take, but
they throw this every single round. They haven't used it every single round, so it's really important that you throw it even on the rounds you don't use, so that you can open up options. So it'll beg some spam, obviously.
Damn, BlameF quick.
They go right through it, actually. Woo! Nice nade break.
Gravity.
That was beautiful.
Getting caught off, and with that one, I mean, BlameF slips the net perfectly. If xRC thinks there's...
Oh, he just missed that.
Timing.
But I think because he thinks it's smoked that no one had gone that far.
Right.
It's still a great flank in place, though, with the timing.
100%. Although they haven't freed up a third to come over to the B site, so now Fear just takes things into his own hands, loses his teammate within it. That's going to open up the bomb plant here for 3D Max. So retake demanded of Fnatic. KRiMZ gets caught taking a look at the bomb site as Lucky spams right through.
I love how this flank doesn't matter anymore because they rush so quickly into the site.
And the damage that they've done is making this so difficult for the players that were here to stop it. That's going to send Fnatic back into the save. 3D Max, what a recovery of a situation.
I can't believe they exec that quickly into B, given the circumstance. And like, that was an ace in the hole to have Blame F on that flank. This was actually such a well-played round from Fnatic, conversely, that they lose. I mean, 3D Max have no idea what they avoided, straight up. They walk back out of mid. Blame F doesn't hold ult because he sees that mid smoke, so he's like, all right, well, if someone was still here, they probably would have left by now. And 3D Max are sitting here thinking, damn, we're sick.
What you don't know can't hurt you, unless he does it again.
They even came through a smoke in B.
Yeah. I mean, Fear, I like that he signed up for that kill, but I mean, Jambo gets spammed through it, KRiMZ got spammed through it.
Sometimes you gotta, I mean, when you shoot through a smoke, sometimes the bullets come back.
Sure.
And when you're CT spawn, you can definitely die on the corner where you're lining up a molly if you want to go for spam, so they take out risk.
You had 3D Max wounded, so...
They probably felt, though, they were in a spot with an MP9 on the retake that, okay, we need to, like, get a kill now before this even starts.
Which is what, you know, I thought the Fear move was, and he got his frag, and he got back tucked around the corner, but it's the two rotators, the guy with the M4 and the one with the op, that both go down to spam. But, like, 3D Max, you know, they are so...
Squirrely?
I was going to say prickly, you know? You think you have the upper hand on them, but like a porcupine...
They get mad.
Exactly.
Yeah. I see that.
Porcupine? Porcupine?
Yeah. Porky.
Little pigs. Jambo taking a look down Banana, operating on his own at B this round, so a lot of weight on his shoulders, but no challenge really at him, so we go to a minute. As 3D Max group up into an A site that Fear has stacked. Fear plays alone inside of the smokes on Arch side. There's a lot of bodies in here, and not all of them French. Lucky getting closer. They've yet to reveal this presence. Fnatic go for the swing. It's going to come up to what they can grab, and Blame F's double looked good, but the others fall with nothing. All three other players of this four-person setup go down with nada.
How many other guns were there?
There was 2 M4s, an MP9, a 5.7, and an op.
Okay. Blame got his. And at least Fnatic will hold on to this one gun. But the A site take, it's pretty good. I think when that far flash came into lane, sometimes you got to be careful with utility. Like, even that information of knowing they flash lane to scare us, but there was actually no one there for the peak, shows that it's kind of a bluff. And, well, I mean, Fnatic couldn't know that they were right about to turn the corner, so some of that stuff is a little bit lucky as well, but that gave the cue to 3D Max to go. It's a messy game.
It's a messy game.
It's a messy game. It's going to be about less messy. Who's less messy?
It feels like right now it's 3D Max that are kind of succeeding within that mess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's a good sign they're comfortable.
Is that body or booster?
Boaster.
Yeah. It's his French cousin. Bustel. Quick look for Jambo, sees nothing and dips.
You definitely want to be careful about the propensity to go B in a round like this. Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, see, and that's what I mean by prickly. No matter what they do, they'll just run by and shoot at things. It's the smoke up, an invitation to fire back. 3D Max, happy to kind of fight fire with fire, but right now Jambo, gets a second, and they're just going to try to keep trading. Flying over the gap with the MAC-10 is a great way to recover. We've seen a lot of recoveries in rounds by 3D Max already. That smoke's going to be too deep for Jack Asmo to respect.
Oh, pushing into CT, and they have a deep smoke. They threw deep smokes on both sides, which is so wild.
That Jambo op's going to come back to haunt them.
Whoa.
Switches back to the AK. Gravity has kept this MAC-10 the whole time. He's going to have to swing out and deal with Banana. Smoke is sitting here. KRiMZ making sound has got himself both frags. So we've got a successful retake here for Fnatic, and a round where they come through off of the Jambo op predominantly. Good thing he saved it, and we see that pistol kill come through on the other side that really flushed 3D Max into B.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there. Obviously, when he gets his op kill, they just don't go for an instant trade. It's like they want to make sure that if anyone else was there where they were watching for it, but he was flying solo in CT spawn and allowing him to get an extra kill. Well, obviously that was a big mistake. And again, the messier game gets messy. Finally, Fnatic pick up one of these low buy wins.
To Banana again. Man, when they want this, they really want it. And Jack Asmo shows why. 5 versus 4 onto Maka. Very quickly departing. It's Fear to stick on top of the sandbags. We've seen BlameF play the same position, eat that flash, and be one of the reasons that 3D Max could snowball into the site. So I like that Fear actually gives that up. Feels like it's part of 3D Max's protocols to deal with that positioning.
Last time, a snapshot of this round looks a lot like that BlameF alt push. It was a quick 5v4 into a B site hit after they, cleared out mid a little bit.
Man, they're past the boiler player.
Yeah, it's this alt peek again, but with the bomb back on stairs. They like to go B. Let's see if it's a fake.
No way.
Nade. Okay, this one will be free.
Good on
But
Jambo.
they won't know about this other mid guy. Oh, okay.
The second B player dies out, but they, again, will have to double back for bomb. That would have been a great chance for them to just dive it. Whoa, hold on. We've got Body still alive. KRiMZ and BlameF are split up between the bomb sites.
He'll grab that bomb, which I don't know if they saw it. This is one of those situations that is going to be very difficult for Body to figure out, but also scary for the CTs who are bifurcated on the sites. This alt push, though.
Feels like it's about timing, right? He's going to quietly follow KRiMZ inside of the apartments. KRiMZ is doubling back, and only one of them kept their gun out. Good on KRiMZ to stay that sharp as Fnatic cut the lead down to 1.
Just a little bit of time pressure, and he felt the need to pull out the knife to get that extra little bit of walking speed to get through the halls fast enough. Good play by KRiMZ. Nice control of halls. They're using that, and Fnatic are not, 3D Max are not really pressuring back against halls. It's been mostly they've been taking lane without halls control, really, not really working towards it. I really appreciate that Fnatic are getting control of this part of the map. Flash coming out to mid. Oh, but they missed the timing.
Fast Banana play. It's a big charge into Fear. Oh, he lines him up. Even forces the team kill. Ooh, mincemeat as a quad kill hits the board for Fear versus just Vanilla Pistols. And Fnatic CT side's got a rebound going now.
Yeah. And they don't lose. They love to be aggressive over on Banana. They've been coming out with 5v4s. Sometimes the trades back make it look like they're overplaying some of their B-site aggressions on CT side, but it's actually working out pretty well overall to at least climb back into the game.
Finally, 2 rounds in a row for Fnatic, right? Could have been the case off of the pistol, if not for 3D Max's plucky force buy. So certainly a chance to stabilize this half here and now. 3 rounds left to play out. Actually, excuse me, just 2. That was incorrect, HUD. It's 5-5. And buys on both ends.
Yeah.
Jambo again, maybe for the mid play. He's kind of been looking at the edge of that smoke a couple of times in middle when they don't smoke it all the way.
Hey, never turn down a good spawn.
But they'll smoke mid again, right? It's been an element of Fnatic's start. Doesn't mean he doesn't take a look at it. Hope somebody's brave enough to come through, but he didn't see that Gravity hugs that tight wall and gets real close. Dangerously close as Fear feels the heat towards Banana. Goes back into that at 6 health.
Okay.
I mean, insane.
Yeah, Fear's been insane the whole game.
1 bullet from any gun would have killed him as he went back into Banana, so maybe hoping that there wasn't somebody there, but even if there was smoke spam, it feels like he was likely to die. So free kill over to 3D Max. A man advantage that could get caught here. Jambo not far off this angle.
He's been so close looking in the right spots for these op kills. Oh, but he doesn't get
this chance. xRCs dodges the bullet as his teammates just leak out into brackets control, and this is Jambo flying solo inside A at the moment.
Look at the movement towards Arch. They're not worried about an op now.
He starts to play aggressively. He'll catch one, but no sir. 2 critical misses that could have been 2 free frags. Instead, Jambo, a 3rd chance, hits that one. Still able to dive into the site, but this A bomb site is so surrounded and nobody is coming to save Jambo. They're already queuing up a majority save on B.
But why are they going B? The T's right now, they're walking into this. They're like so scared of Jambo, even though he's the only guy here. KRiMZ could hold this back. Oh, not enough ammo.
Lucky gets the better of him. xRCs comes out from balcony. There's Jambo's 2nd kill. He's going to need to reload off of the next shot, and that's the window of opportunity for somebody to catch him. Exactly. At least it gets recovered here by Maka into what he'll now know was only a 1-player site. But he's so worried that Jambo wasn't alone. He's going to clear everything, and this gives great time over to Fnatic to close the distance.
It'll have to be a plant, but they could almost run out at this right now, so we see them coming quick.
Charging at him. Maka, gun back in hand, gets into the sight box, and he's going to falter. 3D Max so afraid of Jambo that they let Fnatic get a lead off that round.
That was really bad out of 3D Max. They had the sight wrapped entirely. Even if it was 4v2, you still go. You still have a situation where Jambo could get traded. It's the 2nd time when he was over at B, he was able to re-peek into CT. They were just too scared of him, and I want to hear that word in the interview if they lose, that they played scared, because that's cost them the most. The amount of risks that we've seen Fear take over on B site, like the amount of things that Fnatic are getting away with being aggressive when 3D Max have the ability to trade, it feels like they don't have the right energy it's like they don't believe they're actually playing well. That's how I look at 3D Max right now.
Yeah, it felt too good to be true, I guess. Yeah. All while Fnatic,
they need more decisive calling.
Yet again, go for the alt mid play. They've gotten away with this so many times.
Dude, it's never been pushed back. That was that last round was the first time they got to the end of halls with a T-side player.
So BlameF finds one. This is nice because not only is Jambo's op scaring 3D Max clearly, but you've got a great performance out of KRiMZ. First day in stage 2, sitting 11-6 on the CT side. But off of BlameF's frag, 3D Max will take positioning up inside of the apartments. Blame is awaiting this play, pops up at the right moment and finds Gravity's head primed to be popped. They've got a little bracket control to go with this last player in the balcony. Everybody trying to join up here. Final attempt to get 6, and it is gunned down by the non-Ukrainians. Fnatic with a beautiful recovery of a half. 5 rounds in a row to close that one 7-5. A little shaky out of the gate, made possible by the 3D Max aggression, right? Forced by round 2, keeping the pressure on Fnatic, and in what we said was going to be a messy game, it felt like 3D Max were going to thrive within that. But within the mess, I think it's Fnatic who finds stability with the consistency of taking over apartments.
Yeah, towards the end of the half, you know, Fnatic got better, 3D Max got worse, and we do see the lack of confidence. I think that's brought some bad results recently for 3D Max, where they got into winning positions. They just didn't have the IGL that says, go, we're in the right place. And so they've got the bones right now. But if they obviously are this sloppy, it's going to be an easy game for Fnatic. So 5 rounds is what they'll have to live with, and hopefully the break to get them in the back into the right mental spot.
Crossfire on brackets between xRCS and Gravity. Little jump spot in, Berettas get blinded. It's good util support from Fear to get them into this, and wasting no time on the arch wrap. To the bomb site they'll go with a player low on Graveyard Stairs. This pop-up could catch them off guard. xRCS though, because he's low, is an easy pickup. Third frag goes Fnatic's way. Man advantage, smoke on Moto, and the plant in the back of the site. It's gonna make this a difficult no-kit retake for 3D Max. They are already positioned though. Lucky, hoping that he can get ever closer with those dual Berettas. 2 pairs of dual Berettas, in fact, for this 3D Max pinch. But it's all about trying to get Body through that smoke at the right time. Lucky's going to go ahead and smoke off the line from Pit. That could get him into the bomb site, or otherwise over towards the Pit challenge itself, hoping that flash would have done something, but it's not the case. xKacpersky finds his 3rd kill in the pistol, and Fnatic's 5-round streak grows to 6th with the pistol round win.
It's funny, you could see in that first round exactly the angle that Maka should use in the Pit just to delay for time. Sure. Retake's not possible. Played extremely well here from xKacpersky. And they hold on to things as a simple lane pop. They get the kills where they're supposed to, bomb down, nice and efficient, and you are seeing the follow through from Fnatic, where they're not doubting themselves in the same way as 3D Max.
Just shoulder to shoulder, eh? Those 3 players coming right down through the arch push, like the follow through to get into the bomb site and to really win the pistol.
Yeah.
The meat beyond the bones. Right there.
It's rounds like this, I think, that are more scary for Fnatic at this point.
Sure.
You know, are you going to get ecoed because you're taking too many risks? The Mag 7 Halls push.
Dude, xRCS is a specialist with this thing. Very brave of him to try to get into the further halls.
I think you just cross back at that point.
Right? It's like, if
but
you've
now
got
he's like,
this...
I'm just going to torment you because you don't know where I'm going. I can't really be useful, but you don't know if I'm going to peek again. You never know.
And if you want to come get me, you're going to eat buckshot in these hallways.
I think his idea is I'm delaying for time just by being alive in a really weird spot.
And he's not wrong about that. It allows the scout to find further damage.
Oh, more
Nade
damage.
finds damage. Now we're talking majority of Fnatic.
Now this Mag 7 actually could take a long-range shot if it wanted to.
But they're still worried about it, right? xKacpersky starts to let his guard down, comes back to clear it. One missed chance for xRCS means it's going to be enough for Fnatic to know, now we no longer have to worry about our flank in alt mid. Let's take this to A.
Oh, he's trying to scare him back.
Nicely done. Lucky finding one with 5-7. Doesn't regain vision fast enough, and xKacpersky is going to find this A site already primed to be wrapped on. BlameF just confirming there's still somebody nearby. Gravity coming through with an MP9 in a second. Doesn't like his chances to push through that smoke, so this is going to be Fnatic getting away from that threat that was the Mag 7 in their back.
Yeah, it had to be the Mag 7 shot at the bottom of the stairs, and then with the HP bars, it's a really scary situation for Fnatic. So the push ends up, I think, getting what he wants out of it, except for ultimately that kill. But another moment missed where, you know, 3D Max, they lost the first pistol, they ended up ecoing back. That helps. But Fnatic now with a clean conversion, 4 alive, and a 9-round lead in this game.
You know, I thought this game was going to be tight the entire way through, and we've still got to get to the gun rounds of 3D Max, but comfortable 4-round lead. A clear plan of action as well, I think, from Fnatic so far in these first 2.
Yeah.
And no hesitation. That, I think, that's the best version of Fnatic, is when there is no hesitation.
Feels like it's going to be the main difference maker for sure.
And still 3D Max have to kind of sit on their hands and hope that this XRC Mag 7 Scout combo with Maka is going to pull it off this round, because it didn't actualize in the prior. Body quick to it. It's called out. They pop open the smoke, and good on BlameF to keep it covered. That'll be 5v4 Fnatic on the road to double digits.
I think this is where the week of games prior can really kick in.
Sure.
3D Max are like, well, they feel like a little uncomfortable today just kind of arriving and starting to play. They don't have the super hot start that you're praying for. Then that's when, okay, well, damn.
I mean, it happens every major.
Every major, yeah.
When will we stop being surprised? I think it's always just to like, what degree will it occur? Still definitely a recoverable game. We'll have to wait for the gun rounds to come through, but Fnatic, props to them, making the absolute most of the moment, even starting to shoot that Mag 7 back. Bomb will be scooped up as they find B-site prime for the taking, and that's going to be 10-5 comfortably for Fnatic. This round streak now is just damn near untouchable, right? 5 in the CT side, 3 in a row since winning pistol on T. 8 straight.
And you could see it every time we go to Exercise, how just disappointed he is in how these rounds are going. And it's not like he's playing extremely well right now. Missing some kills. Opening kills a strong stat here for Fnatic as well.
Here we go, gun round. This is what we need to see from 3D Max. Put an end to this 8-round streak. Oh, missed shot from Maka, though. You give a gift over, plus you get found out inside of the smoke. Trying to get the op back, I assume?
Yeah, I think they blew it open right there. It's beautiful.
Super awkward. Fnatic do not let off the pressure. Fnatic already have this gun round down to a 5 versus 1 with A control. Now this is a Fnatic sprinting to the finish line.
You see this one shot miss from Maka, and everything goes wrong after that. He takes a risk pushing through the smoke to get his off frag. And Maka's a big conversation for 3D Max coming into the major. He can have such high impact, but that's also one of the reasons why they've been slumping so hard, is we're not getting that. It's just too inconsistent. And you could take that risk, but you got to come home with that shot. I mean, that's just the bottom line. His teammate dies trying to get back his op. His B players start taking risks because they're down to 3 players. A lot of that rests on him.
I mean, you wait 16 rounds of Inferno to be able to take that CT op peak down middle.
You didn't have to. You were smoked.
Right? Decided the time was here and now. Oh, 1 kill for bodies, all they're going to get. Fnatic 4 players strong, a huge streak of rounds, and a 6-round advantage on the score. I mean, if they surely they can feel like this victory is so close to being finished.
They won the key round. I mean, that's it. Like, 3D Max can take a pause, but the problem is, like, they're the team still making so many mistakes. You know, it started out really messy between both, but Fnatic are getting more solid. 3D Max are just, I think they're receding to remembering how much they've lost recently. And that's why I guess it can be important to win a little bit at least before you come into the major. You've got to build some kind of confidence, and they clearly don't have it, which is so disappointing again, because when you look back on some of the setups to their rounds, you go, they're in a winning spot. But then they don't go. Jambo gets a 2K, Jambo gets a 3K, and those are rifle rounds that he ends up stopping them.
What a strong delivery from everybody on Fnatic this game as well. I mean, you know, Fear, no surprise to see him negative in the KD just with some of the crazy openings he was taking on the CT side. But calling a good game, calling a confident game. Just really lacks the hesitation 3D Max put on display. Down goes the M4 instantly. BlameF the entry. Catches it towards Banana, keeps the pressure on B, and again, majority of 3D Max kicking it off over towards that A site are gonna find nothing. XRC's trusty Mag 7 has delivered nothing. In the now 3 rounds they've come in with a gun and a Mag 7.
Yeah.
It's been 3D Max with no contest. This game, at the start, off of the back of a force buy in round 2, felt like 3D Max were going to drag Fnatic through the mud, that we were going to have a very sloppy game of Counter-Strike, but Fnatic find that composure, find that momentum, and have ran with it into a 12-5 advantage. Lucky's got something to say. whether he grabs that gun and they try to retake or just head off to the hills.
They only half bought on this round, so they are playing for OT. Credit to them for giving it a real try. xKacpersky's Mag 7's like, let me help you get out of here.
Yeah, let me give you some cover. Let me make giant holes in that smoke.
He
Dude,
went
you
back
can't
and
even
died.
get away.
Yeah. He went back and died for no reason. I think he wanted to try to upgrade his gun, but his teammate just died where he was, so he could have just picked that up.
Call the void. Fnatic, 7 match points here in this best of 1. A flawless T-side on top of that 5-round CT streak.
And it'd be one thing to say they could play a good CT side or whatever, but we're just not seeing it. Like, there's no way they don't make another mistake for 7 rounds.
Right.
That would come out of nowhere. That would be like, they would have to have an intense level of self-awareness and information that they're not privy to based on what we've seen this game. You know, we could fix their mistakes from what we've seen, but they clearly have no idea. This probably just feels like a bulldozer to them.
At least they'll get that. And xRCS gets the angle on JackAsmo as he didn't want that death to go in vain. And the whole time, Lucky still sitting inside of the arch corner. So our Fnatic gonna concede at the very least 1 round on this T side. KRiMZ taking a look through the apartments. And Molly's gonna fluster the setup. So piecing together the info as BlameF waits for that banana smoke to fade out, and they start to lean away from this. Utility-wise, still plenty to go for Fnatic. I think, yeah, go numbers strong. Group up into B. This is a classic. You'll find this part of the map free for the taking. And I think all things considered, they'll like their chances in a 3 versus 4 with this timing, right? You've got to keep it going. We're starting to get 3D Max, taking that look towards mid, frees up body to rotate. I think Fnatic are just going to pounce this bomb site.
Are they smoking this, though?
They've got the smokes for it. It trickles down now. Lands in front of Maka. They don't commit before it plumes. Utility comes back the other direction, and now we're starting to get that pressure from behind out of xRCS. The question is how many players on site for Fnatic to have to deal with. They will take their chance, and no trait found. Body with a triple headshot.
It's the jump flash from Coffins that sets that up, and Body waiting for the perfect moment to counter. Fnatic, they could have gone early, but they would have had to go through the car smoke, and they could have entered into B even faster than that, but they were looking around waiting for someone to peek them first. It just wasn't coming. It's the first good round here for 3D Max in a long time.
Yes, sir.
Whew. I mean, that's going to go in the highlight package, so.
Yes, sir.
Even though they could get stomped, that would still be one of the best plays.
I think it's just nice to see that sign of life out of 3D Max, a reminder to the individual level they bring to the table.
And the tactics, too. They did have good tactics. It's really sometimes, I think it's honestly, it's confidence is the big thing. Like, even, again, setups and strategy are looking pretty good today, but, like, follow-through is not there. Allowing re-peaks to come in, allow Fear to get... Fear took so many risks this game, but he didn't really get punished for them, I think, as consistently as 3D Max would have liked.
And also just some missed individual moments, like Maka's first op peek down middle, the xRCS Mag 7 flank that got into the right spot, but then
just
kind of
fragging, Like opening kills right now, it's like, it feels like 10-1 for Fnatic.
And, you know, Fnatic have gone through those motions already. That's the advantage of starting stage 1. They had time to refine themselves and come into this one clearly with the best foot forward. You know, I think we've seen Fnatic in recent months really bank on, like, BlameF's individuals. But this game, this is exactly what you're looking for just a clean victory, right? We got KRiMZ taking over. And KRiMZ, you know, what I loved about last week was, like, he had that very critical clutch in regulation to keep them in the Red Canids game.
Yeah, and the ace as well.
That ace, and then a clutch to follow. I mean, come on. That's classic KRiMZ, showing us a good form in Budapest. And I think there's more criticism on KRiMZ this event than there has been in some time because of the public outcry that was replacing Cypher with JackAsmo.
Criticism on KRiMZ?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Well, just not maybe a criticism on him.
You mean
but,
like it should have been him?
Well, that was the conversation. Was it KRiMZ or was it Swisher? And then, you know, role-wise, Jack Asmo to KRiMZ, you'd think you'd keep Swisher, was, I think, some people's opinions, myself included. And then the argument against it would be, well, it's going to be worth it by keeping KRiMZ. And I didn't know if it would be, but I think so far in Budapest, it has been.
Yeah.
Right? He's been able to find that groove. The Fnatic camp came out and said in an interview as well that like it's just about even the outside gelling between KRiMZ and Jack Asmo, that there's some chemistry there, which I think at times I want to kind of call their bluff, because when you're switching to Ukrainian as a core still, it's like, well, how well can you gel? And obviously it's hard to quantify that element between the two. I've seen some awkward setups between the two. But if KRiMZ can, while all that noise is going on, start post clutches and aces, okay, I'll take a step off him, you know?
Well, when KRiMZ starts uploading videos to Twitter speaking other languages, we'll get worried.
Okay, sure, yeah. Start speaking in tongues. You never know what KRiMZ is up to. I asked KRiMZ yesterday doing a Blitz interview station. One of the questions I asked the players was, who is your nemesis?
Yeah, okay.
And he said, I think I've outlived them all.
That's great.
Yeah, so we're going to hand this one off to a tech pause break real quick, folks. Don't go anywhere. Fnatic are on the brink of being very convincingly victorious in their opening game today.
Freddy can drink one monster, like one take. And in the morning, right in the morning when he woke up, just insta monster, snooze.
HexT sometimes sleepwalks. He's a sleep talker and sometimes a sleepwalker. So I would just always kind of wake him up when he was like standing up. But then there was one time recently that him and Lake were rooming together, and then he woke up in the middle of the night and then Hex was telling Lake, "There's a spider on your face. There's a spider on your face," and then they were both kind of freaking out a little bit, and then he's just like, "Oh," and then went back to bed and doesn't have any recollection of it. Funny thing, so super funny.
I mean, bro right now is trying to channel David Goggins, so he's like really on the grind right now for fitness, but I guess that's the only thing I really can think of right now.
I don't know if I can expose too much. They're toxic.
I would probably say Olda PR, our teammate, maybe doesn't look like it, but he's practiced wrestling a lot, and he's quite good at it. We got to see him match up with one of our old teammates in a match, and it was quite exciting.
Maybe Kensizor, he likes to show some, to look for some bandits, you know, he likes that stuff.
Amazing.
Some rich guys which are bandits, you know.
Try knows a little bit of Russian. I don't know how, I think he studies a lot alone, but I mean, he knows some words, you can test him.
Is it Duolingo, do you think, or?
Yeah, and I think watching a lot of streams and watching Dota, I don't know. He just like, every day he just throw around the word at us.
I would say like Nissin, he's very funny guy, like in a way that he says some shits that nobody expects, you know, and it's funny every time. So it's good people should be around.
Welcome back to the B stream, where 3D Max are about to lose to Fnatic. That's what it feels like. Because of the consistency that Fnatic have found in these rounds, these aren't just, you know, Hail Marys and just barely winning rounds. This has been Fnatic in control for a huge streak of rounds. 3D Max have answered back once, and now we see how much of that, what was significant lead, gets cut down into.
It's just kind of gearing up for 3D Max to just have like a very terrible end to the season. You know, if they come in today after a little bit of break, after a couple of tough weeks, and then they continue to play the same way, like I think, you know, there's different dimensions to calling, and like you could put as much of a good foot forward in terms of tactics and like ideas and stuff like that, but it seems like that part's fine. You know, it's more like, are we spacing properly? Are they dry running enough? You know, like, are they going forward with executes well enough? Are they reading the map well? Because how come they get into a 4v1 position on a site and not know that the site only has one player? They don't have a really good read for what's going on. So those are really two big points against the calling. But we do know they bring fresh ideas. We saw some cool stuff in play. Not all that stuff's going to work, but they're an innovative team. So unfortunately, in a lot of ways, it's the 3D Max that's always been. But on their best days, they hit a lot more shots and they're way more explosive. And I think that's what we're missing right now.
You know, meanwhile, on the other side, we think Fnatic is, you know, barring their blowout victory versus Imperial, the 13-3, this would be the most lopsided victory of the major so far for them. And it's for that reason that, like, I'm kind of anticipating that this still gets messy, goes a little back and forth. I feel like 3D Max described them as prickly earlier today because it's just they're so hard to put down at times.
Bunch of pricks.
They just they really thrash around when you feel like you've finally got them pinned. So Fnatic, no strangers to a close game. But, you know, this is currently a 3D Max, just for the record, on a 5-match losing streak.
Yeah.
It's just that all those games were a month ago, right? We haven't had an official for a month. So it's a really stark contrast to a lot of the other rosters coming into Budapest that were, again, Passion UA is a great example, just did a LAN days ago. You know, they're really trying to find runway on LAN somewhere. And 3D Max are an example of a team that just took a break in contrast.
KRiMZ has 3 entries.
KRiMZ has 3 entries.
He doesn't even want to do that.
And yet here he is.
Here he is. You said right before we went to that pause that he felt he's outlived all of his rivals.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
so
his
good.
rivals. Yeah, he's like, I've outlived
His
them
nemesis,
all.
yeah.
Of his nemesis. He's like, they're all just kind of gone. He's like, I guess then it's just Apex was his final answer. He's like, Apex has to be my last.
Yeah, because even like the Danish era of Counter-Strike wasn't really there when he was even super competitive.
Yep.
So like, yeah, would have been Apex. Who else is around since?
karrigan?
No, it'd be Fallen. So karrigan.
Fallen.
Yeah, I guess karrigan was always there, but that was kind of already a point where Fnatic weren't really, like, Sweden was already done.
Okay.
So I think Fallen for sure. Is Fallen was the one who took it from Sweden.
Okay.
And then it became about Brazil.
Right. But, you know, Fallen's such a great guy that he can't be your nemesis.
That's right. If
Apex,
Fallen's your
though?
nemesis, you're probably a bad guy.
Yeah, you're on the wrong side. Yeah, fair point. All right. Let's see if they can just finish this one off. Take an attack pause, Fnatic, right before this one goes live. It was 12-5, 7 match points for Fnatic. First one goes the way of 3D Max after that huge streak of Fnatic success. Dig deep, 3D Max. Welcome to the Major.
You know, I really just missed the old Passion UA. I just wish it was the full lineup. Back at Shanghai, man. They were our Copenhagen Flames. But it's still good to see that they still have some of that spirit.
And the thing is, you know, you kind of get replaced as events go on, right? Like Legacy took that glory from them in Austin, right?
Yeah.
We always have that one Cinderella run, and right now it sort of feels like it's kind of like Paravision in the making. Everybody's excited for James' return.
Right, yeah.
Right, another roster of debutantes that are seizing an opportunity that you can't blame them if they hadn't been able to, you know, materialize. So you don't want to be yesterday's news. You want to be the hot prospects of today, and that's what this core is trying to still be.
Not much movement here from 3D Max. They saved to buy up, and Omakas had almost no op impact so far. Doesn't want to take another risk, it looks like. But he's got a good amount of information. 15 seconds is actually time to go.
Pretty crazy.
This is wild.
Crunches on, flashes through, double flash in fact, and Lucky's going to try to pounce in that moment. 7 seconds, bomb's not even on site. KRiMZ, you've missed your chance, or he's planting in that final moment.
Get it?
Oh, he's got it, dude. Down to the wire, Fnatic, how dare you?
Okay.
3D Max sitting stagnant in that bomb site. Double flashes I thought was enough. KRiMZ barely standing up. Those geriatric knees almost gave out as he climbed over top of the pit. But good on him, man. He punches it in. A man of calculation and an excellent game as well from KRiMZ. The entirety of Fnatic came out swinging at the start of stage 2. This is a performance to be proud of.
It is, yeah. I mean, they barely win that round, and it shows you that this is a team that was, you know, you push them a little bit and they'll make some mistakes. We look at that round, actually, there were no pushes, right? There was no pushes on the map from 3D Max, and still it came down to a 1-second plant. Full car control, no one even on brackets, and 3D Max nearly beat them. Fnatic nearly beat themselves on time. So 3D Max, they go back. I mean, they won't have time to prep or rewatch this demo or anything like that. But if when they do get the chance, they might be horrified to find out some of the situations they were in. They could have easily made simpler decisions to win some more rounds. I mean, maybe they don't win this game even if you replay it, because Fnatic were too solid by the end overall. But they know they could have made this way more competitive. And they're not looking like they're looking like they're in a position to go 0-2 today, which is absolutely, you know, the worst thing that could possibly happen for a team like 3D Max.
No, I'm glad we had that conversation about how, like, this day is one of the scariest days of all of Counter-Strike's calendar, just because you never know who's going to drop 0-2, right? You never know who's going to finish 2-0.
And if you play bad in the first half of the day, I mean, that doesn't radically change by the second.
That's right. Look what happened just last week with Stage 1. We had Australians, both North American teams, and a Brazilian in Fluxo establishing themselves 2-0. And while Fluxo gets cut down short 2-3, that's how it goes. It's a contrast between how this one day of 2 best-of-1s can set you up for success or failure at a major. 3D Max are going to have to somehow dig out of this trench. And on the contrast, this is a beautiful beginning for Fnatic. This, I think, is like the embodiment of capitalizing on the run-up of Stage 1.
Definitely.
That's what that felt like. That did not look to me like the same Fnatic that went up versus Red Canids and barely won.
Yeah, you still see, I don't know, I think if there was a team that was better, they would have punished Fnatic a lot more in some of those spots. Their scoreline, obviously assisted by getting that second pistol, a little bit of a cleaner run, that Maka miss, important rifle round just to like really streak. But every single opportunity that they get to survive one more is another chance to think and improve. And throughout the stage, Fnatic will continue to grow in strength. So I think they got a little fortunate with the way that Stage 1 went. They get a game here that could have been a huge threat to them, and 3D Max weren't on form. They get there, and they are building. They are getting better, making less mistakes. I think they could still be vulnerable for sure, but they're not the ones who are in jeopardy right now. There'll be a lot of pressure off of Fnatic moving into their next game today.
Yeah, I think at the very worst, finishing this day 1-1 will be a good one for Fnatic. We'll throw this one down to xKacpersky to get his thoughts post-victory.
xKacpersky, a very dominant start and kind of a quick game, even though we had a little break. So how do you feel after going through the first best-of-1 and taking such a dominant win?
Feels pretty good, I would say. We were dominant the second half. First half, I think they were a little bit lucky, I would say. But we also did some small mistakes. So yeah, I really liked how we played City, and the T side was really good by us also. Yeah, feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean you had an absolutely flawless T side also. Your first match your first best-of-1 last week was against Red Canids, I think, and it went to overtime. I think that was pretty stressful. So compared to the last best-of-1, and now you're starting like this, how is that?
We did a lot of review from these games, and I can say that we find a lot of mistakes by the comms, by the game, and we fixed all of them. And I hope we'll just keep playing like this, and yeah, maybe we'll see us in stage 3.
Okay, I mean, what are your like expectations? Like, I feel like you're literally like just warming up more and more the more we see you play. So, which Fnatic are we gonna see in stage 2?
Very tough question. We'll just show our best game every single game basically, and we should just focus step by step and do everything what we can in the moment.
All right, thank you so much, and best of luck for the second.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
I think looking back at their last games, identifying mistakes, that's what they had to do. Whether they fixed all of them, like he said, I probably don't expect them to. I think they could crack back through, like you're saying, versus tougher opposition, but it's undeniable that they've clearly improved on some of those errors, and they, capitalize on this opening day. So xKacpersky trying to live in the moment, trying to do it step by step, and two teams that are going to do exactly the same thing will be our next matchup. It'll be Paravision versus Tyloo after this break. Can Jame continue off of momentum the same way Fnatic have? You got to stay tuned to find out.
always defended him, top of the throne of the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out that clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
every game we better because we play versus good opponent. And I feel in stage 2 more team have who play not like Legacy or not like Gamer Legion. I think we have good chance on this stage and next stage.
我觉得 Major 对于其他赛事来说，对我们是非常非常重要的。就是不管是赛事含金量还是队伍质量来说，不管是对我们还是对任何队都是很重要的。
Television 我觉得是一支非常难缠的对手吧，就是看了一下他们的比赛，就是感觉他们有非常高的潜力吧，然后就是觉得他们是一支非常强大的队伍吧。明天这场比赛将会就是非常艰难，但我们并不害怕，我们会 try our best.
They are good individual, but they are not have strong system like as a team, but they're pretty good as individual.
我觉得对于我们而言，就是我们的心态非常重要吧。就是当我们马上就是接近胜利的时候，我们可能心态会有点着急，然后不会像平常那样的稳定。然后我们需要在可能交流方面也需要做得更好，然后还有就是个人水平的发挥吧。
Hey Taylor guys, we're just bots, we came from online, you're more experienced than us, let's just play CS, don't prepare for us, it's gonna be easy for you.
Привет.
You know the prompt there for Belchonok was, or Belchonok. The prompt of the question was, what do you want to say to your opponents to intimidate them?
Yeah, right. Don't prepare for us, and I think they will be. I mean, like Tai Lu, excuse me, I believe it was Jam Young said, like, we've been watching their games. They look like a strong opponent with some very real potential. What you want is to be a team that doesn't get kind of picked up on the radar, right? You want to be a team that just gets kind of chalked up, like an Imperial who thought, easy 2-2 game.
Yeah.
You know, I think you'd be far less worried about them. But no, Paravision 100% were a standout in the first stage. I think just by nature of how gritty some of their games got, how a driving force behind this was James and his individual level. We can see the stats. And Chelo was somebody who in stage 1, these stats don't give it any credit because in the 2-2 game, he had 2 pretty bad maps. One of those maps was a blowout for everybody, but individually in the opening map of Ancient, he also disappointed in contrast. Those stats were lights out. He was in a lot of the, top 5s for many of the stat categories on HLTV coming into that 2-2 game. And I think if he's able to kind of refine that confidence because now the pressure's off again, you're not sitting 2-2, you can just take a swing at the likes of what should be and could be a slow starting Tai Lu. It's like crazy that you said at the start of this, like this would be the upset of the day, because we're talking about a stage 1 team and an underdog inside of the stage 2 invitees.
Yeah, for sure.
And yet there's a lot of hype behind this map because I think there's 2 teams here in the server right now going head to head that off of the back of this win, a 1-0 start, could really ride momentum to unexpected levels in this stage 2 matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Like you brought up, it kind of just perked my attention that this could be, Paravision could be the underdog or Cinderella story of the event when it didn't feel like there was going to be any of this event.
Right.
They really did shock, and there is always one. It doesn't feel like they're maybe on the same trajectory as like a Legacy or something like that because they 3-0'd and all that really took everything super quickly, whereas they had to grind all the way to 2-2, but being Legacy in a 2-2 game themselves, I mean, that's so impressive. So in this match, I mean, it's hard to say that, okay, we're going to get Mirage. I was wondering if you were...
This is huge. This is huge for Paravision. They came into this event with that 15-0 streak on this map.
Yeah.
Only cut by M80.
M80.
Which is a little bit awkward. What was crazy was I was talking...
It was going to be Ancient for some reason.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's been an affinity for Ancient out of Paravision. They played it in both of their elimination best of 3s versus Gamer Legion and versus Legacy. But going down to Mirage, I don't think is an issue. I mean, Paravision, I talked to them yesterday. They even said, just kind of off the cuff, Jay mentioned like, yeah, we'll see if anybody lets us play Mirage again. And I think that's something that they were coming into Budapest expecting to use as a weapon. Tai Lu's signing up for this fight. Very curious game on our hands, I think, with Mirage. I think this is going to be like a gloves-off type situation. Paravision said that the system over on the side of Tai Lu is something that they're lacking, that they have strong individuals. Let's see if those individuals can come out swinging on Mirage, shall we?
It's kind of cut and dry. They just said, yeah, they're basically not as good of a team, and that's just honest analysis. That is just a fact. Now, we're always excited to see Ty Lue play in a stage like this. I think G is a LAN player. He's somebody who, you know, James also a LAN player, but he doesn't have a LAN personality at all. He's just always the same. He's very even throughout the day. But G, he like lives for these experiences with the most pressure and the most to create the most entertainment possible. He also brings a lot of X factor in his plays.
Incendiary onto the Palace. Execute comes out for Paravision in the pistol. And Mozia's got the first blood. Stalls for a second, but the trades come out. G comes in with his, playing off triple for man advantage. It's AW picking up a couple of kills in the pistol already. What's left of Ty Lue was over here towards Ticket. AW could just be piecing together a quad, but James kind of lets him off the leash, lets him take some contact, and timing could work out for Mercury. Berettas have slipped up, and AW, you'd think, gets caught off guard by this, but I love the way he just keeps coming in and out of this battle, then peels away alongside James. They're going to force Mercury's hand. Either he comes out to confirm they're still over there, or Jane could be sprinting to the other side of the map in a second.
Yeah, he's actually walked out towards connector instead of going through CT. This is kind of a crazy situation because it's not even faster than the CT can make it over towards B. Mercury's just assuming they're going to re-aggress, which is just not the case, obviously, and now they have a Halls plant. So this works out very well for Paravision. The only thing that could have worked for Mercury was getting there first.
James was willing to be the guy who had to clutch this. You saw the way he sat back with bomb on ramp, right? Really wanted AW to go confirm things.
No kit here for Mercury, no smoke.
James was playing with options, and it's a very tough retake here for Mercury. Oh, instantly executed. Huge multi-kill moment for AW. A supportive element of this Paravision core, right? Somebody who at times was looking kind of flat in certain halves, but I thought showed some of the more resilience. Like, he bounced back in second halves quite convincingly. And I remember specifically on Ancient, some of those really high pressure B executes when all he'd have was an SMG with people coming from all directions. That's where, for me, AW was making his bread.
I'm still, myself, trying to decide who the core is, I guess, in terms of, because all their games before the major, it's just none of the teams were notable like they were here.
Yeah, they'd never played a top 20 team.
So I think these stats are the only ones that actually matter for Paravision right now, and, you know, find out who's really good.
Fast play and a dive into the B site. That's going to cost chelo. Belchanok out here trying to get a trade. Does so onto Mercury. And then they pause for a second, looking for the next one. G's the follow-up. And they're going to pull apart what was this bit of a stack that Ty Lue hoped to get going. So clean rifle work. We get another triple kill, this time out of Noda. And so Paravision converting the pistol. You know, taking a look at the rankings, what's fun, in fact, is, you know, Ty Lue also sit outside of the top 20 in the HLTV World Rankings. So Paravision, who had come here looking for top 20 oppositions, got to play versus 2 of the only 3 teams in the top 20, eliminated both, and now they're back to just dealing with teams outside of it. Like, this is the comfort zone in terms of opponents for Paravision.
Yeah, and so they're one of the teams, like we talk about the power-up from stage 1, they're one of the teams where I see the most power-up. Like, you know, you could say it applies to everyone, but we'll have to see. Some teams more untested than others. Like FlyQuest passed on the eye test entirely, but they really weren't tested that hard.
Right.
So, you know, FaZe, they were tested very hard by like not great teams, and then they barely survived. So it's hard to get that read. Paravision, on the other hand, hard grind, passed all the tests, eliminated the best teams in the stage, and like the last map was, I feel like, evidence enough. Just that map alone showed how much potential they have at this event. So unfortunate draw here for Ty Lue. Will be tough.
Ooh. G's going to open up 5v4 in the first gun round. Boys with the hold on Palace, and Belchanok gets dropped. AW emerging, just working with the MAC-10, and luckily here there are layers. This is a good round for G, showing us there's going to be some op presence for Jane to have to handle. First gun round comes out from Ty Lue, and we get that G triple frag.
Remember you talking yesterday about op IGLs and how there were none besides James, and it's G on the other side.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
We're only talking about top 20 teams, Connor.
Must have been. Yeah, James was the last bastion, I thought.
But, you know, do you think, what percentage of people do you think have Ty Lue in like an 0-3 position in this stage?
That's
feels like it'd be kind of low, right? Like not making it through, probably high. That's what I'm talking about, G.
I think maybe watching the other Chinese teams fall out 0-3, right? It's like the 2 other Chinese representatives both dropped 0-3, so I think there's a little bias skewing that we're all kind of thinking that the China hype of Austin has kind of come to an end. But, you know, Tai Lu. Come on now. These guys have picked up a trophy this year.
It's the best Tai Lu.
It was Jam Young who got his first MVP, right?
It's the best version of Aurora. It's the best Tai Lu. It's the best Paravision we've ever seen.
I had
It's
never
the best
seen
FlyQuest we've ever seen.
True.
That was a joke, Connor.
Oh. There's no time for jokes, Launders. Tai Lu.
This is the major.
This is what they all fight for. Not much of a fight on this one.
It could be if they're not careful. Uh-oh, now stairs. Careful, Mercury. Just don't give one back. Oh,
there it is.
Double ramp setup should be good.
Yeah, attacker coming in. Deals with chelo.
Oh, no.
Tech9 still finds a victim. This is a 2 versus 4, 1 kill deep. But AW, hands on an AK now, took a ton of damage.
Do it.
Oh, he's got him. Clips the leg out. 10 seconds to the clock. Jame will get blindsided, and we go from a triple kill out of G to majority alive Tai Lu, making the most of that one.
G's the only reason it doesn't get scary. So well done. Excellent shots. Love what we see. And like, you know, you might know G from the ice cream memes and things like that. But if you watch Tai Lu, like this is the best version of Tai Lu because G, you know, because him as an opper, him as a person, as brings so much energy and X factor to this roster is just genuinely good. And for a long time, Tai Lu were the biggest team in China and therefore the biggest team in Asia. But they were always underperforming relative to other rosters or never had the 5 that would make them the best. Well, here they are in stage 2. Trying to carry the flag, honestly.
I mean, Legacy certainly stole the show in Austin, but there was talk of the town when we had, you know, Mongols doing what they did, getting to where no Asian team has ever gone before, and then riding their momentum, right? Riding their coattails in the sense that Mongols had been establishing more places at the major for Asian teams was the 2 successful stories of Tai Lu and Lin Vision.
Good point.
It was FlyQuest, an Australian Counter-Strike that we thought was going to go the way of the dodo bird. Instead, now here we are playing in Budapest. Like you said, FlyQuest looked better than ever. Tai Lu. This is their best version. Somebody's got to make up for the shortcomings of the 2-0-3 teams in stage 1.
Were dodos Australian as well?
I don't know.
I
shot for it. Yeah, I
thought they were Canadian.
That, no way. Too exotic.
Nothing that dumb in Canada.
I don't know. I've been to Brampton. That's a place?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just double check. Mozia. Be careful now. You've got pistols stacking up for that challenge, but that's fine. He's got Jam Young to work with. And Belchinok, the last to falter. So this is Tai Lu looking great. Triple kill from G. 4 players, 3 in the previous, 4 now this time. Like this CT side is going to have real momentum moving out of this.
Yeah, absolutely love to see it. Good control, and it's a tall test, as you pointed out. Like the M80 win over Paravision's the only time that they've really got rocked. They were on such a long streak. It's a great map for them to go to, but if Tai Lu were going to leave this open, they know. I mean, there were no great maps to go to that Paravision were going to be scared, and I actually respect that Ancient was avoided because Paravision's Ancient was like pretty sick. So they had to have a plan today. They knew it was going to be Mirage, and it looks like they're ready.
Launders, Jame just missed a grenade.
No. He didn't miss the grenade. You just don't understand it.
Jame missed the grenade.
You don't know the couch molly?
The sun may not come out tomorrow. Ooh, easy challenge. Attacker puts a quick end to chelo. Ooh, unfortunately still sitting now 2 and 6, but they spot Jam Young, or at least they soften him up, and that's fine by him. Repositions off the teammate's cover. Tai Lu as a pack, as a unit, have looked really good so far this game, and that pressure to get the exit into A site continues. Belchinok still with nothing, except that bomb up in Palace, and James trying to help him, but he can offer nothing here whatsoever. Tai Lu comfortably now taking over this game. 4 rounds in a row since the gun round, since G's 3K, have not looked back.
This is everything I thought 3D Max were going to be.
Okay, sure. I know exactly what you mean.
This is such good play out of Tai Lu. I mean, the aim looks so good. Jam Young second kill there off the corner of default. getting the first kill versus the execs. The rifling looks excellent. And again, they're going up against a full confidence. Like, Paravision must feel amazing after last week, better than anybody else. So they had their plate full here at Tyloo, and they're doing an excellent job.
Ooh, but careful now. Nota, Tech9 kill. An attacker trying to get vision down in Khan's. Got to be careful because there's that double up inside of the ramp that could also push. If that palace smoke fades, I feel like Paravision are going to try to go for one of those pounces. We've talked about how all of a sudden they kind of really cram themselves into a bomb site. The explosiveness of their 3, 4, 5-player all-ins. Here it comes. Wide swing and a missed op shot. That's a door left ajar. And G, worried about the jump ups, gonna have to give this over. Doesn't come out wide enough to stop it, so still, retake potential for Tyloo, working with 2 kits, working with ticket control, but how do you get in when no murder hole control is yours? This is gonna be 4 players off ticket.
They've got Jamyoung smoke. This is the only way that they can draw some T's out if they get into the site, but they need like 1 trade. This one's, under balcony. They need to set their eyes forward on this, get scaling.
It's a deagle shot first. Attacker, not too worried about that one. Starts to push the issue, finds a kill, and then sets up Mozia. Jame is waiting, AK in hand, has to be cautious of that off cover that starts to come through. Wallbang's not there, the bodies line up, the defuse is stopped. That is Nota finding it barely, and then as they stick another one, do they have it down to the wire? Oh, and it pops. It's going to cost both of Tyloo's bodies. A retake attempt, 4 strong out from ticket, but they miss it by less than a second.
So close because of that Tech9 kill. Just as we're praising Tyloo, Paravision find a way in. And that's actually a really well called round, even though it is just the Tech9s. But the first frag going down, full control of the A site. No one on Cat to stop the plant or to come up connector. They made it feel like they had a full rifle round the way that they attacked this. Was it oh, okay. He thought he won. I got confused. Yeah. He had me in the first half.
It's a roller coaster of emotion. We're all here riding it with you, brother. Well, actually, I'm just watching. He's riding the roller coaster.
Yeah. We're commentating the roller coaster ride.
You at home are watching. Now Paravision trying to send Tyloo for a loop. Looking to double down on that last one, and they get away with a bit of mid-presence here for Nota. KW setting up nades as that 3-player push comes out from the apartments. chelo looking for the entry as they lose their cat player. This allows for Mozia to just turn attention back, and Mercury quick on the scene. Easy hold from the catwalk player. And this one out of Paravision just doesn't even get a chance to hit the ground. AW with a big recovery, knows there's still 2 players in sight, and he's trying to zone them. He's now cut through 2 of the 3. Rotate in the form of G, op back in market, and Tyloo are going to give space to AW.
Yeah, they're going to let him plan. He's got low HP. They just want him to bleed down the clock, and first peek comes out. Attacker takes care of things, but AW shows us some good aim, and he has shown us some good moments. But still, the hold, it's beautiful.
Yes, sir.
And they're getting the first kill on these rushes. That's such a big thing versus Paravision because we know that when they go for an attack, they don't pause. They literally follow through all the way through into the site. We saw that so many times on Ancient. We saw them do this on Dust 2 as well. And Tyloo just responding to the pressure so well.
It's a good look from Paravision's closer. That part of the play online, but need a bit more from their entry. Back to the drawing board goes Paravision. Back to the pistols go Paravision. But they've already won a round with a bye like this, so we'll stay on the edge of our seats. As should Tyloo.
Sounds like something crazy happened outside.
G holds. Tech9 gets closer. Jame is now dangerously tucked into this, and there's nobody else to support this G-op on B. I can see a world where they get up catwalk and take over that B site. We'll see how James' attack comes through. He gets smoked off, and there's no pressure being applied here whatsoever from Mercury. There's nobody inside of the mid window. G now concerned about catwalk. How much of a...
It's a good spot for, Jamyoung supporting him really well right here, as he keeps an eye on the window. That's the only thing that he has to watch, and G can really focus forward. And this smoke, he offhands it. but he's in a solid spot now.
Another connector smoke to make sure they all get around that corner. Oh, Jam Young holds it through the windowsill, loses the upper back sight, and there's AW's Tech 9 to come through. Still enough to work with here for Paravision. At the very least, it's a bomb plant. Tai Lu go 3 strong, back through the market, immediate pressure out through the windowsill. Chelo gets there. And so, as he re-peaks in a moment, who's his next victim? Fire at his feet, misses a chance to strike down Mozia, but an M4 picked up. It's an AW clutch attempt again. Forced to switch to the sidearm, the swing comes through. How many times will he get close? How many times will Tai Lu take him out of it?
Yeah, I mean, that's such a good play at the end, but overall, Tai Lu, it's another solid round. I love the way that they boost up towards B. In this spot, they could sense the danger even though they couldn't see it, and Jam Young got in an excellent position, not only to look through the window to cut off the cap players, but you incidentally also see anybody coming from B apps. And, barring G getting headshot by a Deagle from long range, like they lock that down entirely. We're looking at Tai Lu 6-3 versus Paravision in a very, very good spot. I'm not surprised to see Paravision get hard to get kills.
Sure.
I'm just surprised to see Tai Lu get the first kill, lock down the rifle rounds, give up an eco, and still be in the lead this much.
Right. Rotating correctly, there's not been a real element of hesitation out of them. I think the one mistake would have been losing to the pistols because nobody had that mid control to try to split the retake, and even that retake comes down to less than a second with 2 players alive.
Yeah, that's right.
So, certainly close. Barring that, it's just a pistol round. So I'm sure Tai Lu are thinking they are clearly in the driver's seat of this game. But we've seen Paravision dig very deep versus their best opponents so far in Budapest. We know James is going to be bringing ideas to the table until the very end. And if I'm not mistaken, we haven't really seen Paravision kind of blown out of the water yet at the Major. No.
Yeah, that's a good point, eh?
I mean, their 2 map losses was 11 rounds, 9 rounds.
Oof, this'll work. Very nicely done.
Dude, dominant. Even in a gun round, right? Now you're talking about a Tai Lu that's got confidence clearly in the play.
They were flashed as well, but I don't think they threw one. That might have been a T-flash at the same time. I'm not sure. That was beautiful.
Great recovery kill from Nota.
Man, Paravision are, minute 10, and they're down to no smokes in this situation. It's going to be hard with them inside of mid-control to scale towards window. Mozia is going to have a huge angle on them if they decide to walk out. They might not be in a position to attack this unless they could try to contact across, but no connector smoke. G's going to have open vision. Let's see if he gets distracted. They have great spots to hold this, I mean. Yeah.
Back turn, yeah. Belchanok makes a critical error. Yeah, they write that off. Quick little ladder jump from Mozia as he pounces. It's a jump scare moment for Paravision. Clearly unprepared for both sides of that. You're just going for a jump scramble over. AW to another clutch attempt, has bomb possession.
He'll win one of these eventually, right?
You'd think, but I mean, the odds always stacked so high in the other team's favor. Fake plants once. Jam Young, caught with a grenade in hand, just trying to peel away from the site, buying time for the rotates over, and he saw the player down cat. He's going to go for this bomb plant. G is not coming in immediately through market, and AW, this one's looking a little more likely. Gets the duel to attacker, just can't manage. All of these attempts have looked good, but it's just so many players against him.
They just need a bit more chip damage. Yeah, one extra player down, and maybe he can actually, he's having a game where he can put up a huge round. We know it could come, and him scaring them is good, but look at this round. It's like Paravision, it's fine for them to try to do something a little different when they're low on grenades and they have mid-control to themselves, but without that smoke, obviously, it was such a tough spot, and you look at Tai Lu's setup, it's beautiful. Like, they have ladder room, it's perfect to hold when everyone's walking around. They have the op in the right line, they have Palace being watched in sandwich so that G can have that line in the first place. No notes for Tai Lu in some of these setups.
Awkwardly as well, we talk about the entry failures right now of Paravision. This is also just James' worst game at the Major, right? He's been that kind of stable element to the Paravision struggles, even in their previous losses. He actually doesn't have a single red rating at this event. And so that could either lead you to believe that the recovery is going to happen because it so consistently has, or Paravision are really playing without a critical element of their system. That op is offline. It's also the third player into this A commitment, sending riflers in front. They're going to pounce on the connector players. G's got a good shot recovery. A second one. His two teammates beyond him go down, but he brings that op alive inside of the A site. And considering a further peek, James is not too far off still, with other teammates to work off of, including another bit of mid-round impact here from AW. Noda covers. Now 3v1. This looks like Paravision have broken down the doors at the A site. G, the only player to put up any kind of a fight this round for Tyloo. And they've got Mozia in a tough position. He's gonna find that immediate kill to AW. He's still working with 100 health as well.
He doesn't think it's a double A ramp setup.
Even though bombs planted for it, very nervous about the other side of the bomb site. We'll see if he just kind of lets that side of the brain go and just focus over towards where the one. Now he spotted both. They give him that bit of an edge, but they come out with conviction and leave it to James and Co. to wait till late in this half to squeeze out a couple more rounds.
Some nice kills there. It's a big distraction as they decide to pull out of the A ramp really quickly. So it looks like Tyloo fell for this one a little bit, over-invested in middle early on, left a small timing open, and it's a simple flash over the stairs that allows for the first kill to take place. G's answer back was really impressive, but it was already too late by then, it clearly looks like. Jam Young making a couple of suspect moves in these last couple of rounds, swinging out from CT. We see that clutch and retake is winnable, but he wanted to end that early, and that was obviously the wrong idea. Still, a position like this is already so impressive. 7 rounds for Tyloo. Paravision are just trying to scrape back into the game.
That's what they do, though. It's what they did to Legacy to eliminate them from the Major. I think if you're Tyloo and you've been keeping an eye on Paravision, knowing this is kind of your first matchup, there's no way they aren't aware of that threat of Paravision's game. James, at one point or another, is going to get his hands on you. It's all about kind of breaking his grip. Tyloo opt to make the aggressive start into the apartments they'll find, and a free angle now for G to just sit this op on. But he was critical in, almost saving the day on A site last round, so we're gonna need to step up from the other players on A for Tyloo if that's where this round ends again.
I love that he took this angle because they haven't really been pressuring B when they don't use it right away. So he can just probably sit here the entire round. Unless they come up cat solo, he's gonna get an early warning shot in, or it's gonna be an A play versus 4 teammates.
Pops it but doesn't watch it. Goes back and, I mean, you could have kept eyes on that. You would have found them exposed. Chelo dying out inside of Sandwich, but still finds attacker from beyond the grave. Good amount of damage done here to the others on Paravision, but no contest on the bomb plant. And G can't find that angle as he now gets smoked from connector. They're gonna go and emphasize Tetris again. His double up, and not to mention a third over towards the ramp. How much free room do they give him? G gonna be posted, finds James. You take down a very clutch element of this post plant, and this op's gonna try to work up close. Missed no scope, but a swap over to the AK. AW doesn't help, and then Jam Young finds the angle wide, so a bit of disjointedness there from the low health players of Paravision, and we get a 2v3 retake here for Tyloo to keep Paravision at bay. Well, if Paravision had hoped to roll with momentum like they did versus Fnatic, all of a sudden, we've got a game on our hands. Tyloo are not going to be one of those victims of a day one, seemingly.
Yeah, definitely. This is so impressive as a start. AW has 130 ADR so far after the end of the first half, and yet they're still getting crushed. So it's kind of unreal. Like, how many, and you know, a lot of his kills ended up being sort of like inconsequential because they lost the rounds, but he still knocked off so much value off of Tyloo, and they still ended up winning so many rounds. That last one was kind of a big indictment on Paravision and James' performance. He hasn't had a good start. He made a weird mistake in that last moment, and showed us why G's actually really got good control.
G riding the hype as well. You're so right about that. You know, he kind of brings it to the server for the team. Just such a ball of energy. AW is going to keep racking up that ADR, and notice got an easy frag. Attacker's head pops up before he tries to push the smoke.
It's going to feel like a B play for sure, though.
But remember the Paravision win streak on this map. You know, no stranger surely to a rough go of it on the T side.
That bomb's going to come back to A, right?
They're figuring it out. Give them a second. Tyloo footing inside of the B site. You got all of Paravision here. Why would they ever think bomb is still in T spawn, Launders? Why would they ever think that?
I don't know.
In fact, why would it ever happen?
Why would it ever happen? And okay, I still think you've got to go back to A though, G. They can start to go towards Cat, right? If they're not worried about it, and then they can start playing towards post plant. Okay.
God, no way. Just no way.
Jamyoung.
Just kill them all. P250 execution on the push through door. James now realizing bombs on the other side. Has to deal with this player first, or else he's not allowed to leave. And this poor guy has been outplayed. G sits on the other side of the map for the entire round. And honestly, if Jamyoung doesn't get those 2 fadeaway P250 kills, it's a 3v2 retake inbound to the A site. Instead, we've got Tyloo playing Jame games against him.
That was nice out of Jamyoung, man. Just sliding across the screen on Cat with that perfect crosshair placement as we're used to seeing. And a lot of frustration here for Paravision, of course. Kind of losing in 2 different ways on this round, especially after the start. 5v3. And a fake that it looked like Tyloo didn't even believe in because they had lost so many players.
Yeah, 100%.
But it was a double fake, right? It was the A site players were meant to go out, maybe get a kill, maybe delay for time, sneak out on a default and wait. So wholesome. And that's flipped. Okay, yeah.
Ooh, we've seen some clean comebacks from Paravision so far at the Major, but this one is a massive ask.
Especially just because how good Tyloo look and how much more it feels like they have to offer, but T-side's a new side.
Here we go. And again, just to reiterate, this is the first time James has not been a component of Paravision and their fight.
And they are still 10-1 on Barrage.
For better or for worse. Mozia coming barreling through.
Uh-oh.
Don't you start dying to USPs now. It's only 2 MAC-10s here for Mercury and Attacker. What's wild is this is a Paravision without Kevlar even, so MAC-10 should be fine. That scout damage is only 11. Another drop down out through the window. Cat player wants to leave. Nota comes through with the Deagle headshot, and they've got Tyloo on their toes. Cat player escaped. James takes a bunch of damage trying to keep that scout output up. Mercury locking this in towards the marketplace. It's going to boil down to AW getting in, and whether or not he can strike while there's a distraction on the other side. They use their CT smoke just to try and create some ambiguity. Do players climb out? Do Tyloo lose track of this? Paravision going to try to crush out through the marketplace. Mercury takes his time, then takes control of inside of it, and James is now the last player left. Great recovery here for Tyloo. If only they had Kevlar, there would have been more of a fight, but I don't think Paravision ever think they're going to get that close.
No, definitely not. I thought AW's in that, he's having the kind of game and in the perfect spot to peak last as they come in for the retake, but the post-plant positions with the smokes going down, like they really stayed calm. They didn't get too nervous about it. They didn't overthink the situation. They really played their advantages well right there. So nice recovery, as you say, here from Tyloo. Another good round, one of many in this Mirage match.
Either the Paravision recovery starts now, or Tyloo are going to give us a map to talk about in their
confidence on Mirage is going to be so shaken as well. Yes. This is such a big point of strength for this team.
opening kill. Jame is down in the dumpster.
Oh!
4 and 12 is
No
Jame at the
way.
moment. 3 individual moments come out for Tyloo, and then AW only able to catch 1.
That's beast mode out of Tyloo. What are those entries?
chelo has looked like a shell of himself. He'll find Jam Young, sure, but still 3 more players to get through. And he wins the second duel, taking minimal damage, right? 2 frags, 27 damage back his way. This is a winnable 1 versus 2 as far as he is concerned. At the moment, no kit though. And that's going to play against him. He knows this AK is important, and still there are elements of Jame in this team, of course. Money is king, and he's going to be forced to save this one as Tyloo go up to the 11-4 lead.
It's quite literally what happened with the Fnatic game as well. Like, right at this moment, as soon as guns get on board after losing the pistol, it's in a massive destruction of this team. Like, they lost every 50-50 fight, standard round, as they ran this default. The aim looked incredible. Jumped up into the window with a player watching, instant headshot. Into connector, instant headshot. Their economy's not been in a worse spot. We got no timeouts now for Paravision. G referenced in the interview that, you know, when they get close to winning, that's when they start to seize up a little bit. They get nervous about trying to close. That's something that, I mean, you're never going to feel more pressure than the major, so this is going to be the biggest test for them. But man, all you've got to tell your team is, you know, keep doing what you're doing. Like, he's got some soldiers right now. You know, G could call anything if he just does it full-throated, and they're going to be able to deliver for him.
Just feels like they haven't done anything wrong yet, right? No glaring issues for Tyloo.
Just that one Tech-9 loss.
Right. And even then, so close of a round.
Yeah.
You were a half-second off of the retake, and this would just already be a 12-3 game. So Paravision find 1 lifeline throughout this map so far. Half their rounds by way of pistol and conversion in the first. Talk about domination coming out from Tyloo.
Of all the teams to not be warmed up after stage 1, this
right? Yeah. You telling me Fnatic smoked 3D Max?
Yeah.
But Paravision get 4 rounds versus Tyloo.
Imagine that.
Well, what's scary as well, though, is like, you know, we say that this is a team that comes in not warmed up. Once more, it's the first time Jame has truly fallen apart in Budapest. And there's no denying he kind of serves as that structural beam for Paravision.
I mean, he must have made some kind of blood sacrifice to win that legacy game.
Must have been. It's great riflers around him, but he is the bones of this roster. A lot of responsibility on the opping and the calling. And bomb goes down for Tyloo in a 5 versus 5. Paravision have to make a choice here. What's better, to go for the save or to chance this retake?
He's got a flash. We've got to watch for this one. Oh,
there
Mercury
it goes.
as well.
Deep into ticket. It's going to blind 2, but Beltranok up in front gets an upgrade for his efforts and then instantly dies out to G. Trade's good for AW. He gets popped. We go back and forth, and then the double out from Jam Young.
Oh!
3 alive still. That's 5v5 as bomb goes down, and majority of Tyloo still standing. A retake that gets chucked in the bin.
Tyloo are hot.
One player playing counter flash kept that retake hope alive. AW just getting traded out so effectively. I think that's the beauty of Tyloo right now. Anytime somebody's been in a sticky spot, there's a bailout process put in place. Team play, 5 stars. Tyloo, 8 match points.
Great calling, G, and leading from the front. Fragging, huge impact. Both halves, post plants, making this as bad as possible. And really showing up Jame in his own game. Not what we expected coming into today. One more good idea, and it's lights out for Paravision.
Don't think we've seen Jame with an op in his hand on the CT side. The economy just hasn't afforded for it. It's going to be a short-lived CT attempt at a Paravision. AW has been trying to be the hero, but he'll be burned out by Attacker. And all of Tyloo ready to just jump out onto the B site. Jame connects, chelo finds one. And this defense is hanging on, but Jame actually rotates over to the molly and dies. Good on chelo to get that multi-frag. Good on Paravision to give us at least one more round to talk about.
Yeah, so many to work with, but here's a good start, at least on this B play. Re-peeking into the molly, and I thought, oh my god, this site's going to fall apart too, but first kill at the Famas, enough players there to rotate. You saw Jame had a good read for like when that attack was going to take place, called everyone over, and they all got good spots. Fine. One foot in front of the other. And only because it's their best map by far that we'll see what happens.
Just finally a good instance of tethering between the rifles of Paravision. Jame may not have had an op, but he does come through with a kill. Remember the score, it was 4 and 14, but maybe there's not a lot of rounds still left. Insta pressure out through middle, 2 bodies go down. Paravision, a 3v5 demanded of them. G trying to catch the cat player, instead loses his teammate through connector, but that's fine. Trade looks towards the A site. AW trying to again be the difference. Critically missed op shot out of Jame, and that is uncharacteristic. This will be a notable result because Jame was nowhere to be found for Paravision. A team that scraped out wins to progress into stage 2, that were riding the hype and had the community convinced that they could still try to take this on. Jame winning people back over, but it is Tyloo in the face of a disappointing major for China who step it up to a whole new degree. From G's 3K in the first gun round to a dominant CT half. Now this is the Tyloo that we would all hope for on arrival in Budapest.
Well, already a couple of upset. This one's got to be upset of the day. This is really great from Tyloo. They just never had any chance of losing, it feels like, towards the end. It's kind of unbelievable. And just like that, they go from such a high in the first week to a lot of disputes here. Very uncomfortable about this loss, I'm sure. This was supposed to be, I think, the freebie for them after what they did versus Legacy just 2 days ago. And Tyloo taking them down on Mirage, man. They were really come for them in their own arena. They absolutely destroyed every situation. An 8-4 first half, and then just a start of close. I mean, the entries that we saw on T-side too, I expected them to have a comeback. It looked like Tyloo were going to win the whole time, but it felt like Paravision are going to at least show us that they're just a little slow start today. No, there was no chance at all.
I like that the moment we get a Paravision round win on that B site, they just take the storm towards top middle, charge it down. You have so much runway, so much margin of error that you just give Paravision a real test. You know, you've got them on the ropes. And this pistol that you run that back 10 times, I feel like Paravision win at 9. But those beautiful shots out of Jam Young just opens up what otherwise was looking like a mistake. You could even see G's reaction in the pistol when he couldn't believe that sitting inside a palace ends up working out. Felt like Tyloo could do no wrong today, and it's going to be G to really kind of stoke the flames on this one. China on a comeback as they have one representative left in this major, and they kick it off 1-0 today.
They're showing us that there's no need to think about other teams having a stage to warm up, that they can come in and look fresh. You know, no excuse for teams like 3D Max who are coming in, you know, probably not feeling extremely confident. No, they have tough opposition to go up against. Teams that have been here for a week already, and yeah, Tyloo rose to the challenge. It's been such an impressive sort of era of Asian Counter-Strike in general, and the fact that Tyloo can even join in on that conversation, I think, is great, especially with the personalities that we've got coming out between Amelia and G, and you know, obviously not unfortunate, unceremonious exit for Lin Vision last week, but again, for Tyloo, they're mainly thinking about themselves.
Well, this is a 0.53 rating for Jame at the end of that map. I'm scrolling all the way back to this entire season.
Worst map ever?
Would have been versus Namiga 7 months into 2025. So this is
probably online.
A team for Paravision that have been kind of rolling with the momentum, a team that were waiting for top 20 opposition, and then when they finally get a chance to play against them, beat both in close nail-biter affairs. Sure, best of threes, you know, maybe that's what Paravision need. They weren't flawless, actually, out of the gate in stage 1 either.
They got Mirage, though, you know?
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, it's not been as convincing as it would have been expected to be. So Paravision's struggles continue here at the start of stage 2, but meanwhile, we'll find one man who's gonna be riding the high. Never mind, Stop. He's not ready.
He's not ready.
G is still celebrating. We tried to calm him down to get an interview.
Get him his ice cream first.
Yeah, we just can't get him. So, yeah, sorry. Back to the James struggles.
Keep talking about how bad James is.
Because I didn't think we were going to see a map where...
Yeah, there's no way to predict this, essentially.
Right.
There's no previous stats. There's Mirages. Like, the only outlier is the fact that it's land at the major versus M80, then they lose. Then it shows us, okay, maybe they're vulnerable here on land. Maybe a lot of people prep for their Mirage. And, well, obviously Tyloo did.
Yeah.
They obviously did. Aim plays a big factor on Mirage no matter what, if you're going to take down a team that's good at it. And they were ready. So is the interview. So let's go down to G.
G, what a way to start the major. Congratulations for that dominant win. How do you feel?
I mean, I feel very happy and excited because, you know, in last 2 months, we only win the 2 match. We lost a lot. And I don't know. I mean, I think we are come back maybe. And FK or pick-ins, yeah.
I mean, KRiVZ was definitely a strong opponent. Did you expect to have such a dominant win against them?
I think I don't thinking too much, you know. We just do our job to watch their match, you know, and to Prague. I don't know, just time will see, you know. Yeah.
And how hard are you going to fight for your region?
Yeah, you know, stage 1, our 3 brother teams get out, but I think because they don't have boot camp in EU, actually in Asia, you don't have a lot of stronger team, so you can't play a lot of stronger Prague match in Asia. It's not good. And we have 5 days in Poland boot camp. We strengthen our map hoops and our aim. And I want to talk about my mentality. In the last 2 months, I think I'm not confident, but I think I'm come back in this major. And I want to sorry to a lot of Chinese fans and my teammates. In the last 2 months, I missed a lot, but I will try harder to come back. Yeah.
You looked absolutely amazing and super confident, so I wish you best of luck for the next matches. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my pleasure. Thank you.
You know, I think there's a parallel here between G and between Amelia, where I think the 2 most outspoken in English representatives of each of their team have now come out and said that they put a lot of responsibility on themselves, right? That's why Amelia was so heartbroken at the elimination wall, and G here saying like, oh, God, these last 2 weeks, I gotta be better, you know, I'm gonna come back. It's like they seem really tough on themselves, and I feel like it is because they do represent that Chinese Counter-Strike and the huge community we know we have on that side of the world now. So good on G. I think that he was a driving force, not only in the server, but outside of the server in this last 2 weeks that he said, or 4 days of a boot camp. Turns out 4 days is enough, whether that's stage 1 or just a boot camp to warm up. That's where this one ends. Tyloo victorious. We'll see you guys after the break for match 3 on the B stream.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded DiAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good?
Nice!
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my.
I think everyone is ready for the major. It's last tournament, so we are ready to give everything we have.
On the paper, we are one of the favorites to go through. So the first match that we play in stage 2 is MAT.
My thoughts on Aurora are, they seem a little one-dimensional sometimes.
We are one of the most firepower teams.
I think we all think we should be making stage 3.
We have to be careful, and it's also BO1.
I think their recent results haven't been all that great, and they know it.
We need to play with courage.
I hope, guys, we can show good Counter-Strike to the fans.
My message to Aurora would just be good luck. You might need it.
May the best team win.
Good luck, you'll need it, says Hex. Those are fighting words and confident words, and when Lake comes out and says, well, their results haven't been that great lately, this is probably, you know, the most winning Aurora we've ever seen. Their last event would have been the trophy hoist
killed the
in
Xanteros
Bucharest.
meme.
Right?
Xanteros 0 lands. It's dead.
Wow, still 0 majors.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they'll be working on. I think there's a lot of expectations at Aurora. It's funny, right? I think they'll probably end up one of the most common 3-0 picks for this stage of the major, but also at the same time, I don't think everybody has tons of confidence in that. With Aurora, I just feel like this, I'm
eating turkey for Thanksgiving. Good luck, have fun.
Not bad, Sin.
That's
really representing North America. And that's what M80 do, right? Trying to be the likes of a Passion UA, trying to pick up the mantle for the Americans. And I think getting through stage 1 3-0, nobody could have seen that coming for M80, right?
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, like we know that can be good, obviously, but that was a super impressive result. But like, one team we still need to see more from. I don't think they really benefited from. They're one of the teams that did not benefit going 3-0, now having to play Aurora in this stage to kick off.
Right.
Maybe it's better for them to do it in the best of ones, though. It kind of depends how you look at it, right? Everyone wants to win their opening game, but also like, you get a best of one versus a team you won't play in best of threes potentially, right? So that could be something nice. Aurora, my only weird part for me with Aurora is just like, I think they might hate each other. I think they might not like each other. I mean, it was very visible when they played at PGL that like they were not happy, to the point that lifting up the trophy, it looked like Xantares wasn't happy.
Well, let's get some words from Aurora then before this game and see what the mood's like ahead of the matchup, shall we?
You guys just arrived here at the Major Stage 2 yesterday, media day. So how long was your day? Did you have any time to prepare? What did you guys do?
Yeah, like you say, we came yesterday. We had the Major day and we did 2 practice. Like we successfully did to do 2 practice yesterday. And some game plan with my coach yesterday night, this morning, and I think we are ready for today.
Okay, sounds like a lot of time you spend, and today's a long day too, so yeah, keep your energy levels balanced. Maya, you have just like the last event you come from here was Bucharest, and you won that. So can you tell me how much did that boost the confidence for the team after finally like lifting a trophy?
Yes, obviously winning a tournament gives you confidence, but as a player we also know that it's a trophy, but without the top 5 team in the world also, but still a trophy. Yeah, confident. We was really happy about that, but now it's a new tournament, it's the Major, it's new format. Like today we have 2v1. It's not something that any teams this year are used to play. And we will see. Today it's gonna be an interesting day.
Yeah. How do you feel about playing the best of ones? Like looking at how your team plays, you feel comfortable on that?
I need to be honest. Like I don't remember in last Major where I did 2-0 the first day. You know, I always lose 1-0-1. So hopefully we can do 2-0. I'm confident. But it's a long marathon, and obviously, when you play BO1, also, you know, you need to work more because the map can be sometimes not the map you accept, you know. So I watched like 4 demos, etc. So we will see, but hopefully we can do 2-0 today. Yeah.
Okay, I have it for my 3-0, so please do that.
Okay, guys, chill with the PKM, like I told you. Okay, I'm gonna try my best to do 2-0, obviously, but I don't remember, like I told you. Like last Major, we did 1-1, again 1-1. Never 0-2, never 2-0, always 1-1. So
I mean, there's always a first time, and I hope you will achieve it. Best of luck.
Today is the first time, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
First time for everything, but I don't think he's that confident, Mohan.
Yeah,
I think you've got to come into these best of one days with that sort of an expectation. I think if you just shoot for the 1-1, you'll never be disappointed, because you know that there are 4 teams out there at the same day that are down in the 0-2 pool feeling like a shell of themselves.
Yeah, totally. And it just, you know, I think being a pro is being realistic, and it's also remembering what's true. And what's true is that they've gone 1-1. So yes, we've had first though. We've had first Asian teams going 0-3. We had like a lot of expectations that have been, what's the word?
Subverted?
Yeah, subverted. Thank you. Throughout the stage already, there's like been a lot of new things happening so far at Budapest. M80 going 3-0 is one of them.
These stats are obviously blown out of the water because of how dominant some of their games were. Got to play versus NRG in their 2-0 game. An opponent that they surely would have also never expected, and an opponent that usually beats them, but they capitalize on having daps in the server. They come through 3-0. They've got a little bit of extra time to, I think, just kind of focus in and practice, which some teams never get at Majors. If you're just getting by, if you're just skating through in those 2-2 matches, it's match day every day, media in between. Media schedules can be pretty grueling for some, so this is good for M80, I think. A chance to just kind of focus in on opponents, prepare for another game. and you know, obviously, going 3-0, that you're going to be coming into the next stage, you kind of know your opponent sooner than the 2-2 teams, right? Where you have to see where the chips all fall. So prepping for Aurora in a best of one, prepping for a team that is clearly itself not super confident in their ability to win both of these best of ones. But like Major said, they also never go 0-2. So are M80 going to be the team that upset them and kick Aurora into gear, or are M80 going to be the team that gets ran through?
Well, after our first 2 games, I'm extremely sure I have no idea. So we have the exact opposite results to what I expected. We don't know if there's a warm-up buff or not. M80 are one of the teams that got through cleanly but least tested. And, well, Aurora, I mean, literally, I don't know if they know how they're going to do just yet. I think we'll find out soon. They should be solid. Like, that's all we can say, is they should be solid. This should be a tough game for M80 to win, but they should also be brimming with confidence. It's hard to say anything, man. I really don't know.
It's a good thing you're not paid to.
Every single result that's happened, it's been the sort of opposite result.
Whew. 2 insta-gushes coming out of M80's top mid setup. So that's going to send Xantares and Woxic for a spin. Major takes over Tunnel's control, and they're going to lean into this A stack. They think that that indicates this A commitment, and they're not wrong about it. It's all that M80 are going to be working with is strong numbers catwalk. So watch as Major reads this, confirms that he is going to be a flank, and with that, do M80 reconsider options?
They got their headshots, which means they know the CTs are going to be actually kind of scared. Vulnerable, maybe want to try to make a move too soon. And here's that fan out across Cat. Some great headshots coming in, both from Lake.
Low HP player down beneath him. Could have been an easy third for Lake, but instead Xantares clips Slacks over top of the ledge on bomb site. And so the retake's on. It's a retake featuring no kit. Man advantage M80. And waiting for Aurora to come at this. They're going to take their sweet time.
I don't know. Yeah, they're actually not going to try this, it looks like.
Not at all, huh?
No.
Well.
Not even a test, no kit. Okay, Manager will knock one down as he crosses. I don't think M80 are too concerned about this. They're happy to just grab the round.
So starting it with a pistol. You know, this is a season for M80 that they themselves have said they've got to be proud of. Speaking to the guys in the Blitz interviews yesterday, I asked, you know, what's the career high for you? What's your favorite memory in all of Counter-Strike? And every single M80 player said...
Signing Lake.
Nope. Although, probably up there. It was the playoffs of Blast London. Getting to go to the stage, right? It's an invite to the LAN portion that they earned through online Counter-Strike, but they all referenced, once they got to the stage, actually pushing top teams to the limit, right? I believe it was versus Maus was their game on stage, and they had the whole crowd behind them, and they kind of lived out that moment. So M80 have had a taste of what it is to be on the bigger stages now this season, and this season alone.
I would also like to say that Sin, as an IGL, he's not going to get enough credit. I think he comes in sort of out of Big's main lineup or academy, like kind of gets moved back and forth. If I remember correctly, there's a lot of shuffles there. But, you know, he was second fiddle, never actually became the main caller, or at least not, you know, fully on Big for any period of time. So it doesn't have the reputation of someone who was like groomed to be an IGL specifically. So it feels weird to look at him and say this guy must be a great IGL. But on M80, he has actually shown that he should have been Big's IGL, and they should have actually given that promotion. He's been doing a remarkable job with M80, and like they look extremely solid behind his calling.
I like that you bring that up. We'll return to it just because. Let's wait a second. With MP9s on the other side of the door, M80 could have had their hands full, but Lake's going to find another opening kill. And he's going to chuck that MAC-10 quickly towards the B site. Joda goes down from the HexT spam out of tunnels. What a kill that ends up being at that distance as well. That's got to be a hell of a shot out of HexT. 5 versus 3 looking comfortable. And so Aurora are just going to try to save what they've still got to work with. Clean moves from M80 out middle and into a B site that showed no resistance.
We did a tier list on the All About CS podcast with James yesterday, and the tier list was, you know, which teams are from most likely to least likely to make it through to the next stage. And we didn't have enough teams to be in likely to make it to the next stage.
Oh, really?
Because we were so unsure about who was going to be good.
To call.
Yeah.
So to return to the Sin conversation you brought up, right, and him being kind of groomed and developed as this in-game leader, I asked him, what is your unpopular Counter-Strike opinion? And Sin's answer was that in-game leaders should hold all of the responsibility of calling. He believes that calling as it goes on is like actually fundamentally it's flawed in that putting all the responsibility on one person is the wrong way to do it, and that it should be a collective across the team. And that's something that I know he's really tried to hammer into this M80 roster, that like everybody's communication and reads of a situation have to be considered and applied as the games go on. And I like that he's just having
everyone,
all 5 players. You know, he's like, if you're dead, you're ghost calming for us as well. Like, you've got to stay active in all of these rounds and whatever. And I just think it's cool that for somebody who's trying to make a, off-the-cuff team work, that he's got this philosophy he really believes in. It means that he's got an identity to what he brings to the table, and I like that.
I mean, the team might appear to be random, but there's definitely a lot of like really, really careful scouting to like build a lineup on a budget. That makes a lot of sense, and they did achieve that perfectly. I mean, even scooping Lake up, that was such a nice find in a region where he should have got a chance. And a lot of people regret that, like, AG didn't use HexT well. There was definitely a lot of potential there, and M80 are the team to spot them. So, yeah. So I'll say the reason that's an unpopular take is because the classical opinion would be that you'd want like one caller, 2 guys who are verbal, and then I always say 2 guys that are quiet because you can't just have 5 people talking.
Right.
Also, some people have bad ideas and are good players, and
sure.
I think that's just actually a natural good balance to have in a team.
That's real.
And then you always have that one guy who comes up with a strat once every 5 rounds and it instantly wins.
Right.
And I think you do need a balance of like loud and quiet, as well as fast and slow and different things like that in Counter-Strike. So that's really interesting to hear.
Well, here's a fast one. You wanted speed, you got it. Woxic missed op shot on the corners of long. And there comes the peek out of Major. He's had enough of giving over free space to M80. Round 4 where Aurora come out with guns. Lake's got himself another double kill. Wicadia is going to be here to clean up. So Aurora's sick of losing as we kind of tiptoed through bigger picture conversations. This 3-0 M80 start was about to get threatening as they come out long, find an opening kill. Major says enough's enough.
That's how I want to see every long play go. I want the round end in the middle of the take before they get to the A site. I don't want that awkward cross, pretending to throw the grenades, pretending to flash peek, spraying at nothing. I don't want any of that. I want people flashing through the smoke, shutting them down as they're running up towards the site, and nice and quick and decisive. So very nicely done for Aurora to get into the game.
Tech issue here with Major. We'll give him a second. Didn't seem to hold him back. Clean 2 kills off the flashbang. Wicadia clean up.
Why is there like a disagreement? Tech Plaza.
Because they're so ready to jump at each other.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah, there's something there.
It's a very passionate team, Launders.
Yeah.
Representing a very vocal region.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, they themselves at times. What's crazy to me is, like, I'm not trying to pick a fight, but when Aurora struggle and have losses, it's almost like they're afraid of their fan base.
Oh, they definitely are.
You know, they ask for, like, they almost ask for mercy sometimes when they don't meet expectations. And I feel like that's a whole other level of pressure that a team like M80, they're not dealing with.
Yeah.
If M80 lose this game, Lake's mom is still in the crowd. She's going to be so proud of him. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of nurturing environment I think that I'm like, what would Aurora look like if they all just
That's
got
the kind
along?
of nurturing environment gets you 1 major in 25 years.
Well, hey, man. They'll try to keep it consistent. This is like teaching my dad how to use a keyboard.
Does he go at it 1 finger at a time?
Yeah.
Hunting for them keys.
Control what?
Where are them vowels?
Everything's capitals. Turn off the caps lock.
Staying warm mentally when you're going through tech issues, for whatever reason, is always another skill. Like, it's important. It's going to happen. It's, it's something you can't prepare for, but whatever team you're on, whether you win or lost the last round, you've just got to make sure you're ready to go again. Keep that engine revved.
Going at any pace.
Yeah.
Right. How many times do we see that? Tech pause into attack pause into a team just charges you down.
Yeah.
Like,
You'd think that it would start to become predictable, but it's still just hard to get back into the server. It's that couple of 2Ks between Major and this one from Wicadia. Just really ended M80. You know, they kind of, that smoke really on the end of long kind of screwed them over, right? Last player never even came through it. So they find a speed bump in the long take. That's not a Molotov I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Not ideal. The smoke still drops down into long. Unless it's meant to just interrupt, but it's also a T smoke. There's a lot of smokes.
Yeah, it's a CT smoke on top.
Yep. Interrupt the trickle down so the big boxes don't get smoked, I guess.
Slack's controlling middle, and the op on the CT side isn't planning to fight. I mean, wisely enough, obviously. This is a game where you keep this window of vision open towards doors, and you just try to decide like where the lean's going to be, and if not, sometimes you default to like your cat play or something. You're just feeling like there's a guy in CT, then maybe you can catch a timing. Oh, Major, okay. He's getting his toes wet here on the long doors.
While Hex works it out mid, he's going to find one. Santares gets popped.
Find.
Didn't even get a chance to shoot back, so good time to kill there for Hex. This is going to be a big moment for Major. Oh, they don't check. Second player comes out a little late, and so Major collects 2 kills for his efforts. Whoa, baits out the op shot. Well done, Sin. Pushes it over the line, but caught with no gun ready as Wicadia throws himself back at it. Drop down out from HexT. He won't find the multi-frag, and Aurora win another.
That's kind of beyond impressive for Major to get a second kill. After this first spray, he wasted about 5 bullets on nothing. So that's what he needed to do for the team. He delivered that. Second kill was absolutely beautiful, and they come out not clearing it. So perfectly played there on long. And obviously also Woxic got a kill, rotating in as quickly as he could. Under a lot of time pressure. M80 said that Aurora can be sort of one-dimensional, hard and easy to read. I said the same thing yesterday on the podcast. I think Devilwalk also said the same thing. It seems to be a common sentiment about them, and I think there's a lot of set plays that Aurora do on T side that, yeah, they can be repetitive. They can be like, again, set and not like into just straight up defaults. But M80 are going to have to really call them out in the second half, and we'll see if that's going to be true or not. Because you can also say that their set stuff is so reliable, and it ends up working. I mean, they end up, again, they're a team that have got a trophy so far this event. This season event.
A few grenades coming out from Aurora, but nobody really taking a poke at this. They're going to let M80 set themselves up for what will be a minimal attack. Still a smoke on Sin. He chucks that one out to go left, right, mid smokes. Still nobody down in CT spawn, just this kerneled 2-player defense inside of the B site. That is what's going to have to stand the test of what will be a 5-player B split. Still no support coming down through CT spawn.
No nade there as well.
Nothing.
They're really laid back.
Wicadia and Jota, 2 players that have to hold, and Woxic actually does still find some time to emerge out from spawn. It's not a lot of time to work with, and Sin taking a quick peek out through the windows meant to scare them back. Aurora very quickly here on the heels of M80. Frag grenades dunked on Swisher to perfection, and now Sin's gonna have his hands full versus 3. They come out through the doorway, majority alive Aurora, and that's good on the holdout from the window player, right? Wicadia ends up getting 2 kills. I wasn't sure if it was towards tunnels or middle, but one of the 2 defenders holds his own just enough for everybody else to very quickly scramble down through spawn.
The way they looked at it, they're like, there'll be some kind of hold here, and that'll be good enough. But yeah, very minimal support. Surprised they didn't even get info back, at least for their team. Like, even nading that smoke open on CT, just to be like, get ready. And I think Wicadia could even play an even better spot, considering the setup. because he would have liked to fight mid, but his teammate couldn't watch tunnels for him.
Now it's Aurora taking an earlier look. Both Santeras in the lower tunnels. But smoked out of it. They'll fall back.
It's the right amount of patience, it looks like, for M80 to come and take mid for free.
HexT happy to take that look at the B side, but nobody pops up for him to deal with. Exchange of smoke grenades. He's going to keep too busy. Lake finds timing on Woxic. He was just trying to peel back from that one. And we've got Lake with another entry kill.
It's going to be a free round unless Major can stop it. He's alone.
We saw Lake from the get-go with the pistol round and the follow-up. The driving force to the start of these rounds for M80. Major scooping up the AWP and falling back. But he is working alone on long. No support whatsoever. Goes to take a look at doors while M80 trickle off of the catwalk down into CT spawn. This bomb is in tow. They're still waiting for resistance. And because Major's cleared long, he can turn back and shoot at this, but he'll miss his shot. Lake doubles down this round, and there is no fight for Aurora in this one whatsoever. So this is a prime example of what happens when, unlike one round ago where Wicadia holds off with 2, if you get nothing out of those 2 defenders, Aurora are nowhere nearby to try to save you.
They're not willing to move. So, I mean, luckily they had that hold last round, but we can see that that's clearly like a communication problem, not something that's put in place on purpose. You want to stay loose, right? You don't have to be fluid across sites the entire round, but if you aren't constantly updating your information to some degree, you are just going to be 2v5 on a site or 3v5 on a split, and it's not always going to be good enough. Here's a good example of that. So it's too easy of a kill to give up the whole round. And yeah, Major was there to fight as well, but really that wasn't an issue for M80. They would have been able to plant that bomb. It'd be 3 B-site players. They have to go miles across the map just to get to the retake, and Major would definitely get traded anyways. So I think best case there was actually Major just saving and them trying to have a better round next round.
Yep, true. And I mean, he saw long doors clear for the exit.
But it's a good time for a timeout. You can really tell when 2 sides aren't talking to each other enough.
Right. Yeah, kind of missing the connective tissue in middle right now, our Aurora.
Mm-hmm. It's either that or you're so scared of a fake. Sometimes you just like stick to a lean.
And again, Lake, another multi-entry. Right, we saw it in the pistol round. We saw it in the conversion round. We've seen it in this round now, so... Strong impact. And there's
nice
the
tag.
wall bang. Good on Slacks. Gets some early damage for Jota to have to stomach. This time there's a little more towards middle, so Aurora still smoked out of it. Pop a frag over. Lake doesn't give a damn about that one. He's still thinking about going through as this is about to fade. You know, we have had Aurora change up their majority defense, but there's still just kind of this lack of emphasis in holding off the middle of the map. Frag grenade for Sin, also negligible. That's 2 pieces of utility barely dodged by M80, but they'll be walking in strong through their own fire. They just try to suddenly pounce, and that's an easy pickup for Woxic. M80 all in on this play. Flash finds Woxic so that he can't get back the second kill. Xantera is trying to find his headshot, but now worried about the bomb site's got to hide and spawn. And this is Aurora giving space over. Swisher, late activation through the long doors, and that's going to keep your Opera's head on a swivel. But there's a lot of riflers coming up from spawn, Wicadia, one of which included. And as bombs planted, HexT over towards ramp, can't manage to hang on. Slacks will return with one.
Right below him.
Player climbs up into him. Swisher gets the kill too late. And a molly thrown towards the bomb, but is it on it? It's planted on the other side, so Xantera is still in cover.
They don't have a smoke.
Swisher, he's going to have this op just trained on him. He swings out to a missed shot, but luckily Xanteras wasn't yet diffusing. He's going to come out with his, and that'll be 2 players alive for Aurora at the end.
Yeah, and just well, could have been a rough miss if that bomb was getting diffused, but a nice try in the clutch to try to put this one together. But still, really impressive retake here for Aurora, considering, I think, how much progress M80 made so quickly across the site. This moment where Wicadia takes down Lake is the big one.
Swisher a little late there, he knows it.
Yeah.
Also could have had that kill when the op missed, but Xanteras made sure to keep his hands.
We got a pace change.
Prepared for the peak. 2 rounds in a row where things get quick, but this time it's out long, and HexT's got his.
They had the best spawn, but not the op on CT side also had the best spawn, so he got caught off with that. Didn't calm the cross.
What do you do if you're M80 here? Looks like leave HexT out on blue box.
Yeah, he's super low, so, I mean, it's in Aurora's best interest if they think this is a fake to come and just search. And all the while, there's a timing over on B, maybe. Depends how slow Aurora move, but you can tell they're suspicious. If HexT gets even 1, it's a nightmare for Aurora.
They start running around, so he's going to know somebody's been left around. Oh, Major gets the better of him.
Yeah, this takes the winds out of the sails on the attack, but they're
Health
still
advantage.
moving with speed.
Yep. Oh, and Woxic gets caught through the doorway, just letting his guard down. Slacks, doesn't fully clear car. Swisher will get the trade back, but barely. Down to half health. Xanteras ready to catch you, but Swisher comes in with the headshot. Now that is the difference maker. Catching Xanteras through that window. Major dropped to half health because of the duel versus HexT on the other side. Good on M80 to follow through into that site, but it's Woxic caught through middle unprepared.
Yeah, totally. I mean, maybe not expecting the op to spear that way. I mean, they didn't know for sure it was going to be a B play until that kill came down for Major.
Major's coming at this mode. There's still time for the defuse.
Oh, wow, there really was.
Swisher climbs up for the 3rd kill on the round.
What a round by Swisher, man.
Yes, sir.
3 hard kills.
You know, it's one thing to rotate over, maybe not expecting the op. I wonder if there was also that change to the car that just happened like a second sooner, and maybe that change up from the CT position means Woxic thinks something else is being covered by the one guy inside sight.
The reality is, though, you got to be aware of what your teammates watching, and if they're not covering you, you're only responsible for yourself. So Woxic thought he had 1 extra second, and he did. Or that's to say, he could have been, if he was 1 second earlier, he would have been fine.
Looks to me like Lake is feeling this one.
Yeah, he's been getting the entries off Cat. This is tons of space. There's no reason to stop, actually.
Fighting versus Xanteras, always a dangerous job. Will set it on fire and fall back. That's going to keep Aurora on their toes, though. And again, when we've been discussing an Aurora that has disjointedness between the sites, if you're M80, surely you've sensed that already. So why not go ahead and try to take another test towards this B site? Xanteras does want to play it differently, does want to stack up in mid, but this is an Aurora down to 1 incendiary on Joda over towards the B site. Another follow-up smoke grenade. No frag grenades to try to pop that open if you're the defense, but a good first kill from Wicadia. Drops down to the door, 5-7 finds 1. Swing out of the SMG, fantastic. And at the same time, Major tests Slack's flank. Opper picks him up, but now has 3 more players still to take down. Wicadia is the line in the sand over towards that B site, and by the time that second smoke fades, majority stand for Aurora as they survive that test in middle.
They could really end this half, and Wicadia could have so many complaints about how little support he's got in B, but he's been putting up kills anyways. Perfect timing on all of these peaks, and that's what playing the window is all about. Great timing. It's very hard to figure it out sometimes, especially with, you know, T's being able to be anywhere up mid and how quickly they can get from outside of mid doors right to the window and the doorway yourself. So it's well done, especially between an MP9 and a 5.7 to lock that down.
It's going to be a tough grenade to stomach as M80 go all in long this round. Smoke off the corner in the middle is going to deny Slacks. He could take a wider angle, but that's what could put him into Aurora's crosshairs. And that's just the scout of all things. Terras lets him know they're going to obviously try to spam that back. He'll run away to cover just to confirm there is something there, right? You go one round prior or the round before when Hex is the solo blue box, once they showed some face on long, I think it's important to go test the waters again if you're Aurora, and they'll slip out with mid control. This is M80 corralled in round 11. And yet they'll fight on.
Having long is all they want, really.
Op goes high. Woxic does not miss. Puts fire to the base of ramp. That's going to delay M80's commitment. CT's also testing the smoke grenades, but a dink comes through. And Slacks will finish off Major with a headshot from the scout. Good kill from Woxic again. Second frag off that op. And Sin whittled low because of the fire at the top of ramp. The riflers collect theirs, and it is convincing. Aurora so ready from that fight, and everything made easy by the 2 shots out of Woxic.
Yeah, I mean, they love Dust too. They love these angles. They know how to fight versus long takes. That's well done. And not the best guns coming in for M80, but still chances to have really made an unfortunate circumstance for Aurora, and they didn't let it go. 1 kill from that scout. That's where it got a little scary, but these shots over the box is just beautiful. Oh, Cadia continues to deliver. He was such a standout in their PGL win as well.
Right. Final attempt of the half for M80. Started strong, has fizzled out. Again, love keeping these options open towards middle. But you're walking yourself right up to Wicadia, who's been phenomenal and will continue to be so. 2 kills for him. Joda, concerned about the tunnels, dives into the tall box cover. Swisher tech-9ing him down, but not pushing it over. And so Sin's desperate act in a 1v4 to cross the door is allowed. Doesn't have bomb possession. And this kill, all for naught. Aurora will sit inside of middle on top of the device. Forced Sin's hands at him. And this is just Aurora throwing something at the test of middle. Wicadia coming out with another 2K really just kind of stun locks M80's attempt to push this final round up to the B bomb site. And there's been times where he gets something and Joda gets nothing, but this round's perfection, right? 2 kills to each of the B players. And a cleanup here for Xanterres. So M80 undeniably come out swinging, but it is an Aurora step up on the CT side of Dust 2 that stabilizes their attempts to make this 2-0 start to the Major. 3-0 may have had Aurora worried at the start of this Dust 2 map, but an excellent recovery, Launders. Even with, again, a bit of disjointedness between the two setups and between the sites, it feels like Aurora got there. And it certainly helps when Wicadia, even in the absence of mid-support, pops off like he did towards B.
I know, seriously. But better a bird in the hand than 10 in the forest, as Devilwalk would say.
Sure. Sold. And remember,
that would be frustrating for M80, thinking we could have won so many more rounds.
Oh, so many more.
It's not like they did the wrong thing. If you got an unsupported B guy, you run him down.
Yes, sir.
They just couldn't kill Cadia.
Couldn't get through him.
Interesting that. We'll see what this means for CT side.
This is my one brain cell.
This is me, my brain cell doing pick'ems.
Yep. Sometimes it be like that. This one's quiet. M80 playing it without a kit. That frag grenade on Lake, if well placed. You have thoughts on frag grenades in the pistol round? Some people
kind of love them.
You love them.
I think it does mess up the economy a little bit.
Right.
But, like, they can just be so chunky. So people don't have armor. It's, like, ridiculous.
Just need a good idea with it. He was hoping to get it in on lower tunnels, but there wasn't that Aurora presence seen. They go straight from middle into the B site. Swisher puts 2 down. Beautiful shots out of the USP. Window player hits the ground because now Wicadia is a part of this equation. Woxic finds HexT. That's a problem inside sight as Lake gets pinched between the two. And they'll turn this one back. But this duo on Aurora in Wicadia and Woxic, it's just W's all day long. Another round win for Aurora, a critical pistol victory as well to truly put a gap between them and M80.
It really, oh, Wicadia is rubbing his head. You can taste the money right here. It's a money start here for Wicadia, and we watched this kind of from M80's perspective, and they were hitting some great shots.
Dude, Swishers,
that was so nice for Swisher.
2 bullets, 2 headshots. Looks like that B site holds, but then Woxic came out through the tunnels as Wicadia hits the ground.
That was a bit of a coin flip that round.
Comes up Aurora.
Turkey tails.
Oh.
They're avoiding everything.
Interesting.
Oh, they're so early to this cat play. They're just going to be able to get by this.
Flashes through, and M80 finds space. Woxic hears what they're up to. And this whole pack of MAC-10s looking to just charge down the A site. M80 aren't really giving them anything to shoot at. Keeping themselves committed to the corners of long. HexT sitting down on Xbox for any potential departure. Feels like M80 know they missed their timing, and honestly, upgraded pistols, Scout at an MP9 would be valuable in the next round.
So again, this is where we'll see with the interview for M80 that like they're calling Aurora one-dimensional or a little bit too easy to read. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Also, you know that Aurora and Madge is going to be watching these interviews, going to be seeing what people say about him, and he's going to try to make, okay, well, we know what to buff out now if that's how people feel.
You know, Aurora actually involved in one of the funnier kind of, we'll call it beefs between teams because of side content with the whole tier list thing.
That went so far,
right?
That went way too far.
So
actually,
it's just funny that you wonder. Like, I think some players like ZywOo, for example, it was at one time like the well-kept secret is that ZywOo just doesn't manage his own social media, right?
Yeah,
like he just doesn't.
All
all these
open
people,
secret, you mean?
Yeah, like all these haters just trying to send ZywOo bad messages. But he's at the museum, dog. Like, you're not going to get through to him. Like, he's just living his best life, and that's fine. But then you do find some players that are like, yeah, I did see minute 4 of the, 45-minute content from Spirit's boot camp. It's like somebody.
I too aspire to that level of pettiness.
People are out there. They got to know what you're saying about them. And, well, if Aurora find out M80 called them one-dimensional, and, quote, their results aren't too impressive lately, I think Aurora just have to ask, where's your trophy, bro?
I mean, that's the funniest line of all. One of the most recent wins.
It's like, M80, you didn't even win Fragadelphia.
But you know what? They
With all due
understood the
respect.
assignment of content.
Yes, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. If you're not talking smack, why are you talking? Didn't really get a chance to make use of all these tools last round, M80, so we'll see if they can rotate over in time. Aurora doing basically the same thing, trying to come up catwalk, and this is when we talk about that one dimension, right? It's the Major T-side classic. A, 11 rounds in a row, and then go B.
He has one flavor of ice cream that he likes, and he just does that for the whole week. Yeah.
And now it's Wicadia in through the drop. Lake's a one and done. They'll clear out sight. Joda dives into his teammate's firebomb. And it's okay for Aurora because it's going to come out 3 versus 2 with a bomb plant.
So this is the two sides to the coin. It's that they can be one-dimensional, but they still win, right? And that's because their set plays are so strong. So sometimes it's still too hard to figure out. They really are good with their strats. They have a lot of comfort with their execs.
You know, I see it like a bit of a train crossing. They tell you the train is coming. It's predictable. But go ahead and try to stop it.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
You're not.
Right.
You're going to get out of the way. And in this case, M80 are trying to stop it and not succeeding. This is a 10-5 lead now. T-side's flawless off the pistol and conversions.
Let's see if M80 can be a penny on the tracks.
Try to derail this train, and that is Aurora, because honestly, from a trophy hoist to a strong start today, Major says we never go 2-0. It's always 1-1s.
Maybe he's lying.
Hey. This could be the moment. Maybe, just maybe. He doesn't go quite deep enough.
Ooh. Hex has a big job on his hands, it looks like. Sid watching the door, though. They're paired up pretty well, but the walkout's beginning. Hex, will you take your timing?
Flash above.
Nice.
Nicely done. Hex with a double kill is great, but Woxic's headshot keeps this one alive. Good time flank for Xanteres. Doubles back. Knows that there's going to be the threat. So ready for Swisher to try to take that fight top middle. And there's also this evacuation from Aurora away from the B site. Instead, they are coming at Slacks. Cannot afford to miss this shot. Xanteres steps into it, and he hits it. Headshot to boot. Slacks with more than another one coming. They're trying to split the gap, and as he misses one shot, that's going to be the open road for Aurora to go plant. But a nice swap over to the M4. This could catch them off. No, instead, Woxic finds that top angle. Sin gets the kill to his teammate instantly, but we do still get that Woxic crossover. And Woxic's missed shot opens the door for Sin. Sin, thinking about this push, waits for the challenge to come back. That's 5 more feet gained. Worried about another one, but too many chances offered to Woxic. Aurora will win their 11th.
So you remember he's a professional operator and knows exactly where to take his space back. It's great trades. What an amazing recovery after that round. Hex probably thinks he wins this. I think he wins it too. Look how much damage he deals. It's the perfect timing, the perfect spray down, and while blind. But Xanteres' play is even better. He's so good at finding that timing to catch a CT rotator out mid. You know he's coming out. You know that he's slightly shaving off these angles. He's going to peek you, but it's Xanteres. There's going to be no one who's going to have better crosshair placement in a moment like that, so it's so hard to stop. And then the turnaround kill for the long push.
Swisher finds out the hard way.
Him. Yeah, that was nasty.
Shout out Woxic one time. That's 3 kills this round with the critical kill back onto HexT. The headshot deep into the CT spawn, and then that last one to finish off the round. So 4-round streak here for Aurora's attack. 7 rounds in a row total.
Whoa.
So another moment where we've got a Stage 2 team starting the day strong and clearly putting a gap between them and a Stage 1 challenger, even if this challenger is one of the 2 3-0 teams.
This is an interesting setup here from M80. He got 4 players at long at a minute 25, just walking out into it, leaving one guy here. But what exactly is the greater plan at work? They're leaving... Okay, now Swisher's peeling back as well. Do they just want to quietly set up so that it's going to be a late A play? They're right about it. Okay, here's where they're trying to call out Aurora for being one-dimensional.
Trying to push down into him. It's a good opening kill for Lake. Can he get a second? Flashes pop, both teams evacuate. So M80 seem content to just take man advantage, pressure towards middle instead. HexT wants to double back as leaving B open too long is dangerous.
He didn't clear this properly though. And he's going to be right underneath Slacks. He's going to be able to take out Swisher if he can see him.
Oh, there's a smoke on both sides. No, that smoke's still up towards Cat. Oh, Wicadia, critical moment. Clinical execution with the back-to-back headshots. Lakes is going to have to go massive, and he only finds one. And there comes HexT, late to the party. Wicadia, his 3rd frag. Between Wicadia and Woxic, there is a domination in the server. Quad kill Wicadia as he just lurks out through that CT smoke.
That was pure filth.
And owns.
And that's a moment where M80 get the setup call out. It was maybe going to be a long tape. They had 4 players ready for that. They knew that Aurora were going to come back to Cat. They get the first kill. And then Aurora, again, just like HexT over on the B site, they find something interesting to do. They do change it up. They do rely on who's been a star for them today, and that's Wicadia. And he makes a series of incredible moves. We going to get any close games today?
Not over here on this stream. It's either upsets or stage 2 teams in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's been a real heat check on M80.
Na'Vi are up 12-0.
What?
Na'Vi are up 12-0. Aurora 12-5 and trading back from a man disadvantage. Welcome to stage 2, FlyQuest.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
No trade goes unpunished here for M80. Again, trying to fight, looking to extend this game, but Aurora in such a comfortable position. Wicadia currently 23-10. If you can finish this map here, if you can go 23-10 in a 13-5 win, what more could you ask for if you're Wicadia?
You deserve a bonus maybe. 17-7, not too shabby.
Xanterra's, he's been there with critical moments, but hasn't really been called on to win rounds as much. Lake will find another one, and these are pretty separated pieces, I think, of Aurora. So Lake is stuck down here for a second. Swisher's trying to come help out in case he needs to be bailed out of this spot. Opper from Suicide.
Uh-oh, careful.
Ooh, takes a nade out at the worst possible timing. Good on Swisher to flank that, and they know Madger's already up here because of his util, so there is still more gas in the tank for M80. Good on Lake to force the issue onto the bomb carrier, take control of this one, and secure a 6th.
We got the moment of truth over on the A stream.
Counter-terrorists win.
3 off the first stage, man. You just don't know.
Just don't know.
Both 3-0 teams right now.
Yep.
Getting shown the top level. Oh, but it looks like the comeback might be in effect for FlyQuest.
That's why you need 2 monitors, folks. But don't sleep on M80 here with us, because Lake doesn't like to go down without a fight. Took control of the situation last round. Found a timing to drop bomb. It was one of those moments where Aurora actually, again, I think showed kind of a bit of disjointedness between pieces. It was an attack that happens while they're still just shuffling around the map. And there was just no bailout protocol. Now a frag grenade deep into this pack, and Lake again wants a piece of the action. Will go down with only one. Xanterra's and Woxic ready to hold back. You're hoping you step into just a couple of players, but it's majority of Aurora posturing for some middle play.
Oh, be so careful. Oh my goodness.
Missed chance by Woxic.
Oh my goodness.
Sin just crawls back under.
Moment. And he does, but...
Now Slacks could find Xanterra's pulling a pin. Yes, sir. Won't miss that shot. Oh, tough though. As he tries to put the op back on cycle. Woxic coming up catwalk. they will find, with 3 players here, an open A bomb site for the plant. This is going to be a tough call. The B players of M80, Sin, who decided to cross back over, left this a bit too open for M80's favor. And xKacpersky tries to stuff himself against the smoke, but they'll pop it open and find him, and then come through blind, and that is a critical error. Woxic to put a cherry on top as him and xKacpersky absolutely shine in this game versus a Stage 1 3-0 team. Aurora don't even break a sweat.
Yeah, they really don't. They've shown themselves today. It could be the day that they make it 2-0. They showed up one of the 3-0 teams. Both of them so far, well, we'll see what happens with FlyQuest, but just about to lose their game as well. The confident teams look confident. The teams that are tier 1, and I'm really concerned about using that term a little bit too lightly, are looking as they should, I guess is the way that we can put it, right? That's kind of what we were looking for. We can even hear it in the interviews. They're not sure themselves. And that can be one thing about playing, yes, last week, yes, but doing it so quickly, not going through a loss.
Yeah, 100%. I think also when we go back to Stage 1, you know, we talk about teams that have promise, we talk about teams with potential, but what we don't really talk about is teams with stars. And xKacpersky is a star.
Yeah, man, he's
that
getting
is
better
what he
and
just
better.
put forward. So I don't think it's, you know, too much of a surprise that when these sorts of individuals hit the ground running, as they've been kind of sat back waiting to start their majors, xKacpersky is not just here to have a good individual showing. xKacpersky is here to win this event in his mind.
I see a future for him on FaZe.
Just, with FaZe. Okay, that's a curveball that I'm excited about.
I can just see it. His style. He's got style in his moves, man.
Okay.
He's getting really, really good kills.
For now, I think, you know, because of the victory back in Bucharest, there's no way that Aurora let any changes go down. They need to
They
go.
love a good change, though.
You know, Bucharest rhymes with Budapest, and you just got to win both.
Okay.
Right? You just have to win both. They know what it's like to hoist a trophy for the first time ever.
Yeah.
And with an individual showing like that, I mean, God, good luck. And luckily for us, we get to hear from the man himself. So let's see what xKacpersky has to say after that domination on Dust 2.
xKacpersky, congratulations for your first win at this major. And yeah, I just gotta ask you, what did they feed you today?
Can you repeat?
What did they give you to eat today because you played so good?
I just eat some strawberry bars, protein bars.
Okay, xKacpersky, yeah, that was an incredible match from your team. Can you break it down from your POV how it was to play the first best of 1 today?
It was first we struggled a bit because we lost the pistol also force, but I think we managed to come back good. Like we didn't stress, and I think that we win the second pistol, so that was much easier for us.
Do you feel like you gained momentum after that, and then it just was like smooth sailing, or did you still feel pressure on the server?
No pressure on the server, but I think we win some crucial rounds that broke them. Yeah.
Okay, understood. And heading into the next best of 1, you're gonna play one more later. Are you guys gonna have some time to rest, or you want to stay in battle mode and just like full focus till end of the day?
I think we will stay and work on our pistols.
Okay, you know, I talked to Maya before at the pre-match interview before you guys played, and he said you have never actually had a start, like a 2-0 start or something, and maybe today's the first day, so what do you think?
Why not? Let's see.
Okay, I wish you best of luck for later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, xKacpersky. Yeah, I mean, I think with the form that they showed in this game, the 2-0 is on, right? And I think, like, just don't let off the pedal. Right? Don't get complacent now. And, you know, xKacpersky just knocked it off the park. It's like, just win that pistol. Because that was the only moment where it felt like M80 had something to stand on. They win the pistol. They convert for the 3-0 start. We think to ourselves, oh, God, could Aurora go through and fall into that pool of the 0-1 starts, but not the case. So, I mean, domination out of Aurora, domination out of Na'Vi. Round 3 of day 1 goes incredibly quickly for you guys. Join us in a little bit as we will have Team Liquid trying to shut down Bait, another Stage 1 team that powered up as this event went on, hoping to catch Team Liquid cold out of the gate.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. You comparing with that is definitive. Top of the throne of the speed. How you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
share the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DiAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Welcome back to the B Stream, baby. We are here with our final game of day one for the B Stream Launders. Well, actually, that's not true. They're all going to play another match. I'm really just thinking about our schedule.
The first half of the day.
Now we get to sit back and relax, us that is, after this game, because we get to see who can survive under the pressure. And what sort of pressure do you believe Liquid comes to the major with, Launders?
A mountain.
A mountain of pressure, huh?
Absolutely. I mean, it's Team Liquid. Like, they have to win. It's not, this wouldn't even be a huge upset at some point in Liquid's history, and that's essentially what this is about. You know, like, Na'Vi come in, they win their game. Liquid should be on that same level. Like, they should be able to just win a game like this. But there is no guarantee at all. Liquid have been shaky for years now, and there's just a lot of brand value riding off them. But if you want to compare them as teams and rosters that and what they've accomplished, well, like, Bait have had impressive wins, and so have Liquid, but Liquid have had tons of tragedies, so have Bait. They're not that far apart. It's absolutely possible that Bait win this game right now, and it would be, it is going to be absolutely disappointing for Liquid if they don't pull it off. And they said they're feeling great. I think I've heard that they're playing nuts in scrims, all this stuff. That's all good. That's always good. It's better than a bad boot camp.
Right. Sure.
But at the same time, it still means nothing when it comes to the officials.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, with the Team Liquid, I think what I liked, one of the more promising quotes that has come out of this camp was just the way that Nertz says he kind of aligns with Elige in the way that they play Counter-Strike. Yeah. Because when I look at this formula, if I think about Elige and Nertz and both of their ceilings, that is a duo alone to be afraid of, right? Whether Shuhei can get that unlocked and whether Naf can get back to the form that we hope. We have to remember that the last major was Naf's career worst event ever. And we thought, that's it. This is how Naf's journey in the Liquid jersey ends. Exactly. He was the guy almost kind of like fueling the rumors. He made it feel like he was going to
retire, but his team didn't want him to.
Right? So, I mean, the fact that he has continued on and is hopefully looking to rebound with this new duo, of Elige and Nertz. That is where my faith in Liquid stems from. But at the same time, Shuhei also has a set of helping hands, and that's Flashy, who we had a chance to catch up with ahead of this game.
Flashy, welcome to the stage 2 of the major. I hope you didn't have such a long travel line because you're actually from Hungary. So yeah, I want to ask you what this major means specifically for you.
Oh, it means everything to me. It's a funny story because it's my first major as a coach. I attended the previous majors as an analyst. So now the first major in my hometown, it's kind of a crazy storyline.
And did you guys have like a longer preparation, like a bootcamp or something? And if yes, where did you go?
We had a bootcamp in the Netherlands, and it was pretty decent, I would say. Finally, we had some time to practice with Elige, so I hope it will show today.
All right. And what do you expect here from the home crowd? Like, I'm not so familiar with the Hungarian scene. Do you have a big CS scene here?
I would say we have a big CS scene. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of players yet in the Tier 1, besides Torji, and it was Slant before. But it's growing, and hopefully it's growing as fast as it can in the near future.
I hope you guys make it to the stage. That would be amazing. And also one more question, like about the general mood of the team. I mean, I know everyone is excited. Today also long day with 2 best of ones back to back. So how is the mood of the team? How are the energy levels? What would you think?
I think we're very confident. We really want to show our best today. Obviously, it's best of 1, so it will be tricky, and we need to be on point every single round. It's MR12, best of 1, 2 games in one day, the big break in between the 2 games, so it's going to be hard for sure, but we are ready for it.
All right, excited to see it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, a man of strong words, and I think hopefully kind of able to allude to what he said in that they are feeling very good, that they're going to start strong. That is a Team Liquid that I think everybody would welcome with open arms after all the struggles that they had. But a team that almost sometimes thrives within the struggle, Launders. We've got Bait, also back-to-back majors now, you know, trying to fuel themselves. We had that interview with their CEO earlier today saying how he wants to turn this into, you know, one of the biggest organizations in esports, which is a huge ask, but he said that particularly seeing potential in our Counter-Strike roster made him step up to that challenge. So the potential of Bait, do you see it?
I do see it. I think Bait are going to be at their strongest day 1, day 2. I think when the stage progresses, maybe they'll get challenged more. It'll be more of a mental thing. I think I really like what we see from Bait on their highs, but everyone can see that they get shaky and can get a little nervous. And who doesn't? Who doesn't get the yips? It's okay. They just have to learn how to embrace that in some way, and that or just crush and never have to go up against a 2-2 game. But I think today is where they probably feel pretty good. I think they probably feel pretty warm. I think they know that Liquid can get in their own head. I think they know that if they have fast starts, that Liquid can fall apart. But they also know that Liquid are going to be a good team. And as you pointed out, just on concrete facts, like Nertz has already referenced that he's happy to play with the Liege, and the stats I think are showing it. I think the longer that Shuhei stays on this team, the better chance they have of actually building something real. And I think like we see with Na'Vi, who stick with rosters forever, that you kind of want that for Liquid at some point too. And I hope they do stick with Shuhei and that they actually build towards something where he can create a foundation, even if players get swapped in, not too much changes. So it's going to be a Mirage decider here. And it'll be Bait to take out Inferno, leaving Mirage. And Liquid will start on CT's side. Another Mirage game here.
Liquid's highest win rate of all the map pools, same for Bait. So this is a team that boils down to a very comfortable middle ground, it seems, but should bode well for both rosters. So I'm just hoping for clean Counter-Strike as well. You said it in this last game, right? Are we going to get any close matches today? And I think maybe this could be the one. Even if Team Liquid do bring their best individual level to the table, Bait do have potential that they can tap into. Bait have the advantage of warming up. Not the cleanest of runs through stage 1, but still one that they should be proud of, right? We're kind of talking about Paravision and the hype they earned by defeating Legacy. Bait also qualified in a best of 3 over top of Legacy. And one of those 2 maps was quite the blowout. So, you know, I think Bait are definitely ending things on a high note. Their only defeat was to M80 on this very same map, 13-11. As far as they're concerned, you know, they were on the brink of a 3-0.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Bait can ride that high. Very close games in their best of ones. All 3 best of ones, 13-11, for better or for worse. So Bait are ready to grind this out if Team Liquid are willing to step up to the challenge.
I'm ready to see it, man. I do think they've impressed. This one would definitely turn some heads. And not a super strong B structure right now. Just fast rotations. Nafly spotting from behind. He can sense it.
Tries to land shots as they jump out through window, but that's 3 players on the bomb site with most of their health. Liege taking a challenge. Finds the headshot over Kenzizor first. And there's tools for the job on the retake. Kit included for Shuhei. As him and Elise try to join up in the window, we keep eyes on Market. Naf starts to push the retake in the other direction. Alex is the first to get one back, and you've got a Sethiel stuck out in the open. Alex, that's a triple kill now. Could just be the one-man difference. Oh, quad kill for Alex inside of the apartments. Shuhei trying to jump in on him, and that is where it ends. A hell of an effort, but the in-game leader of Team Liquid with that kit comes up clutch.
Oh, so important that he won that. I mean, just to shut down the ace as one thing, right? That's on the mental side. Then they start off with a win. This is a huge frag for Shuhei, to be honest, and a tough moment for Alex, who had a fantastic round up until this moment. Fragging from the halls, denying every player from pushing up off of Cat, or really just saved the day, it felt like, for a second. Tough position, but this is the kind of team that needs, like, been talking about the mental so much of this, because every single game, we've seen something crazy happen, whether it's like an upset or a team getting stomped 2-3-0'd last stage. Like, this is just so mental. I'm not talking about crazy.
I think with the likes of Na'Vi now setting a tone like that over FlyQuest,
yeah,
right? You're looking at rosters who are coming to the stage and stomping. You've got 3D Max on one side of the coin. Whew, you got Na'Vi on the other. Team Liquid have seen examples in both directions. Want to be a positive mark, but I mean, Nertz just kind of getting blindsided by that climb up. Feels like he could have seen that coming, but was so concerned with top middle that that's an M4 dropped. And so, wake up, Liquid. You're down to a 3v5, and there are guns in the hands of Bait.
Yeah, they're on shoot way down. Shuhei's going to try to make something of this. But you can already see the idea forming here for Bait. Just make this a B play. Alex is in a great spot just to wait, because he can come in late for a post plant and also just get info on any rotators who rush it. The stack is correct, though, I mean, because of Shuhei's info.
It's the best they can do is at least put both pieces here.
Well, they actually want to block this.
Utility drop, but they're still going to dive. Naf collects his 2, and then Elige in that moment is able to get 1, but Headtrix Galil still able to thrive, and surely that stomp would have been heard. Bomb is going to be planted for Catwalk. This will let Alex join up. Do they know about Shuhei?
They don't seem to.
Hedrick watching this approach. Gave himself a smoke to get off the site.
Nice
Perfect angle from HexT to put an end to that one. So I do think when he was running into the apartments, Alex heard it from top mid.
No, because HexT was also looking at Cat.
Was he?
He was like looking.
I thought he planted for Cat, fell back from bench.
Yeah. When he was walking backwards, he was looking at Cat and upper B.
Okay.
So maybe he was like, I think I heard it or something like that. I agree. He looked like he was in the distance, but maybe HexT just didn't believe him.
Hey, man, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. Play it clean, and, well, better safe than sorry is what Team Liquid should have been trying to materialize, because not so safe with that Nerds play last round, and it costs them the pistol round momentum. Team Liquid being Team Liquid.
Hoping we could delay that one. Oh!
But always happy to step up to the challenge themselves. That's an AK earned for Shuhei. He'll chuck it over to a Liege, freed up to drop the ump and try to move over while Bait are looking to take map control. Catwalk players in position. And there's nothing inside of the B site. Nap actually goes aggressive in through Palace as the ramp players both fell back. And so it's a completely vacant B bomb site for Bait. They're going to be happy to find that one. Kenzizor starts to get active in jungle. Oh, that is a mechanical failure, and it's going to cost him. Ultimate's given a chance to come back and capitalize on that. There's still a room for Team Liquid to win this, but it's going to be risky with no kit and everybody still far off.
Smoking their flanks, interesting. They're going to play in front of this, have vision out of the window, and MPL gets the first kill. Ooh, that one's to the market. That makes this a lot harder for the CTs.
He's still close, clears out window, won't be able to find the second kill onto HexT within Arch. Shuhei's let his guard down for the bomb site, so Alex jumps on that one, and it feels like Naf's just playing for damage at this point. He'll be able to catch him on the exit, looks to go and save himself. Team Liquid push Bait to the limit, but Naf pushing through Palace and not being on B meant that Bait were never slowed down.
Yeah, they've been very quick to this B play. It's every single round now. It's working out most of the time. They're looking quite decisive.
It's a good dig from Shuhei. This was something. Kenzizor clearly fat fingering a key.
Got the sleeve on today.
Don't tilt now, Liege, please. It's 3 rounds in. Don't let it get to you.
I feel like that's the thing he's been like most reminded about, and I can't help but feel like that's, I mean, that's probably something that he's, and when you get a team change, you get a fresh try, it's like, you have to assume that everyone's going to bring in a different version of themselves for every single, you know, every single time they change and change back. We don't really have too much insight onto like what he said about that.
Oh, well, that's what he's got to say about it.
All right.
Suck on that. Deagle shot to top middle. Nicely done by Ascenthiel, dealing with the ramp push.
Bait are looking pretty nice right now.
And Liege not able to get another one there, so that's Nerds popped. Shuhei hiding. Bomb is late to the party. It's going to come out ramp. Shuhei's going to catch somebody off guard. He's going to jump scare somebody.
He could just defuse. What?
He's just shooting in case.
Oh my goodness, he really can't be seen at all.
What can Shuhei do here? Now spotted. Deals with the bomb plant. Yeah, somebody was going to die. Unfortunately, ends up being HexT. He rolls his eyes. God, why me? And we go on, but still 3-1 the T-side start here for Bait.
Two good Deagle openers on both of these rounds for Team Liquid. That's just about it.
Ooh. We're at the tail end of the MAC-10 mag. So wishy-washy out of the start because Team Liquid lose to the force buy. Hopefully they can convince themselves, oops, make an early mistake, recover from it now in the first gun round.
Man, it's no one ticket on this. They still have a good setup to like get damage on across, but they have to risk. They have to risk right now. Bait actually taking over ticket control. on this attack. Excellent nade.
Yes, sir. It's going to be tough to stomach.
No.
Xanthio still, though, in the face of resistance, comes in big. Another double kill from him.
I don't like this defense at all.
Another moment where Team Liquid just get mopped up.
And so you get that one peek now, and Nerds has to shoulder spot from all the way at B because they have no control.
Ouch. Elige eating frag grenades every step of the way as well. He's going to have to run for the hills with his 9 points of health, and this is Bait making quick work of Team Liquid on that A site this round.
I feel like Shuhei's play is a bit more threatening if there is the thought that maybe someone's going to peek from CT spawn, if there is someone to take attention somewhere else. But otherwise, it's just the only angle you're watching is for someone to go for a bench peek off the corner of the jungle smoke. And I guess it was flash assisted, but there's too many players coming out different things. Like the guys coming out of Palace might not get blind. The guys coming out of A ramp might be swinging off Tetris and not hit the flash. Like, I don't know. Would have rather that be 5v5 without ticket control and try to get as much spam damage and nade damage on the cross. You saw the HE into Palace. Work on that. Take what you get and then go for some kind of retake. But look how easy that is. That's an unflashed player with no one that can even trade him.
Right.
With teammates coming out of A ramp, so he knows he's good.
Mechanically, clean as hell, but made all the easier by a lackluster Liquid setup.
I think we're all really hoping that Flashy wins this major, so he can be the first rookie coach from the home country as well to pull it off.
No, I'm over here hoping that Torji wins the major so that Arian can lift it on home soil. We'll see.
Maybe Flashy can join him on stage.
Bring out the trophy or something.
If they both make the grand finals, we can split it.
Sure. Well, I think what's cool as well is, I mean, like once they're on A-Stream, we already have a crowd here even in the first 2 stages, right?
Yeah.
So MOUs are going to be arriving to some size of a local crowd.
Right. And there are, Flashy said, lots of, like, the scene is big. There's not that many, like, top players, but, like, we've already met so many Counter-Strike fans here working around the city.
You know, comparable kind of like Romania in that regard, right? Look at the welcome Ime got at the airport.
Yeah.
Right? There's a big local turnout, even less representation at the tippity top. Ascenthiel, again, 3 rounds in a row, has found himself kills on this A bomb site and is really making Bates go of this Mirage all the easier. Kenzie's or insta headshot on Nertz, so he's going to find nothing. Still without a kill is Nertz.
Liquid look like, they look pretty weak right now. This A ramp walks, these crawls, everything's just getting called out. T's are all looking in the right spots.
So Bait on the ball.
Nope.
Ultimate will find one at least to recover, but it's everybody else on Bait still finding kills. Ascenthiel ends up coming out with his 2K as well, and now Bait are just laughing off Team Liquid's Mirage.
Yeah, this is kind of a joke actually from Liquid. The way that they're running these rounds so far, these kills are just way, way too easy. The 2 openers they got have just been like deagle kills on eco rounds. On the other side, Bait's aim looks so incredible.
So clean.
Yeah.
Looks like the sort
I
of
just can't help but feel like it's also easy frags that they're getting set up for.
Yeah, like maybe these rounds would be closer if their aim wasn't so on point, but it would still be coming up Bait. Ascenthiel again. It's just opening kill after opening kill.
They want to push A every round, and there's been someone holding it most of the time. There's one flank that Shuhei had that ended up helping, but outside of that, I mean, Bait have been playing A. They're setting up with 2 players on A, right? Sometimes you have 1 lurker on the other side. You might have Nafly holding ramp or Palace or whatever. In Bait's case, we're having 1 player A ramp, 1 player Palace as well, and still, you know, it could still be a good read for Liquid to try to do this because they watched their demos and saw they aren't really guarding it, and so it's a good game plan from Bait, but like they're now getting caught off like multiple times trying to get this control fast. How good was that boot camp?
Yeah, right. That's why we always talk about the overhype of boot camps.
Yeah.
Like you said, nobody's ever said we've had a bad boot camp. Oh, God, we're going to do horribly. It's always confidence. But then you try to put it
pen to paper, and what ends up happening is Bait, who have had a week already to sharpen their swords, just come out swinging. 6-1 on this T side. Team Liquid can do nothing to hold them back, especially in rounds where some are working with less.
The firepower is definitely kind of scary right now for Bait. Those are quick deaths that Liquid are facing.
But it's like you said, you know, you said in this pregame that it was going to be Bait's best days are going to be today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
That, you know, we have faith in Bait. Like, we
Definitely.
honestly see their promise, and we see it often, but it's when push comes to shove and things get way too close that is sometimes where they kind of fail themselves. Right? There's been so many tragic moments with Bait, and they've gotten further away from that, qualifying for 2 majors in a row.
Hey, a bunch of young guys.
Right?
You know, it's going to happen.
With time.
Same thing happened with the Mongols, and like, long are the days where we think about them just as like choking or whatever.
Yeah. And especially when, like, let's contrast them to PerryVision, where there's a clear leader system. There's Jame and there's Doston, and the inexperienced younger players have that guidance, right? Whether, you know, Jame's not the kind of guy to hold your hand or to build you up on a bad day, but he's there for you to follow. And if you follow him, you will grow. That part we know is inevitable. Bait are 5 young players trying to figure this out one way or another. Right. You know, in-game leadership did not come innately to Alex. It was offered it because his coach literally said, hey, man, you want to give this a try? You're the oldest player, and you're calm in, you know, stressful situations. And he went, yeah, all right, that sounds good enough for me.
2 great prerequisites, 2 unteachable things.
Right, but it's like somebody has to do it, and if you are the man to step up in that moment, then good on you. That's the evolution that Bait need, and it's the evolution that I think we're seeing in front of us. Not wasting this opportunity in Budapest.
Ultimate's got to leave his name on one of these rounds. His form has been called into question as well.
Nice turn.
I'd like to see more
non-stopping.
setups where like CTs are together.
Sure.
Even some of the A-ramp pushes we witnessed were 1 at a time. Not even double A-ramp pushes with a guaranteed trade. How many tradable positions have Liquid been in this whole half?
Not enough. I wonder if there's a round yet in this game where Essential hasn't gotten a frag. Because it just feels like he's had his name on everything so far. He's had the first kill at least 4 rounds in a row now.
Damn.
5 rounds in a row.
I'd love to have a map overlay, sort of like a hypercut of all of the mini-maps from these rounds.
Yeah.
Just to show where Liquid are dying in each of these positions versus the site takes, because I think that'd be a good example of showing you, like, first of all, the lack of creativity in the setups, and second of all the untradeable kills, and thirdly, all the times that a solo push has happened towards A where they've died before an exec has even started. I think that would really draw a good picture of why this has just been, gonna say it, a crappy game plan for Liquid.
Certainly not the caliber of Counter-Strike you're going to need to bring to the table.
And maybe they just...
You're going to win in stage 2.
Maybe the whole game plan was, like, let's get a pick each of these rounds, and then, like, we'll fall back into something more interesting. And then they're just failing to get that one trade because the aim is so good. But, yeah, when it's kills like this, the player can get the frag, switch to a nade, continue forward to the side exec. It's like, okay. It looks like a pre-fire map right now for Bait.
Playing with limitations, but maybe feeling like at this deep in the half, something has to be done. So Deagle's off of Catwalk to try to fight mid. Head trick, just tiptoeing closer. Louise will find one.
Nice.
So finally, it's not Essential with the first frag of the round. That streak will stop at 5.
That nade hit the op back. I feel like there was some purpose to it. Oh, MPL got the jumping kill, was it?
No.
Oh, Leaf went to spot from the van.
Yeah, no, you're right. Now Naf off Cat, but NPL inside of the B-bomb site finds nothing further. Here we go. Something rolling.
It did.
For Bait to try to recover. It's awkward, as Essential's just been such a successful jackknife. Again, 5 consecutive first kills until this round. Can he go ahead, flip it upside down, and be a 1v4 closer? No, never mind. Nerds has got it. And Team Liquid just sign up to fights, whether that's with Deagles or Nafly's M4. It's that kind of fight where you said, you know, maybe the game plan is to just go for picks to get those opening kills. It's really Bait who step up versus Elige, and his Desert Eagle kind of turns this one towards Liquid's favor, but only their second round of 9 played.
It was nice that the aim looked good here for Team Liquid. They're all kind of separated, but they all just bear the responsibility, get their 1 frag. So it's a Kickstarter here after only winning the pistol. They put together a nice rifle. Half is still not dead yet.
Oh, nicely done. There we go. See, okay, Naf tapping into it as well. Insta-kill out of his gun. Something to stand on here for Team Liquid. Gonna make it hard for themselves, seemingly. But still putting up a fight as the CT side got towards its end. Now it's just nothing but frags coming out of Team Liquid, and they're winning all of those 1v1s that previously were coming up to Bait's favor. Sometimes Team Liquid feels so inexplicable.
Yeah, I know. Or like inexplainable. Yeah, they just know. Maybe their shoes were too tight or something like that.
Maybe, Mo. Maybe that was it.
A little uncomfortable for some reason.
Yeah, get the Velcro going.
Yeah.
Pull a Dumau. Let the dogs out.
Oh, they had their shoes on this game? Weren't even trying.
No. Basically throwing. No, it would take a throw and a half to lose this one, Liquid. You've got bomb down still towards top middle. You got Alex operating out here on an island. Oh, nice quick scope, but Elige got the dink off, so Nerds' cleanup made all the easier. And Ultimate, gonna come take a look at this, no?
Don't miss that.
Gets jumped on.
Do not miss that.
NPL into jungle, dealt with by the in-game leader of Team Liquid. So at the very tail end of this, in the dying moments of Liquid's CT side, they're giving us something to talk about.
And dying moments, but they could still get 5. They could still get 5, and then it would actually be madly successful, and they'd probably have Bait really angry. So still a chance to make something of this, even if it's late, even if it's such a huge streak of rounds and already a numerically very impressive half with great entries from Bait. It's about ending strong from them, so I'd say there's still an opportunity here. But, you know, Ultimate, again, lots of questions about his form as an opper, his viability as an opper on a team of this caliber, and not another performance that is too remarkable. So 2 ops comes into play here for Liquid. We'll see what they do with it.
That was a nice shot. But doesn't get away without getting dinked. No world where he finds a second. Naf coming out with the double op setup in round 11.
I do like the 2 ops because we are seeing that Bait are also getting separated, and they're also taking some individual engagements right now.
True. They've walked it at this B-bomb site multiple rounds, so that's what Naf is posting up for. Ultimate wants to get away from the underpass peak. Oh, Nerd signs up for not 1, not 2, but 3 repeaks on that corner, and he will be first blood of round 11.
Yeah, kind of got to be careful. More careful with your rifles in a round like this, because they're going to lack a lot of mobility.
He does it again. Finds that opening frag. It's just been a monster for Bait and getting an edge established.
And they will not respect the conditioning by Bait. They finally get this A-ramp push. They've tried it so many times. I think this is the second time it's worked here for Shuhei, and he's just rearing at the opportunity of big flanking. Should be a freebie for Ultimate.
Ooh, walks in, sees him, and Elige good on him to spray back through smoke.
Look at this B hit now as Nafly's by himself.
With an op, trying to hold off. As 3 come barreling up the catwalk. Ooh, good on Elige to at least shave one off. Naf collects his op frag, turns it towards apartments, body bags a second, and confirms that Headtrick's trying to push his luck up catwalk into this B site for the clutch. And he's gonna burn Naf out of this one. Elige has taken damage despite his 2 frags in the round. And be careful, Elige, because there's no way Shuhei could trade you.
Yeah, that's early. Like, bomb's not planted. Headtrick can actually go A. Yeah, and he kind of senses the opportunity right now. Shuhei, he knows that he's been pushing ramp countless times, and Shuhei's thinking surely it's going to be a B plant. No, now it's a very hard A retake.
Trying to work his way over. They spot one another.
Wow, he got the default too.
In fact, he switches over to default with no time to spare. Utility over top, and Shuhei comes out with the wide swing, finds head trick in transition. And Team Liquid, scary there that 1v3 nearly comes together for Bait. Of all the things Bait have had going for them in this half, the last thing Liquid could manage was to give them a 1v3.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely just a little bit early from Elish to go for that peek.
That's
for
what I was
sure,
thinking.
Yeah.
And good on Elish, because, I mean, he saves it twice. Finds that spam. Catches a kill on the catwalk push that was coming to Nafly so that he was that much more comfortable. Allowed Naf to get away with another because there's just one player left on the cat push. That's a hard-fought 4th round for Liquid. Hard-fought streak of 3, honestly. There's Essential, who has 5 of 6 opening kills for Bait. Tried to post it last round, will be the first to make contact again, and this time Elish has got him.
Okay, they actually swing the A ramp with more than one player, and they have like lots of good utility behind it. They've woken up.
It's a sight for sore eyes, honestly. Liquid fans around the world thinking, oh God, here we go again.
Oh man.
And just
Ultimate
because they've strung
non-factor.
3 together doesn't mean they win this 5v4. It'll be head trick to equalize, but Bomb is still deep inside of T-Spawn. This is gonna have to be grabbed at some point. Looks like head trick's doubling back now to nab it, but he could get caught. Oh, missed shot. And Elish gets a good chance to spray him down. And if Nerds keeps this pressure up, he's gonna find that bomb.
The walk timing is so awkward here.
Yeah.
If Nerds, he could accidentally walk in just as they see the door. We'll see.
Oh, just crosses past it. Sees that bomb, hears the stomping.
Okay.
And Kenzie Zor kind of feeling the pressure of the panic. Now Nerds goes deeper into the apartments, and Alex has already revealed himself to be up on that catwalk. So Team Liquid take their sweet time. After losing to that force buy, they let Bait go on a 7-round streak, but recovering 4 in a row to close out this half means that Liquid fans have to keep believing. Just when you thought you could write them off again, Team Liquid, they just reel you back in, Launders. You're pulled back into believing that this team, with what we know are real potential players, we're gonna fall flat. But they don't. They managed to put 4 rounds together. Chalk it up to losing, you know, the force buy in the 2nd round, Mo. Maybe something there for them to study, but ultimately they do recover and give themselves a shot at making this win happen in the 2nd half.
We saw it all right there. I mean, from both teams, their highs and lows in terms of the potential out of Bait, but also them sort of mentally just not staying focused for long enough. And here they show us that aim again. Unleash going down to NPL. 2 spotted. Bomb as well. And my God, no response at all as Shuhei just tries to run by. This is just going to be guaranteed info for the CTs. Let's see if they hit their shots, though.
Trying to move through it. xKacpersky with the first. Bader holding them back. Oh, Nerds gets popped, and that is rock solid stuff from xKacpersky. 3 kills as he just executes with ease.
That was kind of wild. I mean, Shuhei was running up Cat. Alish died at the top of mid, and the entire time he's running up Cat, he's clearing Cat. And NPL's just shooting and constantly seeing him with the bomb getting closer and closer. So, okay, so you're going B for sure. I'm not going to make you change your mind.
Right.
I can't influence you to do this, can I? And then he ends up just rotating over, and they all pick great spots to defend against this B exec with a kill up. So
and the headshots are clean. Well, that's xKacpersky very quietly, I think, kind of crawling to the top there. Big moment for him in the pistol round. Now sitting 12-7. And I always have such a hard time of like pinning down who the promising young rifler is going to be. The same with Paravision, the same with Bait.
Yeah, Kenzie's definitely a shout.
Raising the average here for Bait as they go up 3 rounds. Don't lose to this not even 4 spy of Team Liquid. Liquid would be lucky to get a bomb plant. They're trying to sneak it into the B bomb site. I don't think Ascenthio's going to fall for this. Now confirmed, it's still up in here. So the oldest trick in the book doesn't do anything for Team Liquid, and 5 strong for Bait on their pistol round conversion.
Will we get a close game today?
I really thought it would be this one.
Yeah.
I really thought it would be this one, and because both teams put their like best look forward.
Sure.
You know, I thought this could be tight, even if I had Liquid taking it.
Yeah, agreed. Coin flip of the day.
That's true, because Imperial MIBR is also a blowout launder.
Yeah,
so opening games today. Maybe the second wave of best of ones will get you on the edge of your seat. But then that's kind of the first day of every stage of the major. You just wait to see where the dust settles and the best of 3s begin. This is Bait's bonus round. Still 3 MP9s a feature. Great frag grenades. Shuhei just gets blown to smithereens.
That was the biggest call out I've ever seen. The 2 HEs, the molly at the same time. No loitering.
Yeah, nobody punished either while throwing those utilities.
Lots of untraded deaths, unfortunately.
A good angle from xKacpersky to just confirm. Inside of connector sits Team Liquid. Great headshot out of Naf. That could help. But we're still waiting to see what kind of fight Team Liquid are bringing to the table. Remember, limitations here this round for Bait as they came in majority MP9s. Oh, Nerds catching one of those, trying to transition in that B site. That's the site to take if you are Liquid. You've got a leash inside window control, albeit low health, and then the apartments push is coming through as we hit 35 seconds.
They also have the A ramp push here. So we'll see how quiet this move is through CT, but they're worried about someone in window. Alicia's lurk could be everything, but with how slow they're moving out through B halls, he won't be able to help them right away. And NPL's already picked his spot. But they kept one in CT just in case it's a connector play, I suppose.
Wow, takes a duel on his own. Naf dropped by that one. Nerds gets up on the angle, anticipating NPL to go back into holding catwalk where he originally was. And Alish switches over so that he can keep eyes on the door, which gives Alex a chance to kill him and maybe force that retake, considering he was low health, but Alish confident he would hit it. And he finds the duel 1, and Team Liquid take a T-side round win with 3 players up early in this half.
Rotating around Alish is really nice. I mean, his kill is good too. And they die trying to re-peek off of Cat as well. That was Nafly with the punish from Connector. xKacpersky saw them both, and I think got spotted, but still wanted to try to go for the aim duel. And in the first half, it felt like they could go for fights like that and win every single one, but Team Liquid have definitely shown they've woken up a bit.
Terrorists win.
Just feels like classic Liquid, and that, of course, they're going to make this as hard on themselves as possible. Going down 7 rounds to start this map. but then showing us promise of a CT side, showing that individual ability. You know, it wasn't anything complex that Liquid got that CT side online with.
Agreed.
They just started winning the duels that for the last 7 rounds they had lost every single time.
Yeah, it kind of showed that Bait were just fanning out and so confident they'd win everywhere that it didn't really matter what they did.
Now we sit in a place where Bait will place that head trick op into the apartments. Deep angle as well. Confident to move forward so that Ascenthiel can go out and carve some information for Bait's favor.
It's kind of quick to steal this space back, and you see there's like a really heavy lean towards the A site. You have Nertz and Nafly both watching a rampant palace, so it's exactly what you want to do if you're on the CT side. They also don't use the massive resource of the op to go for this push, and they have just an MP9 up there on a close angle. He doesn't have to move. They're setting up to get a series of pickoffs right now when this comes to a connector play with head trick in his position. So
this flash doesn't go deep enough. So
they know it's A is the thing.
Elise just gets fed to the wolves. Shuhei's going to try to make something of it as he just continues to creep around bottom middle. And that exit on Nertz as he's just looking for something to shoot at, but nobody stepped up to his challenge. Bomb is still sitting inside of the ramp. Another flash that doesn't go deep enough, but at least this one doesn't cost Liquid a player. Nertz is here to make some space. Connector's still a threat. And as head trick tries to find the angle off Cat, smokes begin to fade. Now there's not going to be cover for ultimate. He's going to step out into the op, dies out to the opper, holding that angle with ease. And this is just a desperate moment for Liquid to try to get back in. It's back turned by Nafly. He's toast. And it felt like something had to happen while the smokes were up.
It's true, because yeah, if you don't have map control on Mirage, that comes with the smokes. You can't get a bomb plant, period.
Now Nertz will be lucky to live. Opper waits for him. Head trick finds his impact.
That's exactly what they were looking for when they set up.
Sure.
Some trades come back. Nertz, they had to make a heads-up play to take jungle control. I like that, but that bomb needed to get planted then. They didn't get a punish off of the fake plant. They had the op move on to Cat because they had pushed upper B way earlier in the round. That was the winning maneuver. It started so many seconds ago. And then from here, the rest is easy. Yeah. He has an open line. He knows he can't get flanked. He can come and catch the final kill.
I think maybe Ultimate has the confidence to plant if one of the two players from middle holds connector, but they were so afraid of connector.
A liability now for many, many reasons already in this game. No op impact in the first half, and then it's kind of just walking into his death versus ops too.
Yeah, that last one was kind of crazy. Bait, though, happy to capitalize. That's double digits secured. And that's keeping Team Liquid with a one-off round win. So you're going to start to put even more pressure on Liquid. Not only that horrendous start to this map, but now on top of it, economic woes for the attack. Going to try to just pounce inside of the A site. Held well by xKacpersky. Him and Alex shut down the first 3. And while Elige emerges with an AK-47, he turns his back over. Alex gets back in for more pressure, and this is Bait now just playing to win these rounds, not letting any shenanigans come out of the likes of Elige. No clutch factor offered over, no space. A suffocating CT close is well underway.
Yeah, starting the second half on the right foot. 3 of the last 4 of the last 5, actually. Flashy getting involved once again here. It's his last timeout. This will be like their second real try with rifles this half, so it's scary, but it's also like, this is a real chance, okay? Like, even though it's 6-11, we could be like, all right, well, we've only had one real effort. Let's make sure this one's good, and then we'll go from there. But he's got carte blanche in terms of what he could try to do in this round. There's still so many options in the T playbook.
Ooh, oh, man. He's down to 1 health.
They got a lot of damage off that top mid play a lot.
Still trying to make mid happen, though. xKacpersky hears it coming. We'll see if NPL can offer anything through connector. Might just start shooting. Misses it barely. xKacpersky won't. And that's Shuhei down.
They want to trade him so badly. There's 2 upper B.
Ooh, but Ascenthiel dies out to that. Ultimate still just floating around in middle. He'll find his timing on the window player. Headtrick concerned about Catwalk, but Ultimate peels away. It's that dropout from the apartments that's now point-blank pressure. Missed shot by Headtrick, won't get a chance to recover, and Team Liquid just grinding their way through that B defense, and it did not look comfortable.
No, I mean, you see where the kills happened. Definitely, I mean, you have the ladder play that obviously works out, but the trades that come back were not easy to win here for Liquid. They might have felt like they just had to do something quickly, but it's that initial frag opener from Nafly inside of B apartments that makes the biggest difference. If he doesn't get the kill there, there was no one behind him to instantly get the refrag, as unfortunately has been kind of a feature for Liquid. So right here, yeah, this is just the important one he's been waiting for, but also Nafly keeps his wits about him. He expects someone to be there and goes for a wide swing that catches him off guard.
You know, we called Ultimate a liability, but finding that perch inside of mid when you lose your first mid player, good on him at least to just kind of whittle down the rotate, the support.
He got the ladder room guy? Is that what happened?
No, he got the jungle player going murder hole.
Okay.
Just kind of catches his legs.
He's gone through a couple of different versions of himself where he said he started out just super confident and just like peaking everything, and then people started adapting to it, and then his performance dropped a lot. He tried to play like a passive play style that was like quote-unquote tier 1. Oh my goodness.
Headtrick, want to talk about confident peaks.
Yeah.
Right?
Man's still alive somehow. Why did he even want to get to left side window so badly?
Just really needed that for personal reasons. Just really wanted it. Plays with danger out of the gate. I mean, man is 14-9. Op dominance has gone the way of Bait throughout this game. I feel like there's a world where Naf actually has more op kills than Ultimate.
That'd be an ugly stat, that's for sure, yeah.
But it might actually be close. Kenzie Zor met by a Molotov is going to drop util bottom middle. Shuhei's confirmed. But you got to keep floating down there just to try to keep people preoccupied, including the connector player who's on the other side of that wall. Smokes. Headtrick missed chance. Kenzie Zor's got one, and Headtrick's second shot will find a frag. Alex, just blown apart by Elige, who's sliding out from the ramp into the space created on this site. But again, Bomb, don't you dare let these smokes come out without that plant again.
Yeah, they're on both sides of this. Got to be careful.
Elige's going to get dropped. The pressure's on. NPL trades out. Nertz is working with an op down to a quarter health. Finds Ascenthiel, and NPL from the top rope, still sitting there, just trying to find his ankle, and he will track down Nertz. Never gave him space. That's Bait to take 12.
That one's close, man. Liquid had to work hard for that when that smoke came up, and 3 guys were watching from the CT side. You could see they were ready for that retake right then. Bomb got planted when it could, but again, that kill untraded. 12 rounds here for Bait. So they keep quite a gap, and it's a solid hold overall, answered back by these 2 entries from Elige. It's a nice try here, but with 25 health, you know, like, NPL just has to, like, chill and wait for one mistake from Nertz. Nertz has no way to know how to get out of there.
You know, Bait's story is such a roller coaster that you can see when 12 hits the board, Headtrick's relief. You know, enjoy that moment. Bait no stranger to heartbreak. So, very close affairs in their best of ones of stage 1. This would be, if they can close now or at any point before 13-11, the most convincing best of 1 win that Bait have brought to the table.
Their games are very close.
And, you know, 2-0 over top of Legacy. Momentum is now their round count over Liquid. Stage 2 opposition improves. This is a Bait that is now really making a run in Budapest. And, you know, I tried to hype it up as like Paravision are that team that are going to be the Cinderella of this major, but maybe that was just smoke and mirrors because of James' namesake, and maybe Bait are the ones that can find some consistency here.
I'm down to change after every best of 1 as well.
Thank you. Let's do it together. I love jumping to conclusions. That's the beauty of best of 1s. It concludes quickly, and it has a real impact on the event.
I'm liking the setup from Bait inside of middle. Double connector here, waiting. They're just waiting to jump back onto this. Not exactly to take over mid, but Cat's not being smoked. All right, this molly will come down.
Again, though, Flash is just too short. NPL's happy to hold here every time. Oh, it is a bloodbath. Bait and switch inside connector. Bomb dropped at their feet. Ultimate gets shredded, and it is with convincing fashion that Bait kick off their stage 2. Doing what Paravision couldn't, dismantling Team Liquid, and it's a Liquid that came out of the gate with such a flat first half. We had 7 rounds consecutive out of Bait. That set a tone for this game, and even despite Liquid's best ability to try to bounce back, Bait's CT side felt inevitable.
Definitely. It was great from Bait. It was beautiful, both sides. Everything was nice. Like, the aim was good, the setups were solid. I'm going to say they weren't even pushed to a harder level, right? Like, I don't think Liquid did anything interesting this game. I think Ultimate, I'm sure if they had good cracks, he was probably playing well. Well, there might be some performance anxiety because this was just awful, actually. I hate to say it, but I'm not going to mince my words right here. This is a performance that he has a lot of rounds where he died with nothing versus rifles. That could have been a difference. It's a 5-round streak to get them back into the game. I think mentally that could wake them up. And then we go back to a second half where it's just poor executions. And honestly, it's just no creativity. Like, if you look at a game called by, I don't get to normally rant after games like this, it's kind of nice. You think about Mouse and the way that they call. The signature of their CT side defense is the way that they play off angles together, so they create new fights on CT side. Liquid are playing ticket, jungle, whatever. Like, everyone's separated in a standard spot that's normally good by itself, but they're not thinking about how to get into a spot like we just saw with the setup in connector. It's not even that unique, just having one guy cover the other, one guy tucked in, but not one guy waiting for a kill, and then someone will come in later and then try to get that refrag. Every kill was so far away from a refrag for Liquid, and so what are you going to get if you play a game that has decent aim? You're going to risk everything on a 50-50, and their form wasn't there to do that.
Wasn't. We saw flashes of it, you know, at the tail end, those few rounds that they win on CT side, but it wasn't enough. And then you put yourself in such a tough spot where you get no consecutive round wins on the T side. There was a couple openings there as well, but it just all gets shut down.
Even Shuhei's deaths on the CT side of either pushing a ramp. Towards the end of the half, they finally started to do 3-player pushes on a ramp, double push or whatever to go for the refrag. And with utility, sometimes didn't even die first. Didn't even have to get the refrag, just got the kill.
Yep.
Then but before that, where was that? Well, how can you do 5 rifle rounds of the game before you learn? And I know they didn't play that way in practice.
Well, I'm sure Bait are absolutely glowing to kick this off with the best of 1 win. So why don't we throw this down to Donna and Alex, in-game leader of Bait, to get some words.
Alex, congratulations to such a good start at the second stage of the major. You guys just beat Liquid, and even though you lost a pistol, you won 7 rounds in a row on your T side. But then on CT, I feel like you slowed down a bit. So can you explain us why that happened?
Thank you. We had a really good start. So we had a good game plan. Everything was going how we wanted. But after maybe a lot of players wanted to win so much, so everyone started to talking a lot. So maybe sometimes we didn't hear the calls or something other the calls between the players. So it was we lost 4 in a row. And after on City, I think it was easy half. It was not that hard. So. Yeah.
All right, and I mean, I saw some of your sheets on the table. It looked like you prepared actually a lot. So are you already prepared also for the second best of 1, or are you gonna do that now?
No, actually, there's not a lot of preparation. It's just like the always. So we're just gonna see who is our next opponent, and we will have some time to create something against them.
Are you guys doing anything different compared to stage 1 now?
Like what?
Yeah, for example, looking back at how you guys performed at stage 1, is there something that you took from that stage that you want to improve now in this stage, also facing probably better teams?
I think we just need to have to play a few games to feel better. So yeah, so this is how it's working in Bait.
Okay. Can't wait to see. Thank you so much, and congrats again.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Damn, Alex said it. Second half wasn't even hard.
Yeah, he said it wasn't hard. And that's why I was ranting. You could see how easy that was for him.
Yep. And on top of it, I like that the 4 rounds that Liquid do win, the one, you know, kind of shining moment that we chalk up to their favor, and he just goes, yeah, we got too excited because everybody's just thinking about the win. Because I think that from that strong start, like Alex is alluding to, this felt like a win for Bait from the beginning.
Yeah.
From that streak of rounds, they gave themselves such a fantastic position. Why would that have ever felt like they were going to fail? So these are the top 5 KDRs for this specific map. Elige is able to break through. You know, he ends that game 17 and 16. He is the only player on the side of Liquid that ended up getting multiple opening duels successfully. That's kind of what we look to Elige for. But it had to be talked about. That T side and that driving factor was really essential. 5 opening kills in a row. 4 of the 5 2Ks in the round. And I mean, that is just the engine, I think, for that success story. At least on the T side, that kind of set them up in their minds to just win this game easily.
For good teams, they get the first kill, they win 80% of the time. Bait are a good team. Essential was unstoppable, interminable. So, I mean, yeah, so much credit to him. Because usually after his kill, it was an exec.
The MVP of this map goes to xKacpersky. Just, you know, lights out in terms of ADR, a huge amount of rating. Some great first kills as that second half went on. But I thought, you know, that's why I bring up Essential before we give the MVP to xKacpersky, because I thought the driving, you know, the engine was that T side, and that was where Essential made his money tonight. Yeah. So I think this just goes to show that xKacpersky is yet another reliable piece of this Bait team. Everybody's stepping it up by the time that game ends up wrapping up, and wrapped up pretty quickly. Like Alex said, easy second half, right? CT side didn't even feel like a challenge to them, from the pistol to 2 rounds out of Liquid, but it's 2 rounds that are non-consecutive. That is all you could ask for if you're Bait in terms of an opening best of 1.
Never believe a team that tells you they had a good week of practice.
To hell with the boot camps, I say. Although, worked for Ty Lue. Yeah. What teams will be up against each other? Who knows? We've got plenty of more best of 1s to come at you guys. Day 1 of stage 2. It's Scrawny and Launders signing off. Chad and Alex will be taking over here for the B stream. Enjoy the Counter-Strike, folks.
That is competitive, top of the throne in his league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull up the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
Do you remember your first ever professional game?
Honestly, I think one of my first ever professional games was against the legendary NIP. I think I played against them on Nuke, and I actually did a highlight, something like that, when I was like 15, 16, something like that. I think we won Nuke, honestly.
Most likely it was mix qualifiers to major, actually, most likely. Close qualifiers.
Do you remember if you won or lost your first professional game?
I think I won. I'm not sure, but I think we won this game.
My first professional game, probably the first game I played with Complexity, which was Blast Bounty versus VP. Don't remember a lot about the game. I remember I got a Deagle collateral. That's all I remember.
Did you win? Did you lose?
Lost 0-2.
On a Shell TV. It was versus Project X. I think it was some Ukrainian online tournament.
Do you remember if you won or you lost?
I lost.
My first game in G2 at least was against CLG, I think, in LAN. That was bad. Okay.
Do you remember if you won or you lost?
We lost. That was bad.
Honestly, man, it's gonna be. I think it was on a team called Broken Alliance, and the team that it was against, I have no idea. I think they were from South America, honestly. But yeah, I honestly have no clue who we played, but it was Broken Alliance, I'm pretty sure.
Do you remember if you won or lost that one?
I think we won. It was on cash. I remember the map. It was on cash. I think I had somewhere around like 18 kills. I could be wrong.
Don't clearly remember the first one, but I would say maybe EM full Sweden, like 2021 against, I guess it was FaZe, and we lost, and so we didn't make it to the first major. So yeah, this one I would say.
If you buy professional means on HL3, then I think it was against Space Soldiers or whatever they were called. I definitely remember Santas smashing me with 30 kills.
Did you win or did you lose?
We lost on Dust 2.
Ooh, it was in French. I don't remember exactly, but it's like 20 years ago, so it's difficult to...
Do you remember if you won or lost your first pro game?
I think I lost, from what I remember.
It was on Just Us Pro, in like Civo P or something.
Did you win?
I don't know.
I'm not sure, but maybe it's SCWS Gaming is a Brazilian team. I don't remember really sure, but it's on a Gamers Club tournament, so yeah.
Did you win or did you lose?
I think we won this game. It was a nuke.
We are live and back with another episode of the All About Counter-Strike podcast with a slight twist on it all because StarLadder gave us this amazing setup and it is now all about the StarLadder Budapest Major because everything in Counter-Strike all revolves around the majors. Stage 1 was a bit of a mess from the opening day of how things started, but it got progressively better. We're not talking about the Counter-Strike. We went through the fire and we came out the other side ready for Stage 2. I want to start going down how Stage 1 went, and I want to start over the side of Asia, most importantly China with this. All right, so Rare Atom.
Yep.
Wasn't one I had faith in to do well.
No.
But like, they were just not on par. They were not ready. Obviously, it makes sense when you're Orpa, who has played at the highest level within Asia a long time over and again, is maybe then pushed into the coach role, and you'll get some young talents coming through. But even when we did the exit interview with them, they weren't even that sad.
Late invasion.
What a good
To
call.
be fair, they were a surprise, but not in the same fashion that you imagine.
Bro, I even said it right. Yeah, they can lose against FaZe, and I have zero problems with that. It is FaZe. But after this, it just went downhill. Red Canids next in there. The team that almost was.
Yeah, I mean, they were surprisingly good. I think a lot of people had them in the 0-3 bracket.
You say surprisingly good. Are we now saying that, though, only because they took a map from FaZe? Because beating Gamer Legion in their current state, that's not a big wow.
No, but you can look at the Fnatic game. You can look at Gamer Legion. They had a really hard set of opponents if you actually look on the screen. And
hard set for Stage 1. We were looking at expectations like that, yeah.
I never expected them to be close to making it to Stage 2. So I actually think that this is kind of a win for them in some area.
Legacy were kind of in the same position where they just should have won. Right?
Yeah.
They've had 3 match points to go to the next stage against a rookie team of Parivision. They didn't. So it was
and that's
Brazil.
Not even mentioning Fluxo, who also
exactly. So basically, all Brazilian teams were so close
that we would not be talking about them right now in this segment about losers, but they were so close that we were going to be talking about winners.
This is a step forward for Fluxo. Probably continue with this lineup. Maybe they want to make one change in there.
Yeah, I think for me the biggest surprise was actually Art himself and his individual level, because last time I saw him in the Austin Major, he did not look like himself at all. He had terrible performances, and here we could see a little bit of his former self back into it, and especially when he picked up that double AWP setup. Against Fnatic, I think he was the best AWPer on the server by far.
And for this major, this was kind of a legacy that I think was kind of like playing their B game and average. It wasn't bad. At times it wasn't good, but you know, it's just what it is. I think they had legitimately great chance to make it through. Those 3 match points against ParaVision that they threw on the last map is going to stink and hurt.
11-5 lead.
Yes.
11-5 lead on Dust 2, a map that they're very comfortable and keen on. And we normally see that they can grind out games. Legacy is a team that can fight for everything, but this was a shocking loss. Game Legion. Biggest disappointment of stage 1. This team is expected to do better. You lost to Fluxo, Red Canids, and then ParaVision at the end. They were more competitive against ParaVision, right, in that sense. Okay, you could have beaten Red Canids on overtime, but I don't care about the scoreline. The caliber of these players, yeah, how they've been working together. This is now not an AWPer problem. This is a team problem, because this was like, I could accept them struggling in stage 2, but this was bad. And like, also fair play to Ash, because obviously he took a lot of responsibility himself, because you can't be a coach who takes so much credit for all the positives of a team, where we as the community have been hyping up Game Legion for punching above their level, and then seeing that like this drop off. He now has to take some of that blame.
We are yet to see Ash actually play well when they're favorites.
Yeah, this is it. They're still struggling against that. They can play against the big boys, but it's also on the players struggling with the pressure side as well. All right. So I don't know. I think like this Game Legion's kind of dead going into 2026. We'll have to wait and see. They're at least going to lose PR. If they lose the 3 core, then it's a real crazy real build. And I think that's why you could see that Ash was obviously so devastated by it all. We'll keep moving. We'll move on to NRG next, because great in best of 1s, not so good when it came to playing in the best of 3s. Coach Daps was actually positive. Like, he was playing a bit wild at times, pushing smokes, finding timings, playing on instinct, I would say, right? He made it fun. But the only, like, Daps was very much, none of this event matters. Like, no help for me playing with this. This wasn't a good thing. They might have made it with Nitro, but I think they may have not even won some of the best of 1s with Nitro, because then they would have felt a different level of pressure. The positive for me was Exotic. For ParaVision, okay, this was crazy considering it's 4 major rookies. We learned a lot from Daston, like how he's trying to teach and educate these guys and do it. But once they got to the best of 3s, right, the win over Game Legion was crazy. The comeback that they pulled off against Legacy, I didn't expect. Like, even James and Daston said themselves, we thought the game was lost, but they still managed to pull it back, and they just focus on round by round. All right, Imperial real quick. I don't think there's too much we need to touch on. We can just show up the results and where we're at with it, because Imperial, I just say, is lucky from the draw that they made it here. Like, I'm not really going to... I won't be too harsh on them, but like, you beat the Huns at NRG in the end, sure, but I have zero faith in what they can do going forward. Like, it's not great play.
I like the guys, but I think this is the weakest team that made it through.
FlyQuest. Positive, like crazy positive. Winning 4v5s all over the shot. Individuals looking good. Asa put some belief in the team. They made this work very well. And, okay, they didn't beat any good teams to get here. But
Legacy. Imperial
Legacy in their thing. I don't count Imperial Fluxo good. And Legacy is just about good considering what we saw in the end.
All right.
I will just say that the way they got through and the way they were playing CS is what I enjoyed.
Yeah, I mean, they were flawless in a lot of situations. I loved the way they were scaling bomb sites, the pacing, the like spacing was exceptional. It just looked like a really well-drilled team, and it is by far the best FlyQuest I have ever seen.
FaZe up next, because this is a team that almost should have been eliminated, probably are not in their best shape, still look very shaky. They could have lost to Red Canids, and could have lost to Fluxo. Yeah, they could be hyped about this, but I'm still very worried about them.
I think they're in some sense in my top 3 disappointments, even though they made it through.
Yeah, that's fair. Because they made it through, they're still a disappointment because of what they showed.
Yeah, because I mean, it's part of why you have high expectations of them. I think they had an easy draw looking at all the games, really. And they did play some good Counter-Strike at very small amounts, and that was only when they essentially already had lost the game.
I'm only hoping that Frozen has bought enough time for broky to actually find his form again, because it can't just be Twists and Frozen in the next stage.
I'm calling it now 3-0 face for next stage.
3-0?
Because of this stage, they understood this lineup is probably dead.
When a team has played one stage of the major, and they get to the next stage, they have a bit of an advantage.
A lot of
They're
advantage.
warm.
100%.
They're used to the pressure, they're used to the setups, they're used to everything.
Okay.
And so they're going to be a bit better than they were this last week, which makes it so hard to guess.
So for our audience, if they don't know, but in stage 2, there were a lot of upsets round 1.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Expect more in stage 2.
3D Max. Now, I'm really negative on this team because the high FCAC had me believing in them again. And then we looked at Bucharest. It was 12th to 14th, and Chengdu last place. Chengdu, they lost to Linvision 2-1.
Yeah.
They're not expected to make it this time for me. I have them as my other 0-3 right now.
That's bold, man.
I think Liquid is going to be home favorites because of Flashy as well. They're going to have crowd behind them.
True.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about it.
And Flashy's now had time to implement the system more. They worked together for a very long time.
Taking the storyline. I'm a caster, right? If Flashy wins this event, it'll be the first rookie coach in history to win a major.
Oh, God.
And it'll be...
All right, let's have a look now at Passion UA. Hong Kong was positive.
Yeah.
I'm still, like, on a stage, it's worrying. This is a small crowd. They should be able to handle that. The thing that made me so unhappy was Draculan 3. They went to, I don't know why they went to it. They still went to it after Hong Kong. And then they got 3rd place, which isn't acceptable against the teams they were competing against. And now they're going into a major. Aurora expected to make it. They should be there with Na'Vi.
Expected to make it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident that Aurora will do well. They're winning a LAN. I don't know if that... I don't think Aurora are going to last forever, by the way. I think when they won PGL, the vibes were awful.
Mr. Producer, put Na'Vi and expected to make it, because I can't sit there when you can't have this. Bro, you can't have this. There's no way I'm looking at Liquid, FlyQuest, and Paravision, who are not playing at tier 1 events alongside Na'Vi, who still know how to win. You lifted a trophy this year, right?
Yeah.
What did that mean to you, the organization, and the players? Because like, it had not been seen from a Chinese team, right? And Tyloo have not had that success despite putting so much time and effort into a Counter-Strike team.
I mean, if I reflect back on the whole year, I think I'm pretty proud of the guys, like of what they've been accomplishing. But you know, we're at the major. We still need to be focused and try to close out the year in a good fashion.
Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it, and see you tomorrow at Major.
A new stage of competition, stage 2 underway. We're here for the B stream, first time for us, but of course this is where the losers live, so it makes sense that we're here. Chatty B's joining me, my name's Machine.
That way.
Yeah, well they got their mouths smashed.
Yeah. Well,
and they're not all stars, that's why they're here.
Is there pumpkin for dinner?
Probably.
We'll find out because it's almost dinner time and time to chow down on some Counter-Strike. So, look, stage 2, StarLadder Budapest, first time that we're in Hungary for an event. And the appetite for Counter-Strike, it wasn't necessarily quenched in stage 1, I'll be honest.
I agree. And like, it's, you know, no one wants to be beating around the bush, but no one also wants to kind of be told the level of Counter-Strike was bad.
Now,
like, that's not like entertaining.
Lake admitted it.
He said it?
He said it to me.
Okay.
So look, I'll take that as a win for the good guys.
Yeah, that's
guys,
you.
For
right?
some of the
In your
guys.
head canon, you are the good guy.
Yes. Now, there's a couple of other fun facts that I wanted to talk about, and there was something that you wanted to enlighten the people with that I wanted to dive into.
Yeah, well, I was just scrolling through and doing a quick kind of, you know, who's from stage 1, who's not, and it seems to me that the majority of wins coming from stage 1 teams, 5 out of the 8 being teams that have already warmed up and got comfortable with that little stage 1 warm-up.
Yeah, we'll roll some highlights, and you'll be able to see the action unfolding on your screens, everybody. So the teams who are able to make it through from stage 1 and then progress into stage 2 to join the favorites, I suppose. I guess you could label them that way. That would be MIBR, Liquid, Na'Vi, Aurora, Passion, not Paravision, Tyloo, 3D Max and Astralis, excuse me. And you'll see their names appearing on the screen here more often than not in the loser column. And this is another one of the factors. A lot of people, when we get to the majors, obviously this is the only event in our calendar of this caliber that has best of 1 still. Now that's a conversation to take with Valve, and one that hopefully within the future will be changing. But either way, that's what we have. Now, best of 1s is what's discussed in the fashion of causing upsets. When you make it from stage 1, where all 16 teams start on the same day without any warm-up, all right, when you make it to stage 2, and you get so many teams who are already warmed into the environment, that's where the conversation shifts a little bit in my mind, right? What level of advantage is there? Because there's 2 ways to look at it. One, you have to play a lot of Counter-Strike throughout stage 1, so you're showing reps, you're showing tape, and maybe you get counter-stratted. The other side of that is, well, you come in, you're familiar with the environment, you understand, okay, where's the player lounge? How does it take to get there? What's the setup like? What's the crowd like? You understand all of those details, and you tend to find yourself in a little bit more of a comfortable environment. Now, that's actually shown itself, what would you say, 5 out of 8?
Yeah, 5 out of 8.
And now, cop this. I went and did a little bit of a looky-loo and went back to the last Austin Major, right? That was the first major of all time that we had 32 teams. This is the second, right? And there, in stage 3, 5 out of 8 teams in the opening round, best of 1s, were won by teams who had the warm-up and had come from stage 2 into stage 3.
Interesting.
So it's not unusual that we see this. It's going to be about the recovery of those names, and one of them that we'll have coming up for you for the first game right now will be 3D Max.
Well, you know, my immediate follow-up question is actually going to be looking at those that didn't succumb, you know? So I'm looking at your Auroras, your Na'Vis. Na'Vis certainly seem to be absolutely very comfortable.
The drubbing, wasn't it? 13-2.
Yeah, no, well, of course, we'll touch back on FlyQuest. They are going to be coming up as our first affair. You'll be seeing FlyQuest versus 3D Max to start.
Now, another factor, I guess, that could bring into what you're pulling out is, in my mind, Aurora as well as Na'Vi are the 2 favorites here. We'll copy it, and you can see it in the bracket right now and how it's starting to unfold. But they're the 2 favorites of this stage. The 2 highest rated teams this stage, and it's no surprise to me to see them playing good CS, even though both of them have looked a little bit shaky. Sure, Aurora have won themselves a trophy. Na'Vi, they had a real downturn in Chengdu, but we know that they can play a solid fundamental base of CS. So when I looked at that, there's something else that you need to keep in mind. Teams who actually went 3-0 in the first stage, they become seeds 9 and 10. Which means in the way we do Swiss at the majors, they will play against seeds 1 and 2. Oof. That's why, you know, you're kind of a victim of your own success if you're FlyQuest, and if you're M80, you're playing against 2 of the best teams in this stage because you went 3-0 in the first. Now, the reason for this is by the time we do get to 2-2 games, it's meant to mitigate the potential of having the best teams playing against each other and eliminating each other.
I see, okay,
right?
So it's logically, it's not completely unfair.
Exactly.
It is rooted in logic.
But when you're FlyQuest and you're M80, that we'll bring up on the schedule right now, you're probably not feeling it's too fair because the games that you lost, you don't even feel like you were connected to the server today.
Sure, but take a look at this one. I'm actually going to start with stream A just so you can see what the entire smorgasbord of what you've got to look forward to. But if you are on this stream, of course, you've got a variety of good games coming up here and now. But first, NIP Tyloo, Na'Vi Imperial, Aurora FaZe. That one is one to pencil into your calendar. If you've got to clear your schedule, do so. I think that could be a fun best of 1 to watch. I also really think that the end of the day on A is a lot of fun. Paravision, Liquid, interested to see how those 2 teams interact. I don't know,
Mirage again.
Temperature check on on Liquid? Have you dipped
They
your
were
toe?
playing against Bade, and Elige said they had a good boot camp, so he kind of jinxed them for the first match, but I think they'll be back for the second.
But taking a look at our stream, I mean, you know, there is a variety. I'm very excited for the start. Obviously, FlyQuest, I have an Australian who has a vested interest, and then you've got, of course, 3D Max, who are some of the most entertaining Counter-Strike at times. Very fun in a best of one. They'll be running it down. M80 Astralis, what do you reckon?
I think this is an interesting game, right? Astralis played Nuke in their opening match against NIP, which I always thought it was going to be between Nuke or Overpass, but giving Snappy a comfort map, it was comfortable for both teams. There was always the chance it could go against them, and Snappy and his boys got through in that opening game without winning a pistol. So Astralis, even though they had a good chunk they're still struggling through. Then Passion UA versus MIBR. That's a regional matchup. It's an America's game, right? And then finally, we have 8 Ukrainians in the server for Bait versus Fnatic to round out the day. So I guess the headline with our stream is the teams who lose now will be 0-2 after day 1 of play. And if you are a team, which we do have quite a few, who only started in Stage 2, this is how your major kicks off.
Yeah.
Right? And you think about Astralis, who have been missing for the majors for some time, they could be 0-2 after day 1. That right there would be a real kick in the pants, I think.
Certainly. But turning attention to the team on screen, 3D Max. Now, something you know, that I think bears repeating is just how this team maybe has been mischaracterized by virtue of the sheer amount of Counter-Strike they were playing, the sheer amount of planes they were on. Some nice number crunching over on HLTV. They gave us the numbers, 92 hours on a plane in 85 days.
Yeah, they did an awful lot of traveling, and it definitely helped them out within the rankings to a certain point, but then they had diminishing returns towards the end, and I started to categorize it as they were burnt out, right? They would have whittled down the playbook, they didn't have enough time off, and these are all things that I'm putting on them. I don't think it's excuses that they've made for themselves. No. These are excuses that I'm making for them.
Well, that's because I've seen them literally, you know, exit a tournament and then pick up their bags and go to the airport.
Straight to the next one.
Like, give them a day.
Exactly.
Have a moment. I know I need it after a tournament and I'm not even playing.
But when you're this level of team like 3D Max is, you probably feel that every point is valuable. You want to make sure that you stay well and truly in the bubble. You're getting all those invites. But by doing that and having this season where Gravity's taken over the in-game leadership from Maka, it's hurt them at the tail end. Now, the problem with that is I thought they were going to come in here hot. They would have had time off. They would have been ready to go, but they ended up losing 13-6 on Inferno against Fnatic. So that right there is not the way they would have wanted to kick off their major campaign, but there's no reason they can't course correct right now against FlyQuest and get back into the mix of things. So I still want to see 3D Max do well against my Aussie boys. I don't know about that. No, maybe they can turn it around. One of these two should be
well, okay,
someone's going to have to.
You can be cheering for FlyQuest. I'll be cheering for the Frenchies.
Okay.
And we'll see where it goes. Because honestly, I'm very curious. My first question is, you know, whether or not we return to familiar shores. Like, are they going to... I've seen a great Inferno out of FlyQuest. That's a comfort pick for them.
Sure.
Or are, you know, 3D Max, are you going to be sitting there going, wait, hang on a second, we just got 13-6. Maybe we looked somewhere else. I mean, that's just something I'm curious to see what happens. Your boy Azza on screen, by the way, boys and girls. Chad has played in a Counter-Strike team with that very angry looking man.
Yeah, a long time ago. I think I retired 9 years ago now. So we're coming
Time
up on
has flown.
Right. So Azza this season has been appointed the head coach over there at FlyQuest, taking over from Urcast, and he's now back alongside JKS, the best Australian player of all time. Now, I guess when you look at this roster, their season hasn't been great. Draculan, and when they had you know, some of the results, they were, oh, what's going on here? It wasn't what everybody was expecting with the addition of JKS. But if you look at PGO Bucharest, where they had a decent result, they didn't make it out of the groups, but they had won some games, and one of the teams that they beat was 3D Max. So they were starting to show some more promising signs. And in Stage 1, I would say alongside of M80, they played the best and cleanest Counter-Strike. But as mentioned, I would say they don't feel like they have connected to the server yet today. Right, getting blown out by Na'Vi, 13-2. I think there was 7 rounds played, and in total they had 5 kills across the team. They were just getting absolutely destroyed. Now, I would be under the impression if I was them with where they played their match, they might have thought they would be one of the later games in this next set of best of ones. So back into action maybe a little bit quicker than they would have expected. With the draw, it also gives you limited time to prepare for your opponent. So you're going to be looking at the simulator, hoping it predicts correctly, or hoping that you're getting the results right. So prep time will be limited. It'll be a lot more of quote-unquote play your own game. But their own game on Inferno against the Brazilians in Stage 1 was great. Now let's take a look at this, Vito. just so everybody's aware, right, in terms of which team would be the highest seed, I would imagine 3D Max, maybe there's a coin toss, but you get to choose between A or B, right? So you get the 2 bans first, then FlyQuest have come in with 3, they've taken out Nuke, Overpass, and Train, and then that leaves the choice for 3D Max. Do they want to play Inferno or do they want to play Dust 2? Well, they opted for Inferno.
Interesting.
That gives FlyQuest, though, the choice of side, right? And that's actually what happened in their last match, too. I think that they... Let me just check with 3D Max's veto. Did they want to pick the map or did they want to pick the side? I think they wanted to pick the map against Fnatic.
Yeah, well, they started on the T side, so I can make assumptions.
Yeah, they did. So this time they've gone the same way, right? They've really wanted to determine the map, which gives their opponent choice of side, and then they only got 5 rounds. Well, I say only. I guess Inferno's changed. I don't even want to say recent meta. It's been the last maybe year and a bit to 2 years that Inferno feels like it's leaning T side.
Oh, right, yes. Yeah.
So with that in mind, they really want Inferno, but against Fnatic, they only got 5 rounds, and that 5 rounds started after losing the pistol and winning the Force. That's going to be tough to replicate, so we'll have to keep eyes on Lucky and the boys.
Yeah, looking focused. I had a brief conversation with them during the media day upon their arrival. I'll just say that their demeanor was, you know, some of the brightest I've seen from them. You know, as far as, because typically, as we've highlighted, they're very well traveled. They're probably a bit exhausted, and it's usually a bit of a roll of the eyes and a scoff as you try and have a conversation about Counter-Strike. They're just focused on their objective, but they were very much more engaged and seeming like they're on high spirits. I don't know if that's going to be something after your first best of 1 loss. And, you know, you've already highlighted it. It is brutal to be rocking up to stage 2. You're playing against, you know, a warmed-in Fnatic. You then get put against a FlyQuest who seem to be on a hot streak, 3-0 in stage 1. This could be a horrible start to your major campaign.
And you've also got an L in the column next to them most recently. On top of that, I will add that they're on a 6-series losing streak. So at the moment, as we'll whack it up on screen, you can see that things haven't really been going in the favor of the French recently. But yeah, but Inferno will be able to paint the picture. There'll be a couple of things that people at home can be expecting from their CT and their T sides. On their CT side, which will be the second half of this game, Maka with the AWP likes to play in Boiler and Halls a lot and be a jarring force to default, so we'll keep our eyes on him. We know that Gravity really loves to get out the MAC-10s to the MP9s, right? Since he's been taking over this in-game leadership stuff, makes more sense with the positions he plays, and it frees up Maka on the calling. But they're not the only ones in this head-to-head who have had a change-up, right? In this season, Netic's gone to more anchor positions. They put Vexite in more star or map control roles, depends on how you want to frame it. And then in terms of the way that they're approaching the game, even map pool, FlyQuest previously, before Azza joined, used to ban Train and play Nuke, and now they ban Nuke and play Train.
Question for you with Vexite on screen is, you know, with this role change, is it something you feel like he's, you know, taken too well?
Well, he was, I think, the highest
I
rated player
watched
from
one
stage
great
1,
Inferno.
Right, so Vexite was always sharp, right? He's been on our screens for some time. I believe this is his 5th major. This is from the top of my dome. And, you know, he always had a really good potential, really good aim, but never really felt like he was delivering when he needed to. And I think they moved him into anchor positions for some time. They tried to use Netic in star positions, but I think Vexite is more experienced and has better communication, so probably more suited to those type of spots. As we are ready to get this one underway, odds provided by our official betting partner. CT side start for FlyQuest, T side start for 3D Max. It looks like they're running at least the same utility, Alex, for the pistol. I think it's the same pistol as they ran against Fnatic.
Interesting. Okay, well, we'll see if the ante works out. He's actually confirmed presence of Vexite and just executes him. Nice shot from Lucky, even better from Netic. He gets the trade, keeps things level, and it looks like they're going to go looking for answers, and that's going to cost him. Regali poking his nose deeper down Banana. And he's removed. JKS has got frisky with it, though. Very cheeky to be pushing so early.
Oh, he's
Netic,
been drawn back by the A utility.
Okay, at least he doesn't get one-tapped like his comrade. He'll be able to back away. xKacpersky slinking around the smoke. This is a nice pathing actually through the smoke. Might catch ins. In the meantime, you've got action elsewhere. Nade's starting to be thrown now. Ins gets completely booked, and now it's up to you. Netic, more than that required. Can't do it.
JKS is fast on the flank, and they know that this is the pit player, so they might not expect him here right now.
Yeah, it's a bit quicker than they'll be looking for. You can see Maka's coming. And JKS is dead. Nice shot.
Nice shooting from Maka. Really well done. Well, right there, FlyQuest starting heavy top Banana and unable to hold them at bay. So 3D Max off to a better start than when they were versing Fnatic. They will get the pistol. Now it's about the conversion. Do we see FlyQuest limp in with a force? Of course we do. That's a great shot from Maka, isn't it, on the P250? Now, with a few of the games we've cast for FlyQuest, it's been early in the morning for the Aussies who are waking up to watch this one, 4 a.m. As we get this underway, would hate to see them go down 0-2, so let's see if they're able to offer up any resistance or if it's one of those days. Unfortunately, you can't really chalk it up to that at a major. You either show up or you don't. No one cares for your excuses. Keep smoke, and Body's coming through this.
Seems restrained, tempered. Not going to overexert himself, but VexXite, it seems likely that if he throws that block smoke a second too late, he's just going to get run out like this.
Yeah, they're in.
Yeah.
That's one of the things. Oh,
gives it a go. They're already past him, though, and Mac is going to continue to be wreaking havoc. Strong pistol.
You should save.
He finds himself an opener.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of chanting right now we can hear going on because behind us is the mainstream setup where there is a bit of a crowd, and the crowd is more lively. Well, it makes sense. It's a Saturday.
It makes sense indeed.
We had people in since Monday, and it was a bit of a smaller contingent, and understandably so, but it's for Tyloo versus NIP. So who are they cheering for?
Maybe there's a large Tyloo fan base.
Maybe. You could actually be bang on there. People can go and check that one out. That's being cast by Harry and Hugo over on the A stream. And we do have our best people on the job monitoring all of you in Twitch chat too. So be on your best behavior.
It's like a half-hearted hunt. You don't want to give a rifle away, right? So I guess just exiting safely, not losing anything. And it's a rather, you know, calm pistol. Second round. VexXite's the only casualty.
I think that in this situation, if you're 3D Max, you could just run the same round, or you might want to be a little bit more tempered, because if you're FlyQuest, you know that you're going to be buying into the next round. So do you want to try and play a little bit more aggressive with your force buy, take some banana control, and take the fight to them, knowing, again, yeah, that buy into the next? We do have a tech pause, so excuse us as we get that sorted. Looks like the admins are coming on over to try and assist this one issue with gravity.
And it's TeamSpeak related, that's my guess. I can see it open.
It always is, isn't it?
What baffles me is I've used TeamSpeak for well over a decade, and I don't think it's ever been a problem.
How old is TeamSpeak?
I was about to say, not more than nearly 20 years I've used it. Hang on.
TeamSpeak is 23 years old. It's older than some of the players in the server.
Yeah, yeah.
It does make sense.
And it works. It's kind of better than Discord in a way.
Everyone's saying that.
That's what I'm saying.
No one's not saying that. Okay.
But then again, I don't know. Players seem to have issues. As soon as you're on a stage, TeamSpeak's a different beast. Yeah, I don't know.
That's why, for me, it was always configuring the mic before anything else.
Yeah.
Right? That was always my first communication.
Can I hear you? Yeah.
That's maybe why my aim wasn't so good. I spent too much time doing TeamSpeak, not enough time, actually.
Well, your voice was one of your most important weapons, you know?
Ended up 3 starting B, 2 starting short side. Could be more of the same right now from 3D Max, and I love the approach, so why not do it again? You flush him out of sandbags, you push him into the open, and you double nade VexXite.
Oh my, look at the response though. Netic's nade in combination with VexXite has both Lucky and Maka hanging on by a thread.
Okay, so this is looking manageable now. Also want to take note that Netic has a defuse kit. So if we find ourselves in a post plant, they are going to give it a look, unless they want to save AKs and Galils, but there's plenty more rounds to be played as we still have 1 minute and 10 left on the clock.
Okay, this is actually going to be an interesting puzzle to see how 3D Max, or if 3D Max can solve it.
It's to do with the util right now, so another molly to the mouth of Banana. That's to secure full control, and then they can execute, right? Smoke for CT, smoke for coffins, or...
Can we give Gravity a rifle? One of your low HP players should be taking that Mac 10.
He's a space creator.
I mean, sure.
They just made a lot of steps.
They're pushing up. Okay, Gravity does go down, empty-handed.
Info on 2.
Awkward now. You're low HP, a 5-7 bullet onto either of them, and this round is over. It already feels like it might be. Netic getting cheeky will actually cross back, maintain that crossfire. Regali tucks first orange.
You need to play side, but there's too many questions. Netic's worried about the arch wrap, and it's so quiet on Banana. Regali needs a kill. Netic's rotating away.
I mean, xKacpersky has got health and been given the Galil. Now confirmation of presence on B. He's being cleared out, and just a nice one from the jump up. xKacpersky stabilizes quickly on the port.
This is one of the things with FlyQuest that I will note, that it feels like they always want to do something. One of the things with their train games, and I can't go back to their one that they played against Na'Vi. We can take that out of the conversation. This was actually something that I noted before then, is that, right, they go for main control on the CT side, they fight for that, and then they immediately go into like the same moves of like flash and a pop. They always feel like they're doing a lot. But remember, this kit's in play.
Exactly.
So the time means they need to get a move on now, but playing for the round of 3D Max.
Yeah, they're just going to hunker down for a moment longer. what's their pathing of exit? They're actually going to be running into JKS, so he'll get himself a couple. Yep, double kill, 1,200 bucks. xKacpersky, the last man standing on the site. So it doesn't look like they've got time for the defuse, but it is going to be costly for 3D Max in Converton.
Okay, well, you need to make good on that, don't you? JK's going to run over, see if he can find himself a gun that's been blown his way. It doesn't look the case. He has picked up the kit from the corpse of Netic. He's going to throw away the MP9. And maybe another technical as the game is paused again. This wouldn't even be a bad moment for Azza to take a tactical timeout, because I did see the team post loss, and no one's going to be happy after losing 13-2, but you don't want it to be a morgue, right? You need to have someone who's going to lift the mood. And I'll be honest, when I saw them, it's one of these things where you see players and you know they've lost a game. Even saying hi feels like the wrong thing.
Yes.
You know, it's just like a nod of acknowledgement. And I know these guys better than I know most of the players, but I still don't even feel like I want to say anything that might, you know, get in their heads or be the wrong thing to be said.
Well, at least you're not me, who gets into elevators with players that have just lost and says, how you doing? Yeah. Then you realize, like just a second later, you go, oh, that's right.
This is direct towards A. 3-3 apps immediately. Regali, JKS are going to get a lot of pressure their way, and they're noisy about it.
I think Regali heard it, relays it, and block you till thrown. Looks like they want to go. Yeah, flash off the chimney. Inns will spam for the short side wrap. It's a lot of pressure onto JKS. He's going to have to opt with that 5-7. Good one from xKacpersky. Low HP, still finds the headshot necessary.
Save. I love the pace of this.
That's really nice. I mean, the block you till
3D
thrown.
Max.
Yeah, that is 3D Max. The nade looks like it's not quite going to hit the mark. Finds body with a bit of shrapnel, but should be the save.
And I can understand winning condition A. We know that vexite was in hot form, and as the B defender and banana controller on the T side, if you can stay away from him and not give away opening kills, that's a great start.
Am I right in thinking that teams will kind of theory craft, like, okay, if we win pistol, we're going to start hitting B on the early rounds, and then when we get first gun, we're going to start, you know, we're going to test that. You know, does it go that deep? Or is it more of just a kind of on the day, on the fly?
You'll go into, normally teams would want to prep their first 4 to 5 rounds.
You would?
Right?
Okay.
And it's like a Goosebumps book. You know, you have all these different options. Okay, what if we win the force? What if we lose the pistol, right? Everything kind of chained together on the decisions. Netic just got owned.
Yeah.
Well, they could have used that gun. So you can't make good on that 3rd round damage.
You can't. Big smile on their face, because the game plan, it's going. It's going to plan. 4-0 start, and now we'll get the guns back out. I say getting guns back out. Actually, I may be...
This is the thing.
It's
They might just take a partial behind the 2 saved guns, and then they can full buy again into the next round. Inferno was the one map that FlyQuest lost to 3D Max when they played in Bucharest. So the fact that this has ended up at this point of the veto also means that FlyQuest may be overconfident or thinking that result could have gone the other way, that they've grown since then. Oh,
I love that. Nice aggressive attempt, but it's not worked out for FlyQuest. Inns gets taken down immediately by gravity.
No window prong either.
Yeah, not right. Not using that extra elevation for a different angle.
Yeah, Regali was throwing the flashes. So you could have started with 4. But they've just opted for a shove like that, and I like it. It's trying to set the tone. It's on the type of round to do it. But FlyQuest, tough start again. Netic has 5 kills, 0 for vexite, 0 for Inns, 0 for Regali, 4 for JKS. Nothing's felt competitive so far other than that 1 force scenario.
Netic's going to tuck in. vexite. What a shot from xKacpersky. Immediately beheads vexite just the moment he rounds the corner. But yeah, that Inns push, like, I'm not, you know, maybe I'm ascribing too much to it, but is that a push out of strategy? Is that a push out of frustration? So early into the piece, early into the best of 1. Was it supported? Was it facilitated perfectly? Regali's on the move.
Okay. He can be hot on the tail.
Very quick.
Maka needs to plant, so Lucky's going to worry about CT. They've smoked deep CT. Regali might have a timing. Yeah. Maka will get the bomb down, then probably backside or coffins to watch banana. Doesn't need to worry about CT. Lucky has it.
He's on the line now, so Regali. Can he jiggle out the AWP? That's the question. Looks like he might just be walking straight into the AWPer. Yeah, Maka's ready. Everyone's chilling on the 3D Max side.
Casual, buddy, he's having a drink, you know, even as time after the Let's Go. So this is a great start from 3D Max. This is the same amount of rounds they got on the T side against Fnatic, and they've done it in 5 straight. So right now, the party needs to get started for FlyQuest.
Well, especially considering the way your first game went, you kind of forgot, you're starting to forget what round winning feels like. You don't forget, 3-0, couple of days off. Okay, mouse and keyboard back in, wait a second.
It was a 13-2 scoreline, but it was a 12-0 first half.
Yeah, right, and now you're staring down a 5-0. Like, that 0, the sooner you get rid of that 0, the easier it is for you to kind of press tab. What we got here? Early pathing, early fighting. There's VexSight with a contribution early. Does pay the ultimate price though. Lucky an important trade just before he could dismount. Netic's got to get away, and oh my god, he's lucky to be alive. That nade landed square between his legs. Support from Inns is there. They might accelerate into him. Yeah, overlooked completely. Nice find from Inns. He's there in the right place at the right time to secure a 3-on-3. Block util thrown. Not going to be peeking into Macca's AWP.
Well, they know that xKacpersky likely lurking on the other side of the map. I think he's very good at finding spaces, xKacpersky. So JKS will be having to deal with that as Lucky is in and across. Molly towards Coffins. Regali rotating over now. Break of the smoke. It's too deep. Misthrown from Regali. Can't go through
that.
that.
He confirmed where Macca is at least, and Macca's got the bomb. Yep. Oh my god, nearly a free fight. Lucky tucks just in time.
And xKacpersky has found the gap. I told you he's good at these lurks.
He is very good at these lurks. And Macca's going to pivot. What? Lucky's killed Regali, so yeah, backing to B, I presume. Inns. Oh, he's getting cheeky with it. Makes a step though.
Just wait for xKacpersky. He'll win the round.
Will he?
Yep, there you go. Okay, another one. 6-0. Great from 3D Max.
I mean, yeah, it's taking shape so beautifully. And they're not in a hurry either. You know, like they have the advantage. They know it's theirs. They don't feel the need to rush things. And no fun for the pit player.
But there's another moment where it feels like FlyQuest are always trying to do something.
Yeah.
So they have the exchange with the banana control. That's fine. Then Inns comes over and says, well, we want space because we want info. So then Netic's low, but 3D Max are a team who are always going to play in your face. And that ends up losing them a kill back. So simple stuff from 3D Max. Elias did a interview with HLTV, right, yesterday. So coming into today, it's available on their Spotify. If people want to listen to it, actually makes it quite easy. You can do it while you're in the shower, at the gym, or riding your bike, whatever. In the kitchen making a meal. And he was talking about how something that is, when he was on FaZe for that short stint, when they were in Austin, they were talking about not losing both best of ones on the opening day, right? It's okay if you lose the first or you lose the second, but just the first day, don't go 0 and 2. So I think that's sound logic, right? Because the pressure, your back's against the wall immediately after day one. Whereas if you go 1-1, you get to the one day to reset, you get to kind of drink it all in, you move into the next day, you have another best of one, and then from there you get to recalibrate. So it is a dire situation if you end up losing this. And, well, FlyQuest are not doing a whole lot of convincing right now. Everyone has a kill at this point, at least.
That is it's a necessary start.
So another partial with a save down fall for JKS.
Okay, and what's the call here from Gravity? Setting them up for a little sweep of the top banana. It's under their control. Reblock mid. They might go on this. Looks like the flash from Lucky's coming in short side. Regali and JKS to be tested. Forced away. Flashes connect. JKS does get his gun out in time. Regali connects as well. Over dip from JKS and an opportunity from Netic. He squanders.
Way back to B now. They're all rotated through CT spawn. So if they want to pivot, 3D Max don't know it, but there is an open avenue.
Yeah, I think VexSight and Netic are going to go swinging, and oh, multiple bodies on his screen. Important find from VexSight. Weird for the two of them, Macca and Body.
Toes.
Yeah, does hit it as well. Regali goes down on the truck side, so VexSight and Inns.
So low.
Oh, they're just going to be swinging in. Body can't miss this. Oh, and he has. Okay, so they're giving a second chance. Re-peeking into the MP9 is enough for VexSight to profit.
Winnable for Macca. I know
Very
he's low.
winnable. Sure, he's 38 HP, but so is VexSight. Inns even lower. Using that smoke to maneuver back, and the spam doesn't quite catch him.
They're grouping up for this. They're both through short. They do have a kit. Time is not the issue.
Yeah, they got the kit and the smoke. It's about the frag, though. Macca's on that angle. Jumps on up. Does manage to isolate the first VexSight. If you got it in you to get FlyQuest started. Macca in that clutch. Holding the line, throws out the smoke, makes things weird for the defuse. He's just trying to take the duel. Macca's rotted the clock so much. VexSight finally gets on that defuse, and he's just going to have to walk away. Not ideal.
He's going to go down.
Macca pulls off a 1v2.
Oh, okay. VexSight just staying alive there, 14 points of health. I thought he might have been a bit too close, but able to get out of range. That's probably their best opportunity yet. And I think Macca played that very well. The body language not looking great on the FlyQuest side, and this is one of the problems, right? As being the coach, I know he's got a lot of energy, but it's tough to bring it when you can only talk for 30 seconds in 3 to 6 spurts, depending on if the other coach needs to take the timeouts. And at the moment, you know, yeah, I'm talking about the coach at 3D Max, has no reason to. It's casual for him. This is one of the easiest days in the office he'll ever have.
Yeah. And while we do take this timeout, you could go ahead and grab yourself a Monster. A huge shout out to Monster Energy for supporting the Budapest Major 2025. 7-0, though, it is starting to be full, like, panic stations. I understand the timeout from Azza, but as you said, you're just feeling rather helpless. You are powerless outside of those 30-second windows.
You're trying to you got to give him a kick up the pants somehow,
right?
Like,
yeah, even just saying, like, you know, throw caution to the wind. Look at that. Regali's got the best mid spawn. Do you want to go do something? Do you want to try something?
But normally when a team is down, you expect some form of an aggression.
Sure,
Now they're going to start 3 banana, standard. Regali's actually going to throw the log smoke out to try and help them get
Classic
this space.
gravity. Look at him go. Deliberate Mac 10.
5K.
Running, gunning, leaping to the end of Vexite.
No.
Hang on a second. There's only 2 on the site. Inz has got himself the crossfire working. Does remove gravity. There's the second as well. Inz activates. More impact from Inz. Triple kill. Job done. Regali slips through the coffins and ruins. Body on site exposed. Nice shot. JKS punished for the smoke break. Makes it really uncomfortable, especially if Regali goes down. He's trying to maneuver around the smoke, but xKacpersky is smart. He's ready for you, and you've missed your shot in a panicked flurry.
Look at Azza, hand on his head.
Yeah.
Right, this is some dog Counter-Strike right now that he's witnessing.
And that's the technical term.
Doing their best Fluxo impression, FlyQuest. Yeah, all he can do, I can tell you, he is disappointed. Not many coaches I could sit and read their body language, but I want to say fortunately. Unfortunately, in this situation, I can tell very well what's going on.
Well,
I could even tell you what the tone of his voice is.
You could, I bet you could. I mean, you get to the point, don't you, where you can just read the nose exhale. You're like, okay, I know what that means, but at this point, I mean, Inz gets 3 kills, you have a man advantage. Sure, Gravity did do well to start the run into B, but that smoke break kill from Body really did change everything.
I think you're pissed off if you're Azza in this situation because you saw how good they could be throughout Stage 1. And I'm the first to say that the quality of Counter-Strike in Stage 1 was not what it should be. But it's very telling at the moment that nothing's connecting. Communication looks miserable. It feels like players aren't trusting each other. Everything feels forced. Nothing feels flowy.
Oh, how about that one for not flowing? Jump spot smoke headshot from the sniper.
And the more they lose, the more they try and force the issue. Could be a quick foray on Inferno.
You certainly could. I mean, gosh, how many rounds will FlyQuest have at the end of first day of Stage 2?
At this point, yeah, just make sure you don't lose another half 12-0, lads.
Yeah, it's starting to look like it could very well go wrong again. Inz just gets run out. Gravity's Mac 10. That would be getting under my skin.
He's got enough money for 2 AKs, everybody.
Yeah. You don't need it if it's working. He's getting a kill around with it. Maybe a second kill if he keeps creeping and crawling onto the flank.
Nice shot.
Okay, Regali. BWP does find xKacpersky. Spam through the smoke puts him low. He's not going to be deterred to keep moving.
Surely Gravity wins this one.
Yeah, he's coming around the side. Smoke up, Netic's not looking. Netic spotted. Oh, he does it just in time. Regali provides the covering fire. More from Regali required. 3 on 2, low HP. This is winnable for 3D Max still. 40 seconds for them to piece this together. Elevated for Lucky. Body ready to react if Regali does overstep. Need the trade. Orb, spotted, knows where you are. It's a weird one now, taking him down. It's just Vexite, and he's gone too. Lucky escorts them off the premises. A-site is 3D Maxes, and these rounds just so elusive for FlyQuest. What's the closest they've come?
Would have been that
one just previous, yeah.
Or the low buy rounds, right, where they could have won, where they had JKS has saved M4.
Right.
I think there was the 5-7 Regali short as well. So they've definitely had opportunities. Maka winning the clutch, right, in that round that we were talking about.
This is the start, isn't it?
Yeah, JKS is going to be absolutely reeling from that one.
Trick shots out of Maka. And Mac 10 out of Gravity.
So Vexite is 1 for 4 in the opening duel department. The one time that he got the tussle in Banana, he was able to get that first frag.
I can't get over the fact that it is just consistently, it's a deliberate Mac.
Amanek 10.
Yeah, Amanek 10 reborn.
The spirit lives on. All right, well, FlyQuest have gone for another partial. You don't need me to tell you it's max loss bonus.
Oh, just too easy.
All right, guys, let me just play mid on my own.
Easy.
There'll be nobody else with me. I'll just... This in review is where there's going to be a bit of venom on the tongue.
You just can't catch a break. Through smokes, through walls, into your skull, Maka will find you.
This is... leaving a lot to be desired on one side, but look at real good on the other.
Right, like this is you know, sometimes the conversation in the breakdown is like, oh, well, one team didn't show up, the other team, you know, how good were they? This actually does feel like 3D Max are playing incredibly
Everyone's
well.
shooting hard.
Yeah. We've seen individual brilliance out of xKacpersky on his lurks as well. Maka's hitting some BS. Gravity's taking such space. He's finding openings with his Mac 10. Of course, that does enable like the finances to keep flowing. If there was resistance, you would have been able to facilitate extra rifles, extra kill reward, of course. So now what? Now what? 10-0. Jumping no-scope, Maka makes a frag movie of FlyQuest.
Go buy a lottery ticket right now, mate. The shots that you're hitting.
What's going on? He's just jumping and fragging.
I thought we had Potter on the other side of the server. Those glasses. This guy's doing magic.
Yeah, that's black magic right there.
What?
I can't quite believe it. I think JKS has just typed quit in console. He's had enough.
Okay, second tactical timeout, first half. I'm surprised Aaron hasn't burnt all 3.
Oh, mate. That was an impeccable close. You know, just as we're wondering how on earth could this get worse.
I hope Aaron's leading with the stick right now and not the carrot.
Mm-hmm. I see what you're doing. Yes, absolutely. As in, guys.
Pull your finger out.
Yeah, and let's not get 12-0'd again.
Just for pride's sake.
And you just crouched into it.
Just
crouched into it.
What is this nonsense?
Referee. Admin.
Check him, PC.
He doing it sideways.
Hey, guys, did anyone see that? Oh, no, wait. We were all alive because we're owning them.
Yeah.
Well, you'll see it.
It was cool. I promise it was cool.
Oh, now we have a tech issue.
Yeah.
We got more than a tech issue.
Yeah, for sure. This is a FlyQuest issue. One more time. Netic just gets absolutely bamboozled.
Magnifique.
Yeah, exactly. Incroyable. Well, you know, as far as Elite was saying, for 3D Max, they will be able to at least, you know, hold their head high at the end of the day.
Indeed, indeed. While we have a tech, let me go through some of the fun facts that I wrote down.
Oh,
I'd like
love
to provide some fun facts. In stage 1, we had 50 maps played over the 4 days.
Okay.
So,
debatably fun. Is that fun?
It's fun for Counter-Strike.
50 maps.
Nerds. Counter-Strike nerds will like it.
Okay. So, like, they can go to bed tonight and go,
50 maps. 50.
Bloody
Yeah, but it's
hell.
just a round number.
It is a nice number.
What if it was like 47?
No, it wouldn't
you
be
wouldn't
cool.
like it.
It wouldn't be cool.
Exactly.
It wouldn't be fun.
Exactly.
Okay.
Mirage was the most played map. It was played 9 times. Is that a fun fact?
More fun than the first one. You're getting funner.
This is my least fun fact.
Oh, okay.
Overpass, that's fun.
Yeah.
And Ancient were the least played.
Doesn't
I really
surprise
like
me.
Ancient.
Yeah, I'd love to see more Ancient. And I don't know.
Ancient. They're only played 5 times each. The 2 biggest names we lost in stage 1 were Legacy and Gamer Legion. And finally, there are only 4 aces in stage 1.
That one is.
There have been 2 already today.
Yeah, that is rare to see.
So a rare fact.
For a whole week. That is interesting.
Okay, what's Twitch chat, Sam? Because this game is, it ain't doing it.
It's not. What is this going to be?
Can I sub in?
Yeah, actually, Chatty B might get one. A round, I mean.
Well, in a way. At least then they'd have an excuse.
Yeah. Don't sleep on Sponge Birchill. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. So B's not open. Netic's still there. Hang on. He won't be in a second. Holds his ground, gets body out. Rotation from Ins. Smooth on his reposition, throws out the block smoke, but they're just going to peace out. JKS is now alone, isolated, as xKacpersky starts to try and clamp down. An active lurk leading their pivot into A.
Oh, he throws an A to telegraph his position. Yeah, you're dead. Good night.
Just like
you were dead.
That's the Mac 10 as well. How many of 3D Max's kills in this first half have been jumping? Gravity got one, Maka got one.
I want to know how many of Gravity's have been with the Mac 10.
Oh, I think almost all of them, if not on a pistol.
Count. Would that be a fun fact?
That would be the funnest of all.
Okay.
Because I don't think he's had a rifle this entire half.
He has had a rifle.
Has he?
Yeah, he's had a couple with the rifle.
Oh, well.
At least 2.
That's not very fun.
3 with the rifle.
Where have I been? I've been watching the screen.
No, but yeah, but in the last, it's been much more. I think he's gone. These guys are noobs down the stretch. That's what he
decided. I'm just going to mac them because that feels like that. I mean, that is not, you know, seen as the ubiquitous meta strat on T-side Inferno. This is kind of just his own flavor.
So I think 4 of his 7 kills have been with the Mac 10.
There you go. Majority of kills with a Mac, and there's another one.
Okay.
Another jumping Mac 10.
All right, make it 5
from Cold.
5 of his 8. Sorry to everybody in Australia who woke up for this, and New Zealand.
Yeah, maybe it's time to go back to bed.
It's still time. It's Sunday morning.
Have a little nap.
At least the weather's getting better at home.
Yeah,
So
summer is coming. Peak summer.
That's cool.
What a rough day for FlyQuest, huh? Put this combined with your Na'Vi game, and you're feeling pretty helpless today.
Doing your best Fluxo impression.
Right. I mean, especially considering the grace by which you flew through stage 1. All right, Vexite. Oh, Vexite. Vexite charges in, supported by the flashes. He's going to get caught picking up the weapon, though, and nothing from Netic. Lucky just having a field day here. Thank you very much. Anyone else want some In's might?
So their 4th opening kill.
Molly back. They've got their space. They've got the man advantage, and this is 3D Max. Still playing it by the book.
The fact that you could be on the door of 2 13-0s on a day. I understand you didn't get 13-0 in the first one, but you very well might in the second one. Oh, someone now, please go dig into the database, tweet at me. How many 13 or 16 zeros have there been at majors, please?
Yeah.
So, like, I don't have the ability to do that right now.
But that would be nice to know.
If
That would be
anybody
the
could.
funnest fact of the day. Well, not fun for everyone obviously involved, but like it would be fun as far as the facts are concerned.
How many 13 zeros or 16 zeros in the history of the 23 majors dating back 12 years to DreamHack Winter Jönköping 2013? Let us know. Use the hashtag StarLadder Budapest Major. Don't know if that's the hashtag. It is now.
Inns spams and connects a little bit. Flash through the smoke to go pushing and disrupting. Just the one. Kept level by Lucky. He's got his 3rd kill of the round. And they'll get that bomb down just in time. I say that. Actually, wait, smoke is fading. 5, 4, planting now. No scope from Regali. They're on the board, Birchall.
Sometimes the jinx pays off. FlyQuest manage something. The body language tells you everything. And I think 3D Max is going to be taking this one. Be right back. We're going to a break. They say hope dies last, but I don't think FlyQuest came into this game with any hope. The body language, the score line, the fact the team doesn't look connected, the frustrations on the faces, that tells the story better than the scoreline ever could. 11-1, this one is almost done. The French looking to bounce back after their opening loss to Fnatic here at stage 2 of the StarLadder Budapest Major. I'm Sponge, I'm joined by Machine, and our opening game is looking to be a quick one.
It certainly is, Chad. Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest boys made quick work of the first stage, but of course, new names have arrived here in the second, a new batch of 8, and it's looking like 3D Max are outclassing them.
I want to say welcome to the big leagues, but it's like welcome to the mid leagues.
Yeah, right. Welcome to the kind of silver medal tribe. You kind of just have to say, you know, play every round, play each round like it's the last. Kind of is.
This?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. 3 out apps.
All right. Gravity might push for ins. Oh, Gravity's already taken him down, just like that. Dropping into the side, dropping like flies. Maka tags up, or rather removes Regali. Nice tracking as well. JKS is doing something. It enables a plant. A nice double kill to try and stabilize, but Gravity's moved and disappeared through Boiler. Now finds himself holding that tighter line, looking to meet up with Lucky. Body coming in from the short. Waiting for that smoke to fade. Netic and JKS will both be exposed to this. Okay, he's got the info. They know where they are. Now they can make their move. Starting to clamp down. Low HP on Gravity. Need that multi to keep going and flowing. Netic gets nothing. Just JKS, and he's brought down by Body. Can't even get the pistol going to try and soften the blow. Maybe even just soften the scoreline. It's going to be quite a condemning looking day when you take a look at those results.
Yeah, if you're 3D Max, you're going to go out of today's play and you're going to go, yeah, okay, fine. We lost to Fnatic. That's all good.
And it was on the same map as well, so like, you know, it's not even going to wobble your Inferno. If it was back-to-back poor Infernos, you know, it would have been a different case.
This is one way to snap your 6 series losing streak. And I say series, obviously one of them being the best of one, but that's the only way I can encapsulate it. I'm not going to say best of 3s, best of 1s. We're going to go with series. And yep. It's great energy out there today. I don't know if people can hear that through our mics, but we can hear what's going on out there. NIP versus Tyloo must be quite the game. We got a damp squib over here. A dead rubber, a non-starter. Pure ponage.
It is indeed.
Been a lot of boom headshot. Oh, xKacpersky. Why? You don't have to be this mean.
Yeah, but it's been rumbled now. No, it hasn't. He actually wants to play. He wants to play. Oh, come on. He's just styling on them. The HE Mag 7 headshot combo. That's a rare one. That's on the secret menu.
He wants a little bit more. Hanging around, lingering top mid. This is a great weapon for this range, especially while that smoke's up. JKS gets something.
Mag 10s, Mag 7s. Oh, he doesn't hit the second pump. JKS and Vexite have managed to open up the A site. Body will arrive from the library side, so perhaps the second round after all.
Oh, Gideon, he almost doubled him up.
He nearly got them both, yeah. Vexite does go down to the spray. Body and partner in crime, Gravity for the 2-on-4. Are they going to give it a look? There's a kit down top mid.
I think you should save.
Yeah,
really need one. I know what you're thinking.
It would be pretty, like, if you wanted to break their hearts further, I know that's not their top priority, but going for the 2v3 would have been pretty cool.
There must be a little bit of something when you know you knock a team out, they have to go stand at that wall and sign their names. So there's more reason not to lose than ever before.
That's true. Yeah, that is.
Other than the fact losing sucks and you get eliminated from the major.
Yeah, I mean, loser interviews, you know, they're pretty tough anyway, but when you start putting the small violins on and
you're in the spotlight,
yeah, that's even
show us what you got.
More brutal. Okay, doesn't lose his Galil. JKS finding himself a good couple of kills at the start of this half. Double kill in the pistol, triple kill here in the second.
He's got 5 multis now, I think 4 or 5. So he's trying.
This was a lovely start from xKacpersky, the double pump. And this is that JKS multi we were discussing. I think xKacpersky really did have a shot there with 80 health for JKS. A headshot might have been lethal at that range.
I don't want to start saying, well, you win this, you break the money, they have to eco. Let's just wait and see what happens, shall we?
I think so. I think I'm just going to take every round as it comes, kind of like FlyQuest right now. No chance other than victory all the way to 12-12. Just a casual 11-round run.
Anything you can do, we can try?
We can have a go, yeah.
We'll give it our best crack.
Like he's forward of the smoke. Body will try and bait him in.
He's going to swoop on Netic when he hears the restraint from the top mid setup.
Oh, and there's the lucky bait and switch! You go looking for one and the other finds you both. Double kill out of Lucky's MP9. Lovely forward setup. Playing it together.
You want to play tight on your spacing, but at the same time, that's what gives you away there, right? You don't have time to adjust. Your teammate dies. You're still trying to process the information. Well, back to B. JKS is looking to join this. Gravity isn't playing side side. JKS is going to throw some U-tilt towards top mid to try and keep some individuals planted. But Maka, by being in Boiler, is going to be able to facilitate the rotation with all this information. Boys, nobody in second mid, nobody in the guts of mid. Let's just start rotating B.
And
Macca's fast up banana,
will
Alex.
have a fast flank. JKS can hear this, and more than that, he can remove it. Macca gets tapped out, pushing through the smoke with a flashbang. Connects onto both of them, but there's cover from Vexite just enough. There's Regali. Keeps them in it to win it. Gravity low HP. Should be FlyQuest with 3. And so the long road back into this game, they do take another step. A little wobbly, a little, you know, blood on the stones as they take those strides, but
Are they walking?
No, hobbling.
Yeah.
Hobbling.
Some of them are crawling.
Yeah.
JKS is pulling.
He is.
He's doing, you know.
Heave-ho.
He's had a couple of moments. And that, I'm not even, no, that's not, no. No. Oh.
What's wrong?
Well, there's a more heartbreaking way to lose.
Oh, there is, isn't there?
Imagine losing an eco when the Zeus is in the mix. Plural.
I mean, you've died to a jumping no-scope. You've died to a jumping smoke headshot thing. Mac 7, jumping Mac 10s. It's gonna be one that you probably, like, maybe even just don't watch it back.
Nah.
Just skip this VOD review.
Burn it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was giving me flavors of one of the early majors I played in with Azza and Justin. I think Justin was playing. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he wasn't in the team at this point. But we were getting owned by Na'Vi, and we were just joking about winning 1 round. And they don't look like they're joking.
Well, they did win 1 round on that first half, and now they'll be making it 4.
So 2 rounds against Na'Vi. 4 rounds confirmed against 3D Max.
It's getting better.
As like multiple Zeus, is it like cacti?
Oh, as in you like what, Zeusai? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I was thinking there's some form of a name.
The Zeus.
The Zeus.
Yeah, the Zeus. You got one
Mouse,
Zeus.
mice.
You got one Zeus and
Zeus,
multiple
size.
Zeus. Yeah.
Zeus,
It's
sorry.
like when you got multiple mooses.
Ah, of course.
You know?
Goose, geese.
Yeah, exactly. Meese.
We're doing a Dr. Zeus book right now.
Yeah, we are. Well, that's kind of all we've got, Chad. It just feels like such an inevitability that like we would be blowing smoke up our viewers' asses if we suggest anything else.
And our own.
Yeah.
But what we do in our own time is not for you to hear. Well, someone won out there. They're playing music.
Oh, that does sound like victory music. I'm curious. How is it going over there?
Hashtag spoiler alert.
Oh, actually, yeah. HLTV hasn't updated yet.
All right, the guns are back out. This is looking like a direct call. 4 bodies and not body gravitating over towards A. Regali setting up some Mewtwo. Let's see if this one lands. Not always the best with these nades. They're hoping to waterfall out of apps. xKacpersky is here, joined by Macca. And here they come.
Flash connects. Perfect, perfect little setup to start. Netic opens up the account. How's Macca got 2? He's got that smoke vision.
At least the bomb can go down. They can set up the post plant. Vexite not going to overstep the mark.
Yeah, it's really a powerful position that Vexite's elected to tuck in on.
No kit.
Regali will be swinging off the contact of Vexite. Vexite down.
Is one enough?
Trades. Yeah, is one enough? Great question. With Ins tucked into pit, he feels the pressure. Regali still maintains short control. Now Ins' position noted. 3D Max running light on time with that no-kit defuse.
Ahead of the
Hang on,
flash.
Regali dead! Booked by the flashbang of gravity, and they know he's in pit. He's got to come up clutch. Can Ins do it? 2 more required. Looks like time's against them. And FlyQuest will extend play. Ins delivers in a clutch.
Oh, there's a moment, right? Shake of the head there. It's still a nice clutch from Ins. That one can go in the highlight reel, but still, it's the body language. Is there going to be any point within this best of 1 where the belief starts to creep back in? I'll tell you, it's not easy to dig yourself out of a hole this big, but at a certain point, the pressure will shift. 3D Max will start consider this becoming a choke. Really well done from Macca to get 2. Vexite goes 1 for 1. Regali plays with it. I understand why he wants to play ahead there. Does put all the pressure on Ins. Fortunately, no kit. And a little bit of something out of Netic. At least he's trying to bring some energy because everyone else is devoid of it right now. Partial buy. Always pressure. Never easy for FlyQuest.
Yeah, especially up against 3D Max. Experts with those lesser weapons. He's walked straight past him. It's a free start. Knight needed a double out of Ins. Does stop both of them in their tracks. They won't accelerate. They are aware the potential for a 3rd piece to have lingered on B. Don't want to be running knife out into Lucky. How quickly do they piece this together, though? Like, how quickly does it just take shape and they commit?
I was going to say you could just set up and execute, but if they go through this smoke, I think Azza might slap them all on the back of the head.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no need to go through this. I understand you have the HE to break, but you're having so much variance. So you can still set up the execute, but wait for the fade and then go. Should be fading. Oh, dear. Okay.
Yeah, good read of the situation from Netic.
Yeah, it was on the fade anyway. As you can see, as they turn back to Banana from ins, it has just dissipated, so it wasn't up for too much longer.
Yeah, but you could see his crossing was just loaded for that corner clear.
Not a bad timing to do it either, because if they are going to replenish, they're going to wait until the final seconds of that smoke to throw it two with another. So they do hold on for another round. So they're still in this, and if anything, they're not thinking about this now, but it is very important for the campaign at this point of the competition that they don't just roll over and die, because the energy from day one could infest the minds and be taken into day two.
100%.
If you're able to give yourself something, and then you can say, boys, look, we played 3 bad halves of Counter-Strike. The last half we played was good.
You found ourselves.
And take that into tomorrow.
You'd hope so, yeah.
And this is all the mental game, but a lot of Counter-Strike is those intangibles that we're unable to really identify from the outside. You have to look for anything you can. Now, I think a big conversation off the back of today, regardless of what happens, is going to be about the body language and energy, communication not clicking. But that might be for review after the tournament. Maka's AWP is out. He's going to take a pot shot down mid.
Yeah, hoping for any early engagements. Not going to get it. Does brave the flame for 20.
He also fired a shot.
Ouch,
they know the AWP's in the mix.
Body's taken a lot of damage.
If that third nade landed, Body would have been dead. It's off the edge of the wall there. Body fortunate to stay alive. This is Maka. We spoke about this before we got into the server. Likes to play quite jarring in boiler and halls. This is more of a standard AWP plan that you're seeing from him right now. Tends to play a little bit more forward. JKS is going to be aware of that alongside with his buddy Netic.
Ooh, and JKS has beaten out the AWPer. That's always going to feel good as an Apps player. Removes the AWP from competition for 3D Max. XSC spotted out, going to try and re-engage, trying to find that claw back. Molly makes life difficult. He burns down. Whoa, just 20. So Body and XSC have been kind of heavily damaged by the util.
I think at this moment, and it's probably good, Maka is dead X-in-game leader. He might be able to call them into a gamble stack.
That's
fine. Never mind. You won't get the opportunity for that anymore, will you? That's the anchor dead. So that might entice you into an A execute now for this finish.
Yeah, but with Lucky getting that kill onto JKS, they're actually wrapping into a 2-on-3 on the site. Needed that. Netic delivers. In combination with Ins, FlyQuest are starting to look like a team, a functional one.
Shades of Counter-Strike that we had come to grow accustomed to from stage one.
Yeah.
Good pathing, swinging off of each other. Some of the rounds they've won up until this point have been individually based, but that was nice. I know JKS set them up there with 2 kills, but on their way in, they're actually... Oh, yeah, Ins has had enough too. Just furious they're swinging into CT. So, okay, I think at this point, faith is restored, but that's when it can get crushed and feel the worst. It should be another partial investment. There's no saves there. There's always the opportunity for, you know, that cheeky hero M4 to be invested upon right now. And they're going to take their first tactical timeout. So, you know, coach of 3D Max, new addition this year as well, is going to be getting involved in the conversation. So in this half, they won the pistol, lost the force. It was a must-win second round from FlyQuest, obviously, with the scoreline being 11-1, but they're starting to run with it now. Within this spread, they've only dealt with a couple of gun rounds, so they know that they're constantly going to be up these level of investments. And you can just take swings at these. You can just go aggressive, right? You can go for mid pushes, Banana with 3 to 4 players. You can be doing gimmick setups. We've seen a whole bunch of it. We've seen Zeus is coming to the mix. So there is a lot of different options available to 3D Max, and none of them are bad.
No, and especially for a team like 3D Max, they're the kind of team I imagine have a couple of, you know, secret pages of the strat book where it is just a gimmick, some cheese. It's their French after all.
Let's see if this round's got holes in it. Exercise has that Mag 7 out again. Looks much better in his hands than Apex's hands, doesn't it?
Yeah, makes it look very potent. I think I've already seen XSCs get more Mag 7 kills than I have from Apex in just one match.
Maybe we're just casting them. Oh, that's a lot of nade damage.
Everyone's a little worse for wear.
63 HP between Vexar and Netic. The two of them are the ones that take the brunt of that. And that's going to force the rotation away. Now, JKS hasn't been playing Sleeper Agent over towards second mid, right? Normally, you'd have him over towards that little flower area outside of apps to worry about pushes. As he goes back, he has to worry about the push could have come through boiler or halls at any point. You can see this here being highlighted just by how scared he is of all of these angles. So this does make it difficult for them to go into an A play. And I think that that's... Oh my giddy aunt.
Yeah, Maka just came and delivered an extra HE. Body uses it to great success.
This is it, I think.
xKacpersky goes down.
They're going to lose to a partial.
They could lose to a partial. Someone will have to step up. Smoke on the long side. They have got 3 players invested on the wrong side of the map if it's a B finish.
JKS needs to get over there. The low HP makes trading so hard. Regali searching.
Block smoked.
Time.
If you molly coffins, you're going to need to break the smoke. JKS has the HE.
Oh, no. Mac is rotating over as well. I think they've done him right here.
Could be. Need the smoke and go. Tuck to the back of sight. Body just wants to play for 1. Maka, what? Through the smoke? There's so much 3D Max success through the smokes and FlyQuest. It ends with head in hands. A bleak round to lose it on after starting to establish a comeback. Just as belief returns, it is thrown in the bin. A rough day in the office for FlyQuest and a redemption for 3D Max.
Yeah, big sigh there coming out of 3D Max. Can't see JKS not even out of his chair. They did not connect to the server today. They've played 3 really bad halves of Counter-Strike and 1 that you could consider serviceable, but they're losing the partial. That one is going to leave a mark. You're going from 3-0 to 0-2. What a difference a couple of days can make. You had a couple of extra days off as well, but for 3D Max, love the fact that they're able to reset. This is one of the teams coming into this stage that I think not a lock for stage 3, but definitely towards the top of the list in my mind, alongside those Na'Vi and Auroras. But what else can you say about that first half? It was a masterclass, right? They were getting away with absolutely everything under the sun. The aim was on point, and they were they're not death matching, but they were just walking and taking whatever jewels they wanted and winning them. There was a lack of opening kills for FlyQuest. There was a lack of trades from FlyQuest. They didn't look connected at all. And then there was some of this bullshit in the mix as well. We'll see the jumping no-scope in a minute. Here it is. Bosh. Try that one on for size. So a slight recovery, that's the only highlight for FlyQuest within this day. There will be a very somber mood, I imagine, on the way back to the hotel.
But I'm just thinking about what kind of, like, how do you put not a positive spin, but how do you dig them out of the trenches so that they're not there tomorrow? And I'm thinking, you know, you tell them that's best of ones. You know, we weren't great, but it is a best of 1. You saw what we could do. Like, they found themselves there. If you ended up into map 2, if you ended up into a map 3 after finding your feet here in that half, you would have been competitive. Sure, it feels terrible. It looks terrible on paper, but if you can build yourselves up, that, you know, the best of 3s is where we did our best work. You converted yours very comfortably in that stage 1. I'm just trying to find a way in which you could put a positive spin on tomorrow, you know, because 3D Max, they made light work of that. It's very easy for them to put a positive spin on the day. You know, okay, slow start, they're used to the PCs, we're getting comfortable, you know, now we found it. That's an easy framing. 3D Max, you know, one to watch going forward.
Yeah, and I think the fact that now they've snapped that 6 series losing streak, that's good. That's more what we were looking for, but we do have an interview with Gravity, so let's see what he has to say.
Gravity, congratulations. You're ending the day with a win in the end. And you had an incredible start, 11-1 at some point, and you only were 2 rounds away from closing the match. But then, I don't know what happened. It started like you kind of like slowed down, and it looked like you were about to choke. So can you break down for us what happened on that CD side?
I don't really know, but yeah, they won some weird round, let's say. Like, we knew what they will do, but we still losing the round. Like, I don't know. I think we make like individual mistake that making us losing the round, and they think they will come back then. But we won the game on a small shit buy. But yeah, it's nice.
And can you just like tell us like in one word or two, like the T side that you guys played? You think it was like mostly like your part calling a really good T side, or like your team just like stepping up individually?
I don't know. I think it's both. Like, I was feeling the game. Like, I knew, like, I call a rush B. We were winning 7-0, and I call a rush B. So I think it was a nice call. But yeah, I don't know. We were above them on this game, I think.
All right, Gravity. Great to see you guys. I'm ending it on a win, and I wish you best of luck for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
That's Gravity there with a big smile on his face, and understandably so. I think there's definitely a positive spin to be put on the day for 3D Max. And yeah, also highlighting that not only was he's, you know, when an IGL's feeling it, I've heard this from you, I'm just regurgitate. I'm stealing your opinion.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
That's fine.
But you know how the fact that when the captain's feeling it, they can be making, like you said, round 7, I'm just calling a rush B.
Yeah.
Because I'm in their head.
Exactly.
I know. And even if the call's not good, or if your whole team's behind you, you're believing that the call is the right one, you'll convert.
There was a clear difference in that, wasn't there, between these two teams?
Yeah.
And you were talking about how to FlyQuest try and turn this around. I think they have to be brutally honest with one another. Might need a bit of a dressing down in the way that they're spoken to, because the attitude that was on display at the server today, I don't think is that of a winning Counter-Strike.
No, I mean, well, you know these individuals better than most, and it's not looking good. But we do have James Banks standing by, so let's tune in with him.
I think we're going to break.
Oh, I thought I heard Banks.
No, I think it's a break. We'll go to a break.
Oh, okay.
I know I got what it takes, and I'm not popping the brakes, and I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive, top of the throne in the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
Well, it didn't go great for FlyQuest. In fact, their quest was stopped and thwarted by some devils. We're getting into our second one now, another best of one. Chaddy B joins me. What do you say about M80 Astralis? This is, you know, a team that we've been watching in stage one, impressed us in the same category as FlyQuest as far as
almost the same story, isn't it?
Right. But then for Astralis, I still don't know what to think about Astralis. You know, like we were talking about pick'ems, you know, last night in the hotel with the talent crew, and you know, every time I was like, well, what about an Astralis? You know, that seems like a shoe-in. Everyone kind of had this kind of, but no one knows what to expect.
These messages are funny, aren't they? Good luck in the best of threes, EUCS over NACS. But yeah, I think that the Astralis one is because the roster feels temporary. That's because this down. It's not even a benching, right?
What is it? Yeah, he kind of benched himself.
It's meant to be alluded. Well, I don't know what it's meant to be. Let's just say that this Astralis roster is temporary. We don't know what the future will hold. I think that Hooksy's even alluded to that in certain interviews that he's done. So it is hard to put your finger on the pulse of what Astralis is or what they can even offer. It's a shame, right, that the team is at this state, but Alex, we should be proud that they're back at the majors. Well, I don't know if we should be proud. They should be proud that they're back at the majors. It had been quite a while between drinks as we got the players up on screen. So Magis is, well, look at his beard.
Oh, he's gone for a magnificent.
He's got a big fluffy beard.
I love that.
Well, he's reunited with Device when they were together. You know, obviously StarLadder Berlin 2019.
Yeah, and speaking to Stair, for him personally, it's been a lot of time between drinks as well. I think, you know, he hasn't been at a major for...
Is he holding off to drink?
5 years, I think, or something like that, he said.
For old mate Stair?
Yeah.
I think it was like Sprout.
Sprout was last major attendance. So first one for him in the Astralis jersey, and I still see him as kind of, you know, the backbone of this roster.
Well, it makes sense, right? Astralis, they're attending their first major since PGO Antwerp in 2022. Right, so having to go back quite a ways for an organization as legendary as this one. Get the most major trophies out of them all. But Hooksy, he's also another story that we like sinking our teeth into. It's kind of like Dua for Hooksy. You know, he does get a hard time online.
Gives himself a hard time.
It's true. So the online dialogue definitely doesn't help. But we have them going up against M80, as you touched upon, the team that went 3-0 in the last stage. I'm hoping for their sake they don't find themselves in a similar fashion as what the FlyQuest boys are. But they started off today by playing against Aurora. Again, when you come through, you're either going to be seed 9 or 10. If you 3-0 from stage 1, they were alongside the FlyQuest, so they were seed 9 or 10, and then you have to go up against the highest seeds. They were seed 9, right? They had to go against Aurora. They were the highest seeded team at this stage. So it is a tough team to draw. I was surprised to see it on Dust 2. I didn't think that's the direction that the veto was going to go. I thought that it was going to be between the likes of Train, Inferno, and Mirage, but Aurora banned Mirage out the gate. So they respected M80's Mirage. And M80 got wins against Paravision and Bait during stage 1 on that map, and they were 13 in a row on that map. I don't think there's any chance in hell that they get to play it against Astralis today.
Well, yeah, the veto is going to be interesting when we do get there, just as a product of that. Not only that, but when you're a 3-0 team, you did 2 best of ones, just maybe, you know, you've only played 4 maps. And some of them could be the same. So as far as what you've shown of your playbook, you know, for M80, I suppose there's more to be seen as far as, you know, the depth of their map pool and their individual. Oh, there you go, 5 maps played. So there you go. That's the maths.
Let's see if it returns though, right? Because we were covering off. I was using Austin as an example from stage 3 there, where 5 out of 8 teams in the opening round best of ones were won by teams who had gone from stage 2 to stage 3. We just had a very similar thing happen. It was 6 out of 8 teams from stage 1 to stage 2. Here at StarLadder Budapest, who won their opening round games, and 3D Max feel like they've just brought us back to normality after getting a little bit of warm-up, a couple of reps in. This is why the best of ones are brutal in stage 1. The teams, I think, are much closer, but we do have an interview with the in-game leader of M80, Sin. Let's throw it over to that.
Sin, welcome back. You guys unfortunately lost against Aurora. It was the first match today, and I think it was kind of a tough loss because you look really strong in the first stage. Could you reset from it?
I think so, of course. It's not about how we get knocked down, it's how we get back up, right? So they are the strongest team in the stage, in my opinion, so we just look up and look for the next games.
Did you have the time to like rewatch what went wrong on Dust 2?
Yeah, we didn't really worry too much about the specific rounds, but more about our energy and our like mental is a hard word, but just like how we reacted to certain things happening in the game. So not really too in-game focused, especially because it's not gonna be the same map probably. Yeah, just like everybody reset, not a lot of time to break, and just next game coming up soon.
Okay, so next game I assume most focus will just be like mentality and the mindset going into it, or?
For sure, I think Also, we haven't played individually our best this game, so just everybody like lock in, get in the same mindset as in the first 2 days of the stage 3 and stage 1, and yeah, we go.
Okay, looking forward to it. Thank you so much and best of luck.
Thank you, Donna.
I don't know about you, but I'm drawing some parallels between our understanding, you know,
Yeah.
of the FlyQuest game. You know, when it comes to energy and mental, coming into this one, it was, yeah, a bit of a bumpy start against Aurora. But not going to see Dust 2 in this one, I assume.
I don't. Yeah, okay. It's going to be Ancient as the decider on this one. I'm just trying to see. Yeah, Mirage makes sense to be the first ban there for Astralis. Snoot going out and Overpass. Those are two strong Astralis maps. So you can understand why, as alongside of M80's permaban. And then M80 actually had the choice between Inferno and Ancient, and they've opted to take it to Ancient.
So that's a new map for us. We haven't seen an Ancient yet from M80 at the Major.
And Ancient was the least played map of the last stage as well. So just keep in mind that there hasn't been an awful lot of Ancient going around in StarLadder Budapest so far. I don't even think it's been played at this stage yet at all. We haven't seen it once in stage 2. So our first time to get out onto the green landscape. And I think what we were able to do, because CT side start, we can quickly just go over the positions to expect for Astralis on this map. We're going to have HexT playing Cave. We're going to have Magisk as the B long anchor. Stair will be playing middle, and then it'll either be with Device or Yabby, depending on the setups they want to call M80. Let's take a look as let you know that the odds provided by StarLadder's official betting sponsor. Let's get this one underway. Heavy mid with 4 players ready. Flash for HexT to facilitate the elbow fight. Here it comes.
They've done a deep cave smoke. Magisk's ahead of it, and he's holding the door quite well. Oh, important trade. Hex hits the one tap. Removes Magisk, and okay, no more than that. He's actually hit a nice headshot there from HexT as well. Gets Device very low. Finds the finish. Yabby double up to keep it level. God, it's just a brawl all the way to the finish line, isn't it? HexT's the late piece. He's actually rotated all the way through B and now pushed ramp, but the bomb's going A.
All right, HexT, let's see if you can kick things off with a clutch, can ya? Getting a move on. Bomb will go down. 40 seconds will be on the clock and has 2 to find.
Yeah, you'd love that little one tap there, and he gets the goosh. Nice shot from Sin.
Feels unlosable now.
It does, especially when he's just relayed that information. Hex is just going to play for that one bullet. And he could end the round with 3 kills here, so good to see Hex starting strong. Yep, there it is. And a little bit of Brazilian, or rather Portuguese, slipping out.
See if they can hear each other between the walls, shall we? But for Astralis, they did win both pistols in their loss to NIP. So that's a pretty condemning stat line, and they've lost the pistol to kick off their campaign against M80.
Well, especially in the best of ones, just having, you know, being able to call pistols 50-50 would be a luxury, wouldn't it? As far as staying competitive. You can see the dialogue. Yabby's blaming himself. Shrug of the shoulders from Stair. And we do see a minor amount of investment. I see Zed and a Desert Eagle.
Okay, so seeing if they can extract anything from this round. But right now, M80 is set up to either do something mid-centric or over towards A. It is a stack from Astralis over towards B. Be able to paint the picture again of your level of expectation in this one. So you're going to have Swish working for cave control. Should be Sin dealing with the B ramp. Lake will be set up to take mid space. So Slacks, the AWPer, will be helping with some of that. And then HexT will be dealing with A main control.
Just a USP playing retake A. I mean, what's he supposed to do? Some mid-split util. Device has to tuck towards the temple side. So shouldn't be any issues now. With the bomb now planted, Astralis going to just try and catch someone on the exit, perhaps. Get a little upgrade, gonna force a rebuy out of M80. That's the best you can really hope for here. HexT may catch one here as he looks to dip under the sightline of Slacks. Looks like they're going to try and exit mid, which is what Astralis are hedging their bets on. Yabby's going to try and catch this Desert Eagle. Oh, the molly's very well placed.
Hello.
Sandwiched in. If you didn't hit the double dink, that's nice from Stair.
I think for Astralis, again, it is hard to measure this team. It's felt like it's definitely had its downs.
Well, you've raised a good point, Chad. I mean, the idea that it's temporary, I think it's very hard just psychologically to be like fully invested. You know, it's not like ride or die, you're with your boys. You know, let's do this together. You know, we're building something together. We're working towards a common goal. It kind of, I don't know, I'd feel like a mercenary if I didn't know I was going to be there for the long time.
Well, they are all experienced players. Stair's the least experienced. And I think that the framing would be, let's build what we need to win. You're not worrying about building out a deep understanding of the default or the playbook from that point. You're just going to add things in that can win at the time, which also can be quite nice. Because think about dead team buff.
Oh yeah, how does
right? So it's all, well, I was going to say it's all mental. There's a level of Counter-Strike which is, but it's also what you're actually able to deliver. So Swish, locked outside of B lane. Magisk and Stair will investigate. Swish will note the push and looking to take a second timing mid control. So U2 at the ready as the jump spot for HexT. He will be denied. That's going to force his hand to rotate over and assist A. Device worrying about main. Yami playing towards Donut. But together, are they going to do the standard maneuver of grouping up and trying to clear mid? It's a Yami here ready to block. Flashed off the line, drops it, late gets across. Now they're going to pivot back into B. HexT will have to deal with red at this point.
Okay, Stair manages to get the information on Sin's progressions. He falls back. Magisk will be alerted to the potential, and so a block smoke ramp deployed. Swish could walk through that. Magisk cognizant of the possibility. Magisk combines, opens up. Oh, and actually they find the double kill necessary. Holding on is HexT. 2 kills in defense, but it's all gone wrong. The site is lost and a 1v2 denied as Lake connects a multi.
Well, they said that attitude was their big problem or big focus point from their loss to Aurora. Feels like there's a good attitude in the M80 camp right now. Magisk gets the first there, and then Stair tries to swing in. Both of them denied. Swish coming through that smoke, as you mentioned. HexT with a good rotation in, but too late. And the fact that Lake has the rotation, the fire's in the belly right now. So just a light investments, pistol upgrades, a couple of Deagles, a couple of 5.7s, and some util. Lake coming out heaven. Okay, so normally taking mid space, you can see that the calls, they're not necessarily needing to do them on the default basis. Lake is worse for wear, brought down to 18. Setting up some AU till, but not ready to explode immediately off the back. They're just searching. So CT smoke lands. Yabi and Donut Step playing on the cusp of this. If he can get the first, he can dip away. Or team flash. Maybe they call the cancel.
Looks like Hex will have a look.
Smoke will be fading soon.
Yes, Stair could play around this very well. Just hoping to catch a little back exposed. Hard to track, does well. Body shots just cleaves HexT out of the round.
Still need donut control.
Yeah, and that's Yabi now spotted out, noted. With low HP, Lake might go for a smoke push. It's actually just faded. Yabi might get caught off guard by this. He's farther forward than Yabi's ready for, and so with that kill, that should mark the end of the round. I say that. Magisk and Device have managed to get themselves close to this smoke. Starts to fade. Yeah, just like that. Swisher secures it.
And he was shooting hard in stage 1.
He was.
Vexite was too, but he didn't really get anything done in that Inferno Besta one we just covered. So if Swish is able to keep up his form, going to be very important. Strong kill there from Lake on low HP. They needed to flush that out, and I liked the fact that M80 hit the brakes, because if they just went for the plant in that situation, that's where they get
6
swarmed.
bullets, he's gone.
Lake's going to lose it, but it's all good. He wants to upgrade in the AK into the next anyway. But Jeff, I'm just looking at points. If I'm Def, the coach, standing behind, I'm happy with that. Right, it was a 1-for-1 into the site, then we didn't have the space we needed. The U2 was fading. We sat, we cleared it out together, we kept the comms clean. That's what it looked like to me, that the comms were staying clean. They weren't rushing the situation. So right now, looking like they're on the same page. Great start for M80.
Is that just a tiny little smile? I think you're right. That is something that Def's thoughts do echo your sentiment and summary.
Oh, Device is actually going to operate with this MAC-10. I thought that, you know, it would just be thrown away, but he is going to wield it.
Okay, does that tell us something quick?
It would tell me that the CTs want to go for a full press of mid and lane again. So Device will help fight middle alongside of Yabi and Stair.
Yeah, full like evacuation of A to start. 3 mid, run boost. Yabi's going to be taking a quick look down lane early. Swish is the only one there behind the doors. Oh, that's a great nade. Look how well placed. Oh, he's got 5 HP left. Well, that's the end of the Mac 10 dream, I guess, or at least up close mid.
If he can get back to A and maybe get on the tree, but he'll have to make noise to do so unless he can be boosted. So at this point for Device, you're just going to sit in a one and done spot, right? And, oh, mate.
You're not spotting the
You're not
A-cross.
jiggling A from CT with a Mac 10 on 5 HP, are you, Chief?
Yeah, well, you said one and done. I think you realised there's no one in that equation.
That's none and nothing. You're just a full ward at that moment.
Ooh, MAT throwing some interesting looks, aren't they? That's a deep donut smoke, but it doesn't necessarily do anything. Confirmation of presence, a lick of the flame on late.
Stairs coming to help.
Yabi's going to have to concede the space.
Well, I thought they might want to fight this because Hooksy can swing cave.
Yeah, Stair and Yabi going to go swing in mid. With the loss of one, though, I think Stair's going to... Oh, he is! He's going to play ahead of the smoke, bait and switch for one. 3 on 2, and don't forget about Device's low HP. It really is going to come down to Magisk and the output he can find. Starting cave side.
The old duo.
Yeah, right. Have they got it in them? It looks like they're being very risk-averse here. M80, that is. Slack's going to be throwing out the util to get him in. And they all path ramp side.
Sin needs to bait in this situation.
Oh, wait, with the low HP, it's just going to be an M4 retrieval at least. Actually, no, he's not. He's just going to use the timing instead. What a nade!
God!
How many nades are connecting? Both Device and Magisk brought to 40 health combined. Flank does connect.
That's the healthy one.
The bullets! Double from Device on the low HP. He's done it for him.
Swish can win this.
Yeah, he could. 6 kills deep from Swish, but a clutch to try and keep the sheet clean.
Open plan.
Don't forget about that kit. It's on Device. A single bullet would take him down. Open plant. Not going to actually go for it at all. He's going to call their bluff on the first defuse. And Magisk finds it in time. Wait, 10 seconds, get Device on it in time. And job is done. Astralis, wow. Device not electing to pick up that M4 and chase that timing results in a round win.
Turns out the Mac 10 was the right decision the entire time.
Just as we
expected. It really came down to his reaction. After that fight came in middle, he immediately started taking A space. So well done from Device. Very well done on the timing. And the fact that Sin is the first player he finds, it does make that initial duel a little bit more labored, but he isn't punished for it. And then the other two we already knew were so low. So first round on the board for the Danes, and you can thank Device for that one. Right, he's the man with the kit, able to get the defuse in, no issues. Sure, the time looks like it's getting low, but playing it to perfection, and Hooksy finding his voice. So well done, as they will now be able to get those upgrades out. 2 AKs carried through. Device brings in the AWP.
More pace to this, going for late attempt towards middle. I think Hooksy's spam has got him thinking other plans. He's going to back away with his knife out, just tuck in, doesn't want to go down for free. Significant damage dealt to start for Hooksy and the Astralis campaign of a second round and consecutive round.
You can see again they are giving over mid control. Yabi's just playing a block to channel them into red. So this is clearly something that they've spoken about. Need to be careful on those jump spots. Stare, if he got the info, he won't go for that one again and backs off, rotates towards A. So the pieces on this CT side keep moving. Hooksy now joins Device. Stare joins Yabi. And if they go to clear out mid, again, a very common approach.
How much faith they have in Magisk as well. Just completely solo holding B, miles away from action.
As they go to clear mid, they might over-rotate back to B because of this pressure right now from M80. Yeah, Device is rotating.
Wow, they've sold it so well. Sin and Swish. Spamming boards.
Clear.
The whole Astralis squad managed to catch the jump. Okay, 2 down, but you've lost the A site. How does this one play out? Post plant, late low. Oh, but still tucked in the corner for 1. Hooksy gets blindsided by his presence forward. It's going to be Slacks and HexT on site. Now Orb, able to cut them down as they try and get back towards the A site.
This is strong. This is winnable.
It's a real power position. Slacks just cannot afford to miss this. 2 to try and make their way across. Flash is diligent, and now Device is posted. Still has the line, and he's missed his shot. Stare strafes on out, successful. Triple kill from Stare, 7 frags and counting from him, and make it another 8 for Stare. 4 in the round, doubles his kill total.
Okay, well, no dramas with the site being left empty if you get the 2 kills on the faking players, right? If they were trading there and it turned into a 3v3 or 3v2 post-plant situation, then it could have been a whole different conversation within itself. But handling that one with poise and grace, they catch them on the way back. There's no way Swish and Sin were ready for that. They thought that this would have just drawn a full rotation. And then Hex, try as he might, Stare is quick to it. Now it's just a 2-round gap. Even with that bomb going down, the loss bonus causing some chaos in the finances. M80 will just chip in. Tech9's bit of util, and what is being set up for an A play. Device's AWP is on this forward line. If he misses, he'll get run down.
Yeah, that's a big if, though. This device we're talking about stays composed and remains on the line. The boost could work out, you know, with the smoke forcing Yabi to play either behind it or in front. He elects for the latter. Backs away behind the donut smoke. Stair holding strong in middle. Gets them both with the M4A4. He had enough bullets for that.
Lots of misdirection attempted from M80 in the early stages, isn't there? Right, even on this round, they're trying to be fakey to open that mid avenue. Bomb will be denied. Good catch there from Hooksy.
And then a little bit of leg from Magis to confirm where you're at. Hex goes down. Triple back-to-back rounds for Astralis.
I wonder if the bomb not going down there is lacking the extra $600, and if they wanted to bring out the Slacks AWP, they're still going to have to hold off on that. Sin will need to go in with the glue right now in util. You already have 4 rounds on the T side. I feel like this is a 7-5 to the CTs or 6-6 type of map, so they're on track to get enough rounds to be competitive, but you would love it to come with another rifle round or 2. You get the pistol, you go up against the Eco, you deal with the first rifle round, you deal with their partial, and now they're underway thanks to Device with a saved MAC-10 and the perfect flank timing. Just a 1-round game when the guns are re-equipped. Remember, not enough money for that AWP. And Sin, he has to, well, unless he wants to go really fast. Oh, he is. Okay, so he's gone MAC-10. I think they'll just go back to a normal default because we've seen Lake go B lane, and that might be spawn dependent. I haven't actually been able to catch it just yet. But if you want to take the best spawn to beat the Molly Nade combo, or at least to avoid the full damage, you're going to send your best spawn player up towards heaven. So Lake and Hex paired up. That makes sense for mid. And the other 3 over towards B. And there don't need to be in too much of a rush, right? Just make sure that you guarantee the control.
I just want to catch that smoke they're throwing. It's so quick and effective because it completely forces a decision out of the cave player. Hooksy, sure, he's jumped up, so less of a threat now with his presence forward. Is the best pathing to maintain that cave info.
Look at this. Look how many bodies from the CTs. This is classic Ancient here. They're going to brawl. They're going to
go down the round.
Deathmatch right now.
Okay.
Swing.
Abby swinging in, held by Slacks. What? The death POVs make that one look insane. Quick double. Well, now trapped in cave behind the flame. Swisher tries to get across, but they can see over the top of that. Dunk onto Device. Nice from Slacks.
Great for him so far.
Yeah, he's had a great round. Looks like M80 will be finding that 4th T round quite quickly.
Oh, hot hat.
Slacks is on one.
Show us that from his POV. The second, I don't even know, like, I feel like he's still shooting at the first guy.
Like, it looked like it came almost instantaneously.
Yeah, I don't even think the player could have been on the screen. Well, timeout for Astralis.
May have just been a stray bullet from his first target. I don't know, but that looked incredible.
Nice conversion, though, for Def, right? He takes his timeout, they get the round. Now, Rugger has his attempt to do the same, so what adjustments are going to be called? And you can't argue that Astralis didn't have the players in the right place. They did. They had 4 players, essentially 5, ready to deal with that. Slacks gets an AWP for free. Don't worry if you don't have enough money to buy it. You just rip it out of the hands of Device. So here it is. Oh. Okay, he's mid-donk slide.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, sometimes you're the one bullshitting and sometimes you get bullshitted. It's a technical term.
Yeah, it was. It was. But sometimes you need a little bit of luck. Sin setting them up in middle, so he's holding flashes if Lake calls for them.
Device wants to go forward again, and so does Stair. Look at him go. He spotted a little whiff of Slacks, but they back away safely.
Okay, they've called it off. So mid players can't play now because you have no B lane presence. So if you went out, you would be channeled into death. There'd be so many elevations, so many different positions. You have to just sit back and wait for this aggressive CT utility to fade. And talking to util, there's nothing left for Astralis. Just a couple of smokes, couple of flashes and an incendiary. They dump so much into getting that control. And if you opt for that, normally you at least want to get a kill. So you're playing with a number advantage. You had the space, but now you have to drop back. Again, a heavy B lean.
Swisher's holding for it. Slacks might get boosted up. Stair's close though. They're not worried about this. Their backs are turned.
You have to flick down. You can't.
Yeah, this is going to be weird. Nice one from Slacks. And Swish gets 2. Astralis crumble. It's rinse and repeat. Same result. Multiple Astralis corpses littering the ramp. It's only HexT on the site. He's the next victim. This time Hex finds him.
I'm sorry, Alex. 2 rounds in a row, you have 4 or 5 players ready for that, and you're playing ahead, and you're just getting absolutely rinsed. That is crazy. The fact that that's happened 2 consecutive rounds. If you're HexT, you think, but we're in the right place. We're just not winning the fights. Maybe the middling of the aggression, right? They're not all in, they're not all out. They're playing in between, trying to catch them off guard. They're the ones who keep getting caught off guard.
And what's funny is you know, a couple of seconds earlier, we saw no one paying attention to ramp. You know, it is about catching that moment when they are unprepared. This time, though, I mean, when I say this time, back-to-back times, it's been favorable to M80. Well, this is one hell of a stabilization, so Def's going to be happy with that. Calls a timeout. They stop the 3-round run of Astralis and now build a second on top of that. 6 on the T side of Ancient. Best of 1. You've already got yourself kind of the benchmark, the par, set by Birchall. Now extras on top are available. Look at that.
Yabi saving. Yeah, great from Swish. So we had one from Slacks, now we have one from Swish. So... There you go. There's your rounds. And there's definitely a whole lot better atmosphere going on in the M80 camp right now. Yabi saves, so they are able to get out with another buy thanks to the loss bonus and the cash they built in their spree. 1 MP9, that's the worst weapon going into this round. You can't be... Oh my god, he's running straight through the cave smoke.
It's his favorite.
Yeah, well, it's strong until they get a flash in your face, and that's what's being waited for by Sin. Mid-smoke is about to fade. HexT's pathed back. And Swish 2. No device AWP. It's interesting that they've actually got him tasked with holding A. It's not unusual, but... It's been players everywhere on this CT side, and even the T side, right? It hasn't been by the book or what you'd come to expect with just a lot of default maneuvers, and I think that's probably because of bester ones as well. Device... You can't peek into this line.
Oh, is he going to be available? Just dropped out. Slacks didn't spot him. You know, he's got 2 mines. Do we want to sit and fight? Now Molotov forces a decision. Has to tuck into Temple. Yabi's on his way, trying to support, but a replenisher of the Molotov, and Stair is going to find Lake. That's very important to maintain control of the donut. Puts an AK into his hands, but not for long.
That came quick.
Hex quick to it. Slacks confirms Temple occupied. Sin staring it down. Slacks with the support over the shoulder of his teammate, looking good for another M80 round. Can HexT do anything about that? Do they even want to have a look? Magis doesn't. Seems like Astralis are laying down their arms and looking to retreat with 3.
Yeah, can they get out, right? Slacks, if he takes a deeper line, he might be able to catch them as they try and rotate away. He's still just locking down Temple, so doing his part, and now starting to get a little bit more aggressive. I think HexT is committed to this one now. He'll be going down with the ship. Oh no, they've given him a way out, so no time. Everybody dips away. And that'll be that. Round number 7 for M80. I love that, right? Late goes down. He gives the info on the stair position. Because Slacks is just holding Temple, they're able to just, if you're planning, you only have to worry about the leak through the CT smoke, and the other 2 go and clear donut, because you need to pick what real estate. If you don't have donut, then you need Temple. If you don't have Temple, then you need donut, right? And they were able to make that one work. So I loved it. Good little details from M80. There's another tactical timeout called from Astralis.
Okay, so Rugger, let's see if you can convert now. You know, it's worked out for M80.
He couldn't convert off the last one, so he's trying another to stem the bleed. 2 rounds left. There's enough for Yabi to buy. Magis can drop, so they can go for another rifle round. The Shadow is such a tell, right? There's so many of us that would shoot at the Shadow, but
I've been there.
not getting baited by it. And Astralis, remember last major, Peugeot Antwerp 2022, they're returning. StarLadder Budapest 2025. Been a couple of years for the legendary organization. You can see that smoke here highlighted to facilitate the CT's aggression. But you'd hate to start your first major back in 3 years, 0-2 down.
Oh, this is a difference maker. HexT's got company. Swisher pushes through the lane smoke and punishes his aggressions out cave. They lose that territory, and now it's a bit of a standoff in mid as well. So Stair is behind it on the box. He knows where you were. Stair gets it anyway.
Hex got lost in the sauce there, I think.
Chasing ghosts. You have the man advantage, but Yabi, he's still in a very forward position. I guess it's because he's got Stare by his side, and so with their powers combined, lane is done, and so is the round.
Finally not caught off guard by timings, right? Or a crazy multi-kill on the AK by Swisher or Slack. So that gets them their 4th, and 5 is serviceable if they get the pistol. Remember, we're looking at a much smaller sample size, just this best of 1.
Stare 16, rest of Astralis 18.
Okay, so yeah, he's had some moments.
He's had 2 quad kills in this half. That was this one was the second. But yeah, that's one pretty insane looking carry to keep them competitive in this best of 1. Stare has kept Astralis in it. The question is, will they be able to kind of all wake up in time for the second half of play? And will M80 be able to make it even better?
He's misthrowing the molly there, so HexT gets a safe haven.
Okay, well that's not going to come back to haunt him immediately. Swisher's getting cheeky around the smoke. He's already quite far forward. Just going to tuck into the cubby.
I'm curious about Lake's lurk. Does he play once they execute B and just try and find the gap? Because they can search up B and then rotate back through heaven. Try and finish Donut. Have enough util to... I was going to say they have to do a standard execute, but Lake has one of the key pieces of util over towards A right now.
Yeah, you're right. So what? It would be just 2 mollies. Probably insufficient.
Smoke when they're pushing his way. So Lake might get lucky. They might just waltz into his domain.
It does look like he's actually going to be rewarded for this. The patience. Oh, he's on it. Just in time. Double from Lake. Didn't have to lift a finger. Didn't have to move a muscle. They boosted up on the cave side. Is Lake going to search first? Did they let him look?
May as well.
Oh, found him. Found him. Rounding the corner. Still, it's been 2 equalizing frags on either side of the map. Swisher confirms HexT's getting Aggie. Walking into Magic's sight, and that's an important kill from Slacks, punishing Magic's wide swing. Bomb getting planted, HexT over swinging. It pulls it into a 2-on-2. Device is quick to this. And low HP, Slacks could be in trouble. Oh, he's played it well, has HexT.
Offering up these 1v1s.
Yeah, it's been punished immediately. HexT with a triple kill. This could make all the difference in the final result. Unless Swisher can come up clutch for M80. There's 1, there's 2! Swisher saves him with a clutch. M80 cooking with gas.
8-4 on the half, and we'll be heading to a break. Astralis, you need this pistol round, or you're starting day 1 of stage 2, 0-2.
Our first Ancient of Stage 2. Getting in the second stage started. M80 securing themselves a spot here with a quick 3-0 in that first stage of competition. Now they meet that level up, okay? The new teams, the new names. Astralis, one of them, couldn't perform in their first game, and that's why we're here in the losers column, looking to end their best of 1 first day of play with just a divide. 1 win, 1 loss for the winner of this one. Quite a condemning scoreline for the losers. It's a good half from M80, though.
Odds provided by StarLadder's betting partner as we get second pistol underway, and there's aggression.
There is, yeah. Slacks just wants to brawl. He connects onto Yabi quickly, but there's a quick follow-up. Swish in trouble, dips down, Lake overextending. Julie's at range can be uncomfortable, and Lake demonstrates.
Okay, well, this one is still winnable. Swisher and Sin, they both now reside towards A. Sin rotated quite quickly. He's in Temple. Swisher in Donut. And the three of Astralis just hanging about, waiting to see if there is any other regress. So U2 and Bomb were donated across to Stair. He's a healthy member right now. At least more than Hooksy. Device also part of this pack, and Swisher's coming.
Yeah, Swisher's in the right place. The low HP player removed. He at least hits the bullet onto Hooksy, but Stair will trade. And so Sin, now no Kevlar in the clutch. It looks like Stair and Device have called the second letter of the alphabet. They're going to be waltzing slowly back towards the B side of the map. So Sin is kind of chasing them. And if he parks here on A main, yeah, he is going to be in trouble. So we'll continue his search. It's been a quiet game from Sin, despite their successes in that T-half.
Well, I'll let him off the hook, calling the shots. Calling a really good game. Helped out with some strong individual moments.
And a lot of util. I just feel like every time we cut to Sin, he was lining up something for the team.
He is here in time.
He has managed to get there.
Held at bay now for 7 seconds.
That's a well-placed Molotov.
At least he knows.
He's in the right place. And they had no idea where he is. How does he announce his presence? You want to announce it with lethality. Oh, he's been spotted on the jiggle, I think, from the long side. No, Device doesn't know. Okay, Parthing's pretty effective here.
He's got a timing. Device looking cave.
Timing, clean headshot from Sin.
Gotta be quick with it.
He certainly does. Making things uncomfortable, trying to fake it out with a sound cue. Okay, Stair in the clutch. Has he got it for Astralis? He has. Pulls it across the line. Another multi-kill from Stair.
19 frags now.
Yeah, he is absolutely. He's about to hit 20 before anyone on his team hits 10. That is just a one-man army at this point, a one-man band. He's got the cymbals, the harmonica, maybe a little maraca.
He's 3-0 in terms of opening duels. Has a slew of multi-kills to his name. Over 100 ADR and is keeping his team in it.
Solid attempt. I think he got Astralis a bit nervous after he hit that first bang onto Device.
M80 Force. Plenty of MP9s for this one, but this is looking like it's going to be a direct B execute. Sure, it's not a rush. They're just going to wait for the block utility, then go.
Here they come. They're coming your way, Sin. He waits out, gets spotted, and removed. Yabi, an important opening kill.
If you don't get anything soon, I was going to say you might have to save.
Yeah, now
you definitely
kind of
have to
try and back away, whether that T-smoke helps.
Oh,
nice shot from Slacks! Hang on, that changes everything! The dialogue shifter, a double kill from Slacks again and again, this time on the Desert Eagle. The bomb not even planted yet. You can see Magis just cowering in the cubby as Hooksy does sweep HexT under the rug. Important find from Magis. And now uncomfortable for Lake. A nice burst at range, removing Magisk. Is there really a discussion to be had about a 1v3? The 8K's close. We'll be able to pick that one up. And it's up against the two Danish SMGs. He just goes crouch walking in.
On his own.
He's only got 2 bullets here. Device versus Lake. Doesn't have the ammo, dips away. UMP chasing him down. Health advantage for Device. Just needs to finish him off. Swings on in and Lake plunges on up. It's a Slacks and Lake wombo combo.
Damn, they were locked out of that side. The execute came in. They responded to the mid utility. They got the 2 opening kills. Slacks' Deagle. Absolutely beautiful work right there. All the hard work from Stair undone in a moment. And Slacks, what he sets him up.
I can't quite believe he gets
down.
2.
Look, this is straight in. 2 kills from Yabi.
3v5. First one's nuts, dude. Even better on the second through the smoke, and Lake pulls it off.
I was talking to Lake. I did a podcast with him just yesterday, and I said, "Oh, you've got you know your aim's pretty good." And he goes, "No, it's not."
What's he talking about?
Yeah, I don't know.
One of the highest-rated players for the team in the stage. I mean, come on.
Woo!
Yeah, man, oh man. That's a bit of a heartbreaker for Astralis. You just got the pistol. It was already a pretty tough scoreline to overcome with 8 T rounds boasted by M80. But you get your T-pistol. You just had to get that conversion up against what? 4 MP9s and a Deagle? Wow. Wow. Slacks and Lake have saved M80 from a laborious Ancient.
They didn't even plant there. So this is one of the worst type of forces back you can have.
I mean, Stair is, you know, the one I would count on. That's why he's got the AK-47. That's why he's got 19 frags. Let's see if he can hit that 20th. Warning shot and reveals the AK's presence, so probably going to want to stay dynamic with that. We'll fire off a shot and then back away. Or not. He really is trying to play for pressure onto Slags. And by doing so, it's pulled Sin away from B-Chad, so it's going to put it all onto Swish. Set up with the flash from HexT. They both get blinded. It's perfect. The team play on display. Stare delivers the first. Knows he's got Sin completely booked, trapped in the corner. An important kill. Takes that AK down, keeps him humble on one. They're into the B site. Swish. Oh, they're going to clear him. Tech9 up close. MP9 now falls into enemy hands. Sin so low, a P250 could finish off the job as well. Bomb planted by Magisk. HexT looking the wrong way. That's an easy one back in.
And now Lake is going to activate. He's still quiet. Coming around B ramp.
Yeah, a bit of damage as well. Chips away at
This is good restraint from Hex. He's playing this well. He's letting Lake play.
Smoke to enable him to path up the short side. Lake clearing in now. They're going to put 2 and 2 together and realize it's likely long-centric. Walking through the smoke, it's not going to work out for him, and it's all going to come down to this. Hex versus Magisk. Light on time. No kit available, at least not on him. It's actually in the smoke. He's going to have to run through and try and chase him down. Spams the smoke, trying to reveal him. Magisk gets the shot, the banger back!
Okay, now we've got a game of Counter-Strike on our hands, don't we? The fact that both of these teams can go toe-to-toe on the 4 spies, this bodes well for an exciting game. If you missed FlyQuest versus 3D Max, you didn't miss much. This one, though, has already got a whole lot more level to it.
Yeah, that was the mash. This is the banger.
I thought Sin did well to get another kill on Isolated. I also thought Hex did well by not overplaying, but Magis is Deagle this time. Gets him around back, and come new indeed. All right, 4 spy wars continue.
All right. How far can they get with this one?
Sin's been brought down very low, very early. It's going to be an A play. HexT is here. Only has an MP9, but has a smoke to block.
It's the smoke that makes it slightly more of a conversation.
They're full contact, though. Oh, yeah. Utah's in the air now, but they're ready to erupt.
And Hex just in time is going to scuttle one forward. Yeah, it'll give him something to play around. Molotov will limit his options for the next 7.
Flash. He could try and set this up so Hex could push through, or he's going to save it for the retake.
Yeah, he's already lost Sin. An early casualty. Hex looks like he's next up. Wow, what? Good find. He gets 2 headshots on the MP9. There's the flash in the sky. Pushing through the smoke now. Good catch as well from Device. Tracks them exiting the donut smoke. 3 on 3, though. They are fighting for this. Tooth and nail. Important find. Removes temple threat. Slacks goes down, and now perhaps just trying to get out with those rifles. But with the bomb not down, they'll play. Problem solving from Astralis required. There's a nice catch from Yabi. He arrives just on time as Device puts it in against Lake for a 7th.
Might look casual there at the end, but that's tense, right? And I think that's a great release there of the pressure because it will force them down to an eco now. So Device with a couple of important kills there. And the flash from Slacks, I'm surprised it didn't catch Device. Maybe it was too high, maybe just behind the wall. Either way, that was meant to be the way to really cause the chaos. Catch it again. So Lake gets one for a freebie through the smoke on a HexT. Oh, maybe he was blinded, turned away, or had time to adjust, but...
Okay, a little breather for Astralis.
And this makes it a 1-round game. Okay, well, Swish offers himself up as a sacrifice, and I think that's intentional. Had nameplate Counter-Strike and all that. Hoping that they now just execute into B, which appeared to be their plan out the gates. So they'll be in the right place.
No matter how rough around the edges Astralis are, they're not losing to 4 USPs. So.
Oh, no, I have faith in them. I've got them going through.
Yeah?
I know that sounds crazy.
No, same.
They might find themselves down 0-2 today, and I'll be eating a bit of humble pie. There you go. More for Stare.
The guy that didn't need him. You know, if anything, share the wealth. Let Device and Magis get into the double digits. But we are going to see M80 call their 2nd timeout.
Just hearing the jeers again from the audience we have. It's Na'Vi taking on Imperial on the mainstream right now. You can all go and tune into that. And we also have Aurora versus FaZe coming up next out there. And we'll be covering off into the next game, Paravision versus Liquid.
Yes, please. Very excited for that head-to-head.
Actually, the schedule on HLTV is different to the schedule we have. So I'm going to go with the schedule we have.
I'll see what I wrote down on my little notepad here.
It definitely was Paravision Liquid, right? Because it was Fnatic Bait to to close the day?
Oh no, it was Passion Yue Mibber for us. But yes, on the next A stream game. Bit of passion, which is of course X complexity.
It's a winning game. Yeah,
yes,
of course.
Yes. Wait.
We have a winner game.
We have a winner game.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's why we got it wrong. We thought we only had the loser games.
So yeah, that's different.
Never mind. We'll worry about the schedule later. We got a game raging on right now.
And Stairs already burrowing into that red smoke as Slacks departs. He's not going to push through, understandably. He's going to get set up with some util. Magisk is going to be the one to throw that out. Swisher active in cave.
Okay, so immediately using that to try and clear out red and has that control. That does make things a bit easier for HexT to be able to call with because you know you have this piece. He can monitor the rotation. They're even setting him up. Maybe he's going to sell something here. That smoke is going to land so that he can posture for an A split, but they're pushing down B ramp.
Oh yeah, Device is going to spot out the push. And the Abby, oh, empty-handed.
Device is so passive. Yabby must have known that was a possibility.
It's not worked out for him.
Well, you know, the 2 players over towards B, so do you really think they were splitting A?
Look at this reaction. That's exactly what HexT wanted. Late got pulled away, and he does go down to HexT in Temple.
This is an odd round from Astralis.
It is bizarre, but if they hard clear Stair, which they will, he just needs to get one here.
Oh, no.
Not looking. Double kill available. Swisher does deliver the trade.
Still
Bomb going
going
in. Device has it on his back, so Magisk has to be able to provide some covering fire. Do they want to fight this? I think they want to nade it and go. Pushing ahead, trying to get the back. Oh, and he's looking the wrong way. Magisk doesn't. Or unprepared for the smoke break. Puts it onto Device in the clutch. Is there a conversation?
Devet. Need the man, the myth, the legend.
Are they going to triple swing him?
Oh my God.
Yeah. This is all up to the first instant headshot. He has to track perfectly. There's one, an immediate trade out of HexT.
Well done from HexT.
Yeah, that's a big round from him.
Okay, 10 rounds now for M80.
It felt bizarre, that
It was an
whole
odd round. The expectation from both teams of what they were doing was completely opposite to the actual outcome.
And what's funny is it felt like with HexT getting that immediate free frag onto Lake, I thought that would open up avenues for Astralis, but just gets put to bed quickly by HexT.
But it's such a long rotation because I think that was all part of a fake.
Right,
but
because the bomb was B.
Then it worked out to maybe be the best option because Yabby died B lane. So it's like, well, we can't go B lane because it's scary.
Yeah, the unknown. Always a bit terrifying.
All right, well, Device gets out his AWP. Game far from over.
Jane flashes, going to try and take the fight, and yeah, perfectly sets him up. Stair gets caught, pushing the smoke. It's a Lake double. HexT gets an extra firm pat on the back for his timing on the flashbang, though.
This one could sting. It's only 1,900 loss bonus into the next for Astralis. So there's residual cash on a couple of players that will still be in buy territory. Yabby mainly with 2.3. And the reason I bring that up is maybe there has to be a conversation, unfortunately, about a save. But you'd hate that, right? The round over in your mid-skirmish. So they have to get the bomb back first. HexT should be able to do that. Jiggles it out. Drops a deep smoke. And Swish could snap into activation at any point, but will allow the bomb to be picked up.
You've got the advantage. You don't want to be going down willy-nilly. It does, of course, enable an Astralis to have a conversation about going for it.
Well, this is it, right? You have this Device AWP, and it hasn't even had a chance to really play the round. And now it's going to feel pretty limp. And they might even get caught in the back here. So Device is escorting Yabby into cave. HexT has the bomb on his own, so if he tries to peek mid, he would go down. Slacks and Swish are pushing. Feels like they're going to track this one down and get 2 more free kills.
Yeah, it could very well be 2 backs turned.
You're
Neither
dead.
of them are looking. Swish has got 2 Astralis members and a clean execution. Just puts it all onto HexT. That AWP didn't get to do a thing.
No, and this could be the map right here.
Yeah, feels rather convincing, doesn't it? And you can see how much that one means to M80, full focused, as they are just 2 rounds away from ending their day 1-1.
So, again, Yabby did get the 1900 injection. He has 4.2. He's bought in with the hero AK. I think the rest are partial. No, they're full buying.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand you don't want to defend against 12 and then try and take it to overtime. You want to get it done in regulation if you can. But this limits your options. It might have to be something direct. Stair goes towards middle. The other 4 over towards B. Device has thrown the B lurk smoke. Yabby's just trying to pick quick.
Yep, Yabby is just going.
Oh, he's in.
That lurk smoke perfectly masking him, but it's the next step that I'm curious about. Molotov makes it clear he's up the ramp. Push forward towards the site. Spam does connect a little. Down to 60 is Yabi, but does make it across towards the pillar.
Caught him.
He has gone down to the spam of Sin. That's an important contribution.
Happy to play retake.
It's his sixth frag, but the bomb does go down. Astralis are in. It's the retake that M80 are ready for. Plenty of nades, a full belt for Slags.
Short replenish will make this one a little bit more awkward.
They've got cave and ramp smoke lined up. This is going to be
molly
nice.
deep side as well.
Okay, so you're behind a case where you can boost over it. This could be a sight line that catches them off guard. Molly's sight, they've got it all lined up. Puts Device in the open. He'll play first. And it's Slack's an easy pickup. This is the angle. Hoopsy, what have you got? Oh, Hex finds him just in time. Someone had to get him up on that box. Why is no one looking? Why is no one looking? Matt just runs at them, but the bomb gets defused. Oh, it was nearly spectacular.
Okay, well, it's a multi-kill for Magis, but it doesn't get you the round, does it? M80, regardless, get themselves up to 12. You can see that was impromptuly thrown, that cave smoke, so creating the gap that wasn't expected. And neither was Magis.
Can't believe Hex is like not completely caught off guard by that. That's the kill we missed. Sin spamming away at Yabi to finish the job. And Sin, the balls, the brass to just hold it.
So many bodyguards. I've got to stick the defuse if my teammates are going to throw their bodies on the line. Could this be the final round? Remember, a 0-1 game. Astralis 1 round away from being 0-2, joining FlyQuest.
Out of there, Swish. They're out mid. A step made, and Device searching with that AWP for the Jiggler. It's HexT. Tagged up through the corner. That might have you overlooked Lake, though, if you feel like the typical playbook's been played. Quickly regrouping, chat. This is vulnerability now for M80.
Heavy through cave, though. 3 bodies. Magis going to join Yabi.
They're just going to be side by side. They're actually fiddling around with the boost. Just looked away. Okay, lots to do. Orp does thrive. Swish is there too. Just gets the one. An important find on the dig. Yes, Slacks arrives. He's going to have the Orp line.
Head of the molly.
And a head-to-head.
Oh, smoke's bad.
Catches stare. Bad long smoke. You're right. There's a gap, and he can actually punish them on the cross to the site as well.
They can live right now and allow Hex to rotate in.
Ooh, okay, nice. Jump across the sight line. Confirms 2 on the site. Slacks is still alive with his AWP. Where's that flank from HexT? Update status report coming in from the B doors. A single HE from M80.
He's not being considered. Yabi's not looking. This is a free kill.
It's a free frag on the backstab. Nice find from HexT. Gets his input. Now it's just double cave setup again. Is this where it ends? It feels like it hasn't gone well for Astralis in this cave position. Double swing imminent. Device has to hit this one. Masked by the HE. They use it to cross, but Magisk still hits his. Slacks again on the AWP. Into the clutch. Magisk has got this. Low HP on HexT. He's pulled it off. Saves Astralis. A little bit of respite.
Well, same position, but this time he gets them the round conversion. And because he took all those bodies with him in the previous, he's actually really softened up the finances for M80. Right, this would normally be off the back of a 1,400 loss bonus forced by territory, but because everybody's hovering, I want to say more around the 3K mark than the 2K mark, you could actually take the save right now and with the 1,900 loss bonus into the next, go for the buy. So your discussion right now, and that's being had with Def, is, all right, we can get one M4, we could buy some MP9s, or we could take the save now, right? Lake, you could get an upgrade. Slacks, you could probably do the same. We can try and, you know, get a Deagle kill or a 5-7 kill. Oh, okay, are they going all in? The M4 for Lake, he has invested upon. Hex is shoving as well, MP9, yeah, they are going all in. So I think this is a risky call right now. If you lose, this is going to be 12 to 10, then you take the eco, they get 11, and then you go for the full buy at 12-11.
Yeah, and Slack saving a little extra cash so he can have an AWP in that last round of regulation if it gets there.
Okay.
Quick on this one. Mac 10's going to meet a lot of bodies, and it's over just like that. 2 of them gone, flattened by the stair Mac 10, and they confirms it was a force buy. Now they're really licking their lips if you're Astralis. Sure, it felt like quite a tough gap to overcome, a tough round to win, not for Magisk. He's been stepping up with impact.
So 28 now for Stair, 6-1 in openings, 7 multis.
Determined Dane. After a long hiatus for himself and for Astralis at the majors themselves. Magisk did just start falling away. Did he catch a whiff? He suspects HexT's presence. It's going to be a very comfortable little crouch into the angle.
Okay, M80. You decided to go for that type of a force where you could have just taken an eco and had something a whole lot more threatening. Everybody would have had around 4K.
See,
and then at the high end, you would have had an AWP drop actually available. So
Magisk is playing this one by the book. He doesn't want to give him an AK-47 for the save. Smokes him off, delays it, and securing that Astralis 10th. Stairs Mac 10 did that.
The more I think about the buy, the more. So if you went for the eco, then the full gun round, then yeah, okay. So it wasn't a fun situation either way. It's tough when you get broken this late. So the celebrations, when they get the Sin defused to get 12, you're thinking, okay, maybe we needed to be a little bit tighter on how we got that done.
Well, the multi-kills from Magisk, back-to-back rounds from the cave position. They won 1 and 1, doing a lot of economic damage.
So now they will have to take the eco. Into the next day, we'll get the 2400. So whatever they have right now, 1900, 2K, 2.6, and 3.2, that'll be their buys for the final round. So if Astralis do claw it back into overtime, this is anybody's map. Will have to be 4 straight. So right now they've managed 2 of the 4 as we get the tank set up over there on A highlighter. But right now it looks like Astralis will be likely investigating this B setup. More noise coming in from the stage. Feels like the second best of 1 in the, I want to say winners games, but that's not the case, right? We were misled ourselves as Na'Vi versus Imperials come to its conclusion. You guys can go and check that out. I'll let you know what the result was of the opening game. That was NIP versus Tyloo. That's been long enough. Another multi for Magisk. That was 13-8 in favor of NIP. Oh, ace.
We have an ace, ladies and gentlemen.
Before we started this second set of games, we'd only had 2 for this stage. So let me go and check. Has anyone else been able to pick one up? Eco Bash ace.
Eco Bash, but stylish Eco Bash. 1 mag with a Molotov. Very nice.
Okay, so that's the 3rd ace of stage 2, which would be the 7th ace of the major overall. There's a fun fact.
That is a fun fact.
All right, serious business now. Final round, let's get it underway. Slax has his AWP. There's a FAMAS in the mix. There's a kit in the mix. A little bit lighter on the util. HexT and Slax take A main control.
Yeah, Magisk does not want to have empty hands on the first day of play. Keeping his team in it. HexT and Swisher, however, have taken 2 out of the round, and one of them is Magisk. It has to be one of these 3. Eyes on Stair. He's been putting in a shift. He's going to be bringing the bomb to join HexT. Device disconnected towards the elbow side. Is playing active. Is going to throw out some util towards the cubby.
Looks like Lake and Sin want to push ramp behind the smoke. They're going to clamp down on this together. Swish can activate cave. These 2 can push ramp. Sin should play first. He's the traditional player here.
As the smoke fades, Stair readies his aim. Spot the head. Lake goes swinging as well. Confirmation of 2 bodies and gets caught on the back foot. HexT still goes down though. Lake does well to find output. Still Astralis trying to overcome this man advantage that M80 possess on match point. Damage inflicted. Stair operating at a disadvantage further. Swisher and Sin responsible from a cave side.
Double cave. They're going to go for a double flank.
They might, yeah. Okay, timing's good. Held for a moment longer. Stair was holding, but he goes down.
Need to get that bomb.
What's Device supposed to do in the clutch with 30 seconds? Does grab the bomb. HexT is up here. He might overlook this completely. Is he trying to go all the way? HexT is there. He's going to go down, and M80 take a big bite out of Astralis. It finishes in regulation. A nice attempt at taking it to OT, but they just fall short of the mark. Astralis a 0-2 start to their second stage of the major.
Yeah, that's going to feel miserable. HexT just dropping the headsets there. He looks very deflated after that one. It was the first half that let them down, right? Only managing 4 rounds on their CT side. It was rough, right? It was rough around the edges, both teams with less than ideal CT sides. But I think the difference makers for me were the magic moments from multiple players who were on the server for M80, right? You're having like the likes of Slax and Swisher getting some big multi-kills, the AKs in the first half. Then you have Swish with a massive clutch. Sure, Device had that flank moment with the Mac 10. And we're going to catch a lot of that here in the replay. Have to tip your hat to that of Stair. Fantastic performance to him, but it doesn't count if you don't get the win, right? He'll go, yeah, I got some good stats, but doesn't really matter. I think M80 in the first half looked really well connected. The communication was on point.
I mean, the fact that neither of those rounds worked out for them, these heavy investments towards the ramp side.
I think it was essentially 5 because they had 4 players who were B and they had 1 guy jumping up heaven. The next round they had 4 players B and 1 guy over towards A. When you have all those bodies there and the rounds aren't going your way, oh, this one too.
That was a heartbreaker.
We did have the back and forth of the force-away wars. This is where it could have just ended, right? Because Slacks gets 2 on the Deagle, then Lake has to win out the clutch, but then they win the force-away back thanks to Magisteagle himself. So, yeah, the game had a lot more to it. M80, though, the team that went 3-0 alongside of FlyQuest in Stage 1, don't start 0-2 like FlyQuest. So, well done for them. They will find themselves in the 1-1 bucket tomorrow. On the other side of things, Astralis down to 0-2. It's best of 3s. So at least they have that to go to bed tonight on, knowing that they will be able to play best of 3s going forward. There'll be a bit more of a safety net. They will be able to get like Nuke or Overpass in their map pool. And yeah, Hooksy, very unhappy with how that one unfolded at the end of things. But M80 completely opposite. And we heard from Sin in the pre-game interview with Donna talking about atmosphere, right? The attitude, and it was good. It was on display. We saw it from the get-go. Helps when you win the pistol.
Yeah, it's always nice, especially in those best of 1s, but no more of those for Astralis. They'll be moving into those best of 3s. I spoke briefly to Rugger, just talking about on media day, and one of the things that I took away from that conversation was that he was really looking to start his boys off with some confidence, with a win. Not the case for Astralis, but it is the case for M80. Swisher standing by with Donna.
Swisher, congratulations, you survived the day and didn't go 0-2, so I think there's some relief probably you're feeling right now, or?
For sure, yeah, we're definitely a little relieved. The first game against Aurora did not go anywhere near according to plan, but we had a pretty good performance here on Ancient against Astralis.
I mean, it was kind of close towards the end. It looked for a second that you guys were able to close it down, especially after I think your double on Cave. That was really amazing. But then it slowed down a bit. So what happened in the last rounds?
We struggled early on. We lost pistol, we ecoed them back, and the round after the force buy, I kind of had a bad misplay in Cave, and we just double smoked. So we kind of just didn't have a lot of momentum there. Towards the end, we had some good calls, and everything just kind of worked out for us.
Okay, great to hear. I talked to Sin before your match, and he said that he sees M80 as one of the stronger teams in the stage, but I think other teams here are pretty strong too. Do you feel that already?
I mean, yeah, there's tons of strong teams here. We're coming in pretty confident. We feel like we've had some good practice and good motivation coming into this.
All right, and what's the mindset for tomorrow?
What was that?
The mindset for tomorrow.
Oh, we're excited. One more best of 1, and then we're looking forward to the best of 3s.
All right, I wish you best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Seems like a confident Swish.
They did their best work in the best of 1s against Bay and Paravision. Now, that's not to detract from them. They couldn't choose to play against NRG with a coach.
Yeah. Right.
So when they do get to the best of 3s against some of the bigger names, it's going to be interesting to see what type of counter. But a solid Ancient, and they showed a good Mirage. So this is good. We're starting to build the map pool for M80, who actually didn't have a great boot camp, apparently. So maybe that's the good omen. You don't do it at Liege. You don't say you had a good boot camp. You got to say you had a bad boot camp.
It is rare that I've heard a team having a good boot camp suddenly take over a tournament. It's much more often the Liege variation of that.
Yeah, well, look, let's see if MIBR had a good boot camp or not, because they're taking on Passion UA up next in our next game. Passion UA, they had not a great Draculan. MIBR obviously have 2 new endpoints. They're trying the Furia model.
Yeah, the Furia model.
And kick it. They lost to Imperial to start the day, but that's for the next game, and we're heading to a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the fire.
the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good?
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
We're getting ourselves situated and ready to rock and or roll. Game 3 of the second half of the day for me and Chatty B. What do you reckon, MIBR Passion UA?
I'm just looking at it right now and looking at 6 in a row losses for MIBR, but you have to factor in some details along the lines of the fact that Klim had some visa issues at certain events. Obviously, we're just saying they've gone the Furia way of bringing in 2 European imports. They've got Kickit, obviously a major winner in his own right, and then Klim, who is an AWPer who we need to keep our eyes on. xKacpersky, they are a good opponent, but we will defeat them. And JT, round 2, good luck, have fun. So those are the messages for one another. One short and sweet, and one very nice.
Yeah,
so,
wishing them good luck.
You always want to think you're going to beat your opponent, don't you? But Passion UA is an odd one. This was back in August that they went from Complexity, then they moved to Passion UA, right? So it might be strange people seeing them in this jersey. Yeah. They left 60 behind, and they kept Kvem. Now, man on the screen was already there as a coach, and now he's reunited with his boys. So, you know, maybe he played a hand in them picking up Complexity, who were starting to have some issues, right? We know that funding was a problem for them as an organization within the realms of North America, but here they are on your screen. Kvem in this team is meant to be one of their more star-like players, right? Another aggressive piece to join that of Grim. JT, the in-game leader, Halzerk, the AWPer, and then you have Nix, who I think has actually been doing a pretty good job in the more supportive roles. Even got an ace today, a nice 1v3 that he won against FaZe, but they didn't get across the line. They ended up losing that on Dust 2, 13-10. They also are coming off the back of, I would say, a less than desired result at Draculan, but they were tweeting saying, look, it's better to have a bad LAN before the major. And they're right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Like, ideally, you'd have a good LAN and then have a good major. But if you could choose, you'd have a bad LAN and a good major.
Yeah, I mean, get it out of this system, you know? Like, we've had our bad event. It's done. It's done. And also kind of maybe shakes you up a little bit coming into this, because it is such a, I mean, the format, it doesn't really allow for 2 bad days in a row.
No, and both of these teams are Stage 2 teams. So the conversation about one or the other being warmed up or not, that kind of goes out the window. Both of these teams have only been in play today. Obviously, MIBR losing to Imperial on Nuke. That was a 13-5 loss. So that was nowhere near as close as Passion's attempt. And to lose to a domestic opponent who, if I believe correctly, the last time they played was a best-of-5 final where MIBR got the better of them. Yeah, that's true. That's correct. I don't want to pronounce it. I'll pronounce it incorrectly. It's like, oh, why did I say I won't pronounce it and then try and pronounce it? Anyway, left-hand side of the screen, the imports, Kick It and Clip. If the flags don't give it away, I just told you, xKacpersky, Insani, and then Brenno, as we affectionately call him. Insani is the aggressive firepower piece. xKacpersky is the late piece, as the name says. And then Brenno just kind of feels like the safer pair of hands. I think in this team, hopefully he gets a couple more responsibilities, because he's been, you know, benched and then not benched and then pushed and poked and around. So it's going to be interesting to see the complexion. But guess what? We've got xKacpersky standing by for an interview with Donna.
xKacpersky, thank you so much for joining us for the second half of this day. You guys already played before against Imperial and unfortunately lost. So can you just like break down what you discussed after with the team, how you reset from that?
I think our communication was not good for this map. We're not playing the way we were playing in practices. In some situations, we're not like talking to each other. We're not getting good info. So we need to step up in that matter. And we talked about it, and I hope you do it in the next match.
And you also played on stage before. How was it feeling for you to play in this venue?
It's really good. It feels amazing. Like it's always good to play with crowd, despite the fact that we're like mixed. There are some Brazilians, but they are not like cheering for any of the teams. So maybe if we play again on stage against other places team, and should be better. But it's amazing.
And how do you feel about facing Passion now in the next matchup?
They're a good team. We practiced against them a few times, and it was like a good prac. But we are confident. We just need to step up, because if you don't, they're gonna smash us. But you need to step up, and we're gonna do it, and we're gonna smash them.
Thank you so much, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, it's good to see xKacpersky reflecting on the shortcomings in that first one. It wasn't a very inspiring game of Nuke, was it?
It's very flat. They started CT side as well.
Yeah.
So that's a tough one to swallow early. Just with Klim and Kick It, they are on loan.
Right.
So, you know, how well they do at the major could very well determine how long they stay on this roster or what the complexion looks like. Interesting that this has ended up on Mirage. It's not something you see Passion play a lot. 2 times in the last 3 months, and for MIBR this is one of their worst maps in terms of win rating. So the type of Counter-Strike we're about to get, I can't...
Might have shades of Stage 1.
Potentially. yes. The match that last played Passion UA on Mirage was against Foot, which is Na'Vi Academy, with Lonks as their 5th instead of Mikaze. And that was a close game. That was 16-14. Oh. So they only just lost, right? But they did lose. So this is one where, you know, KRiMZ